can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStacks.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Very, very wrong, like most of the time. Kind of funny.
It's day 12 of the Fide World Championship, and the tides have finally turned. Gukesh stunned the reigning champion with a brilliant win after sustained pressure in Game 11, seizing a crucial lead 6-5. Ding now faces immense pressure to respond with just 3 games remaining to reclaim his crown. Here in Singapore, where cultures collide and champions are made, we ask ourselves if we're going to be crowning the 18th world champion at just 18 years of age. Can Ding fight back, or will Gukesh edge closer to his dream? The battle resumes now. Let's dive in. All right. Hello, wherever you might be in the world, and welcome to our coverage of round number 12 of the Fide World Championship. My name is John Sargent. It is a privilege to be here on screen alongside 2 of the most fantastic commentators we could possibly have hoped for. The number 1 Dutch player, one of the world's strongest grandmasters, and incredible insight all throughout the day. Grandmaster Anish Giri, welcome back to the broadcast. Wonderful to have you here.
Thank you, John.
And of course, 6-5 heading into round number 12. I mean, it's stirring an awful lot of memories, but what could possibly be better than having a world championship challenger alongside us who was leading at this point as well? There are going to be a lot of memories today, but unbelievable and invaluable experience from one of the best in the business. Grandmaster Peter Lecko, welcome back.
Yeah, hello John, hello Anish, hello everyone.
So, folks, an awful lot to talk about today. It's not deadlocked anymore. It really is crunch time. There's not a lot of time for our players to be thinking about what they are going to be doing. We have a action-packed schedule. It's going to be absolutely wonderful. But before we hop in, we're going to take a look now at exactly what happened yesterday for those of you who might not have been so familiar or maybe are joining us after skipping a day or two. Here's catching you up.
I think he certainly has stabilized himself. I don't think that we have seen the best of Ding yet.
If you want to beat someone like Ding, who is very solid right now.
Knight F3 is on the board.
C4, wow, this is very, very ambitious. This is what Ding played himself against me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
D4.
This is quite epic. It's sort of a reversed Volga Gambit type thing without being the Gambit.
Yeah, but hang on. People are blitzing out everything. Yeah, so in fact from a Banker Gambit or Volga Gambit we are transposing into some Blumenfeld kind of territory. This is a Gambit, this is a pawn sacrifice. Wow, I cannot believe what we are seeing here. It just makes me very scared to see that on move 4 you're already taking so much time.
This game could decide a World Championship match. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for the sharp line.
This is good. Yeah, he sticks to his weapon. Yeah, he goes for Knight F6. And Gukesh will have to end a3, a completely different turn. He opted for bishop g4 after quite a lot of thoughts, like another 35 minutes. There is no real good way of dealing with this. Reaching this position, being 1 hour behind on the clock, I just don't see any benefits because objectively he's probably worse.
He rushed things so badly. I think he was a bit overexcited with how well things were going. Honestly, his last moves, they completely missed the mark. Ding very relieved, and this hour on the clock is no longer so relevant.
Let's just quickly show why this knight is so strong. Millions of arrows, but it's all about the fight for the c5 square. And Gukesh, in a state of shock, taking all his time, he just cannot believe, what have I done? So rook d1 on the board, we see the evil bar.
I don't like this move, together with the evil bar.
With g6. Okay, it's a bit strange.
Bar is saying white is better.
Wow, don't tell me that we're gonna see another twist. And he has played it, I believe, yes. Look at his reaction, yeah, he's very unhappy.
What he played? Wow. Oh, so interesting. He wants to go knight b4. Very creative.
Rook d7. Knight b4 has to be played. There is no other move.
Queen c6. Queen c6.
Queen c6. Over.
No, it's
and look at this.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, he collapsed.
Yeah, cannot believe, and look at this. Gukesh wants to blitz out Queen c6, but he is...
Wow, what a blunder, what a blunder. Oh, yeah, this is it. Yeah, the match is over, and the typical head nod. And from 1 second to the other, he realized that he's winning the game, and likely winning the entire title now.
Line frightening. How amazing is that? Gukesh, with his victory, takes a lead in the World Championship match 6-5. Peter, it's a little bit do or die territory for Ding now, isn't it? I mean, 3 games left. I don't think he wants to sit this out and keep drawing anymore. I think we might see another decisive result today.
Yeah, could easily be. In a very tricky spot that he needs to bounce back. At the same time, he should also make sure that he does not lose, yeah? So he needs some aggressive weapon, but also somewhere where he feels comfortable, yeah? That can suit him perfectly. We talked about yesterday that he also needs to recover from this terrible punch that he encountered yesterday, yeah? He had great chances eventually also winning that game and then being up on the score. How did he sleep? How did he recover? There are a lot of questions.
And Anish, every single decisive game in this World Championship match so far has been when Gukesh has had the white pieces, whether it's win or lose. Today, we might be gunning for a decisive result when Ding Liren has the white pieces, but looking more likely now than before.
Yeah, it's the first time in the match we have this situation when Ding having the white pieces is actually motivated to really go for it. And this is the one... scenario, you know, the one type of game that we've been missing so far. We've seen already everything else, but this is really the last missing ingredient to this incredible match. And I'm looking forward to find out how that will land.
Not only will there be opportunities to push, but we now need to grasp every single one if we are the reigning world champion with the white pieces today. So we're looking forward to seeing how that unfolds. In the meantime, earlier on today, we were able to catch up with Mike Klein, who was taking a look at what was going on inside the playing hall before this match starts today. Let's take a look.
Thanks, guys. We are inside the glass cube once again for the critical round 12. And just like Gukesh springing some sort of home cooking yesterday on Ding, now is the time to Ding to show what he's been preparing for these last few months. The London can't be played anymore. His team has got to have something. I don't know what it is, but let me see if I can help you out here, Ding. I'm going to go ahead and write down E4 on move 1. Of course, I'm kidding, but I don't know what he's going to do. I do know that Richie and company must come up with something. You know, everybody thinks that Gukesh, even if he loses this match, he'll be back someday. He's only 18 years old. But for Ding, this could be his last gasp. He's got 2 whites left. It's really hard to win in the final round. I think game 12 is the round where we are going to see him push. Of course, if he goes too far, Gukesh could all but wrap it up with a win today, just about sealing the title. And, well, Ding's been having some ice cream, but I think that Gukesh will have some gulab jamun if he's able to pull out a victory today. Critical game 12 coming up in the Fide World Championship. Now, back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. It's morning here. The game hasn't even started, and you're already making me hungry. That's not great for broadcast, but I appreciate it anyway. It is crunch time now. We'll start with you, Anish. You did mention that this was the missing ingredient. Ding has had plenty of opportunities to push in this World Championship match. I think it's fair to say that a lot of people have been saying maybe he hasn't been pushing as much as we thought he could have. It's not a question of whether that changes today. That has to change today. So we're in for a pretty exciting time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's never been in a must-win before in this match. And as we had seen from his match against Nepomniachtchi, he's always ready for an occasion like that. And he even mentioned it before this match at some point in one of the interviews. He said that I do have the weapons ready in case I need to stir things up. So I'm really curious to see what he comes up with. But it's not going to be easy because he hasn't been in this position for a long time, and it is not an easy position to be in. To go for such a big fight, being in a must-win, all of a sudden, having been in a defensive mindset for so many days, is not an easy change.
And speaking of changes, there's going to be a big question, and we can only ask it for the next 10 minutes, Peter, so let's ask it now. There's a big question over what we're going to see on the board with Ding as white here in a must-win situation. What do we feel like he's going to go for? What do we feel like is going through his head, Rapport's head, going into this round? What's the first move?
Well, it's a very big question because what I have been missing so far during the match, that I don't really believe that Team Ding has gathered enough information of Gukesh's preparation for the World Championship match. Yeah, for example, when he opted for D4 and then went for the London system, Gukesh did not have to reveal at all what is his main weapon after D4. Also after E4, E5, that was a very specific Italian game. Also there is no information which Spanish, for example, Gukesh was planning to play. And in this regard, I find it very difficult. Yeah, we are talking about that Team Ding has to come up with some great idea, but how do you target your opponent when you even don't know what to expect? Yeah, so it's a very delicate situation. The only information that they gathered was inside 1c4, so I might be thinking that there is some argument to try to target Gukesh in c4, e5 territory.
Okay, that's very interesting indeed. We'll come back later on in the broadcast to gathering information about your opponent throughout a match, because I think that's a really good topic to go a little bit more in depth and lean on your experience there. A quick question before we move on to the chess today. A quick fire for both of you. Anish, do you have a prediction for whether Gukesh is going to double up on his victory today or whether Ding will fight back? What do you think will happen?
Really hard to say. I think the chances of Gukesh exploiting Ding overextending today are just as high as Ding's chances of coming back. I think Ding is in a very tough spot. A lot of experts agree. I also get a lot of flashbacks from the matches when it's an underdog, goes behind in the score. Usually the desperate comeback attempts don't work very well. And what comes to mind to me is the matches between Carlsen and, for example, Nepo. That, remember, after his first loss, it was really difficult for Jan to come back, and it only got worse from day to day. Also remember matches between Vichy and Magnus. Vichy gave it a really good shot in both his matches, but it also the last game desperate attempt also backfired, and Carlsen won in the this Berlin game with White when he was worse, and also Carlsen won this really important game in the Nimzo where Vichy went for the checkmate, and the checkmate wasn't there finally. So if I would have to bet, I'm not sure I'd so easily bet on Ding's victory, but he does have a chance, and if anyone, it's him who will surprise us once again, just like in the first round.
A fighting chance is all that we ask for, and it might be the only chance that Ding needs. Peter, do you have a prediction for who's going to walk away with the point today?
No, not with the point. I can only predict that it's going to be an epic fight, that's for sure. And if you are looking back when Dingren has bounced back in his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi in game number 12, actually he was lost, yeah? So it's a very tricky kind of situation. Yeah, he did win, that gives him the euphoria, but he also knows that, yes, I was just so close of losing that match. So very, very delicate situation.
All right. Well, it's not just us, of course, on the panel who are going to be guessing who's going to win today. You can do that while sat at home as well. All you have to do is go to chess.com/events and click the banner corresponding to the World Championship, navigate into today's game under the Games tab, and once you get into today's game, you should see something in the top right-hand corner with social on it. It might be underneath our stream. And there, you'll be able to vote for a white win, a black win, or a draw. Now, why would you do this? Well, there are prizes on offer, and it costs nothing to enter for starters. First place is a $400 Chessable course voucher, and there are prizes for the top 20 people as well, who are doing well with Vote Chess throughout this World Championship. There's currently a 3-way tie for first as well. So the competition is fierce. It's really quite fun. Go ahead and hop onto chess.com/events and have your say on who you think is going to emerge victorious today. So we're moments away from starting round number 12. We kept saying, Peter, after every draw the tension is ratcheted up, but actually with the decisive victory, the tension's ratcheted up even more here, because even though the deadlock is broken, we're seeing Gukesh with more opportunities to punish overextension, like Anish said. We're seeing Ding in a situation where his back's against the wall. This doesn't ease the tension one bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we all love it. We are not talking about what will happen in the tie breaks. No, we are talking about if Ding is able to mount a comeback, and that just gives us a fantastic game. I'm really looking forward to game number, what are we? 12, yeah, exactly.
12, yeah.
Three more games to go.
All blends into one after a while. Actually, Adish, in a match environment, I guess it can sometimes be difficult to separate different ideas from different games and holding it all in your head at once, in addition to preparation you might have for goodness knows what your opponent can come out with. I think it's fair to say there's a lot more swimming around in the players' heads in this sort of situation than in your typical tournament.
Well, yeah, I mean, not too relevant perhaps for discussion here, but I think some people have better memory for things like game numbers and also years, dates. Like I'm personally not very good with these kind of things, but I know people who are really, really good. They remember this was game 7 of the match in that year. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, a fun little fact. One other thing I thought of today when thinking of this matchup is that Gukesh has done really well in must not lose games in last rounds that I recall. For example, in the candidates against Hikaru, he didn't let Hikaru come anywhere near a victory. He had played a very controlled game with the black pieces. In the Chennai Grandmasters tournament, which was important for him to win in order to qualify to the candidates, so that was a step before that. He played really well as well, and in the last round, he had to draw against Hare Krishna with the black pieces too. He was also under pressure, but he also played extremely, extremely accurately and a very controlled game as well. So I get the feeling, also a black game against Fabi in the candidates, another tough game, which wasn't crucial yet, but still a difficult game, and he also defended it in a very controlled way. So I feel that being in this situation where he has to hold with the black pieces in a must-not-lose game, he is doing it quite well. It's a very, very difficult situation for many, many players, but I think he handles it quite reasonably. So another reason why I would be quite optimistic if I were a Gukesh fan. But once again, as we saw in the match between Ding and Nepo, anything can happen. Even if Ding gets the lost position today, just like in that previous Game 12, the World Championship match, indeed, things can always turn around. The nerves are really, really high, and just anything can happen. And I think with the game to start in a couple of minutes, we are expecting to get the players. Yeah, Gukesh with the hoodie, I'm pretty sure it's a superstitious thing. He downplays it, but I'm 100% sure there's a superstition there.
Well, let's talk about what can happen on the other side of the board as well, Peter, because like Anish just said, Gukesh seems pretty good at absorbing that pressure and dealing with it in situations where he needs to produce a result. What else can Ding do aside from moves on the chessboard? Is there anything he can do aside from maybe remove Gukesh's hoodie and hide it somewhere?
I think he needs good moves, only good moves, and getting Gukesh somehow out of his comfort zone. That's crucial. I also had the same feelings like Anish, that I just think about Gukesh, and there we have Dingran handshake, that whenever he is up on the scoreboard or he has a good tournament situation, he continues to perform extremely well. He's an optimist, and that should help him.
All right. Well, we'll see if that optimism will carry him through today. Will Dingley Ren overextend, or will he capitalize on some of the chances he might not have had earlier in the match? Let's head live to the venue for the introduction and ceremonial first moves.
At the Resorts World Sentosa, here in lovely Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Damaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently 6 points to 5 in favor of the challenger. We have 3 games, including today's remaining. We have a special guest here to make the ceremonial first move. He is the chargé d'affaires ad interim of the Chinese embassy in Singapore. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China in 2001 and has worked in the Department of Consular Affairs, the Department of Personnel, and the General Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Commissioner's Office, in the Macau SAR, and the Chinese embassies in Kenya and Ghana. He was appointed Deputy Chief of Mission of the Chinese Embassy in Singapore in July of 2023. Please welcome Mr. Su Jing. And with that, let the game begin.
Handshake and a brief pause on the board before Ding reaches for the C pawn. 1 c4 is on the board. Ding Liren looking to strike back after a loss. Will he be able to bounce back immediately? We're going to find out as the players blitz out their opening moves. Grandmaster Anish Giri, Grandmaster Peter Lecco. I leave this wonderful game in your hands. Let's see where it goes.
Wow. Yeah, no, I just was... first of all, congratulations to Peter on correctly guessing the move c4. The reason why I wasn't sure it was going to be the weapon, because Ding said he had weapons ready already before. So the fact that he got extra information only happened during the match. So surprising to me, in a good way for Gukesh, that Gukesh has another weapon ready for this. Because you would think that for 1 c4, he would just have one opening ready, and he wouldn't switch midway. But I think he probably has 2 repertoires, one which is like solid and one which is extra solid. So probably this is his extra solid repertoire, where he is avoiding the English, he's avoiding the Nimzo, and he's just going for the most solid. Drawing systems. I imagine if knight comes to c3, he wants to play some sort of a Tarash type opening where you try to really vacuum clean the entire board, trade everything, and make a draw as quickly as possible. And Ding is already thinking, because he definitely didn't see this one coming.
Yes, it was a big question. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to say, but yeah, my feeling was, and just very quickly to show what happened the previous game when c4 happened, Gukesh went for this c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4 line, which is kind of provocative. At that point in the match, it was obvious that Gukesh is also trying to provoke Ding to go for complications, and then we have seen right after a couple of moves, knight d5, bishop e7, a fairly freestyle chess type of position, not the typical classical chess kind of system. And I somehow sense that this could be a territory where Ding would love to return, especially if he has to go all in. It's kind of very natural. But the move c4, e6, this is kind of a very unpleasant surprise, if it's really a surprise, because it's rock solid. If Ding's intention was to get into some nice adventures in a complicated position, well, that's not going to be easy to get here.
Yeah, and already completely out of a game plan for Ding on move 2 already. He doesn't know what to do. He hasn't decided up front, which is a very uncomfortable situation for a world championship match. And yeah, it goes to show that his preparation, of course, for the match was not very deep or thorough in terms of openings. I think he was mostly focusing on getting himself ready for the battle, and he did manage that. He came in round 1 ready to fight, and he won the first round game. So that approach that definitely helped him in the match so far. But in a position like that, yes, when in a must win, after 1 c4, e6, you already are a little bit out of weapons and have to choose at the board. That is not really helpful. But Ding goes for g3, the anti-Catalan system, not going for the most principled 2 knight c3 approach, but trying to stay more flexible and go for this Kasparov-Karpov type situation where you are going for a long fight, hoping that the opponent will eventually crumple under the pressure.
Yes, it's kind of interesting to see this, yeah, that we have seen the Catalan opening when Gukesh had the white pieces, and they are both this bishop b4 check type of players against the Catalan. Yeah, later when we will see how the game progresses, we can go into more details. And this is very interesting because in any case, when Black is the one who is planning to go for the bishop b4 check systems, then against the Catalan setup with g3, he has to make a conceptual decision. He has to do something else. Yeah, if he just sticks to classical lines like knight f6, bishop e7, that's a whole different system. It's not really desired because you have to learn millions of lines. Yeah, so if you are big bishop b4 check type, then you don't want to have 2 very big systems ready. But knight f6, knight f3, and another option would be to take d takes c4. It's a solid choice, and there is d4 option, and we have d4 on the board.
Yeah, it is interesting because it is, I mean, it's a very sound system. It's a good system, but it is not the most drawish weapon you could have. Yeah, so I do think that it is not that Gukesh has like a must draw repertoire. It is just that he has 2 different weapons ready for 1 c4. Because this is not a very drawish system. It's kind of as complicated as it gets. It's the reverse Benoni, similar to what we've seen yesterday,
yes.
In fact, but a different version of that. And Ding should be quite familiar with these things, but now there are 2 systems that Black has. There is the system with c5. There's also the new system with the knight coming to c6, the Carlsen played. And this is also what Gukesh plays.
Yes, I think it's also a system that Vincent is playing. I do recall him in 2022. He had a game against Vidit in the Berlin Fide Grand Prix. He came up with a rather new idea, and ever since it became quite topical.
Yeah, there are 2 ways of playing this, right, Peter? There is this sharp line with how Carlsen played it in the match with this a5, knight g4 business, and there's also this way that Vincent came up with, which is a bit more solid. We'll probably see this unfolding as Ding will make his moves. The d3 knight bd2 setup is the main one in these positions, but it's possible to try and deviate early on as well. There was some interesting move e3 here that Yasipenko played. Actually, he beat Vincent in a probably what must have been a very painful game in the Grand Swiss. So there are some ideas that White has. Gukesh certainly is ready, and interestingly, Magnus Carlsen he's a world champion, was a world champion before Ding, and with Ding in between, there is some sort of like a transfer of power situation happening here. That so Carlsen had the title, then Ding has it, and now Gukesh wants to take it back from Ding using Carlsen's weapon, because Team Carlsen was really the team that introduced the system at the top level. I think nobody took it seriously before the match, and all the later developments and Vincent and all of that that happened after that match. So there is some sort of interesting situation ongoing here that Gukesh is using Carlsen's weapon against Ding here. And we'll see what happens. Ding, understanding that Gukesh is completely prepared, he is maybe already thinking to try improvise here and maybe try just take Gukesh out of book, do something unusual.
Yeah, I think that it was very important for Gukesh and for Team Gukesh to rely on the knight c6 move order, because if black would have chosen the other option, the more natural c5, then we would be getting into a system which actually Dingram plays with the black pieces. Yeah, he has tons of experience in this reverse Benoni type of structures, which is a very fighting kind of territory. I'm loving Gukesh's choice, and basically it was obvious that if he opts for d4, he has to go for the knight c6 setup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, I think it's a matter of taste. I understand the knight c6 is somewhat safer than a c5, but okay, I guess it's more of a matter of choice. E3, the move that Espenko used against Vincent, as I mentioned, I do expect Gukesh to be really ready for it. I mean, that game was a very, very big game. Everybody saw it. Everybody played in that tournament. Also, Gukesh, he's prepared the system for this match. It's a very risky system for black. As we saw in chat, Arthur mentioned d takes c4 is the more solid option instead of d4. Certainly, that is the case. D takes c4 is a much more solid way of playing. But Gukesh, he is sticking to his style, playing principal chess. And after e3, I would really... Yeah, this DC business, of course, is much more drawish if black really knows his theory. But, oh, bishop e7. Interesting. The sharp... Very interesting. The sharp line is e5, ed, e4.
E5,
yeah, Peter?
Yes,
which
something
is also
like
fine
this.
for black. Yeah, it's also fine for black, actually. Yeah,
And then
this
white
d5,
opted
yeah?
for d5, yes, exactly.
Yeah, it was a wild...
I was doing the commentary on the Grand Swiss, and it was very tough to be commenting when I saw Vincent being surprised. I do believe that he knew the idea, he forgot his line, but yeah, it was a fantastic game by Esipenko.
Yeah, I would really think that Gukesh would go here because it is fine. But again, I think that Gukesh has prepared the system before the match, and I don't think he's prepared it for a must draw necessarily. He just prepared it for sake of it. And perhaps now for this particular game, he would have looked at slightly different choices. He would try to make a draw in a more forcing way. But he is using that prep from before, which has more accent on surprising your opponent and less so on making the game as drawish as possible. Bishop e7 is not supposed to be the move. You see the weak engine, the eval bar is slightly on the white side. This is also saying that computer on low depth is not approving it fully. But I do expect that Gukesh is very well prepared here, and I'm sure that this bishop e7 move is also leading to equality for black if they have done their job properly. So I'm curious to see how Ding will respond. The type of the game, the type of play is of course favoring Gukesh here because there's nothing wrong with black's position. It's very, very sound. There are no weaknesses, and there isn't something concrete to work with for Ding just yet.
Yes, I think it's all about the d4 square, yeah, because black has advanced to d4. White is challenging that with e3. We might be seeing a trade on d4, for example, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4. If black could sit on this d4 square forever, it would be fantastic, but it's kind of clear that white should be able to get some quick d3, knight c3, bishop e3, kicking that queen away and potentially then seizing the initiative with d3, d4. And the big question will be that how is black in time to neutralize white's pressure? Normally a timely c7, c5 is critical in this kind of scenario. So let's just make a couple of moves. So castles, knight c3, something like c5, bishop e3, queen back to d8, and then white going for d4. Look at the evil bar. Yeah, already screaming that white is fantastic.
I think the bishop on c8 is an issue here. Peter, I was thinking maybe more in the trend of you could try to get the e pawn to e5 and the c pawn to c6, trying to neutralize the g2 bishop. So maybe c5 is too risky a choice with the bishop on c8. So let's say you castle once, how you castle, then you go knight c3. And here, yeah, first of all, rook d8, also e5, maybe some other move. Maybe c6, c6 is very passive. No, maybe more like rook d8 or e5, yeah? More like
yeah, but basically what you are trying to say that you would love to get e5, c6 construction, yes, of course.
Yeah, because then the bishop on g2 a lot less. It's still dangerous, a lot less dangerous, and the bishop from c8 can nicely come out to f5 and g4 or whatnot. So here it's more a question of white having to play dynamic, yeah, because I think the pawn structure is almost better for black, right? White has this backward d3 pawn, but of course white is going to try and fix it with going d4 soon, and it gets very concrete, and the fact that Gukesh is prepared here is quite unpleasant for Ding. Besides this ED idea, which is probably the best way to play, there is sometimes some b4 ideas. I don't know, does it work here? Let's briefly see. Sometimes this b4 is but probably even just de, yeah, even or.
Yeah, in any case, let's just show the main idea usually that if black takes that pawn, first of all, black has just lost the tempo for bishop e7, so taking it again, it's very scary. It's connected with all these knight takes d4, queen a4 ideas, and then the queen is giving this check, the bishop on b4 is loose. I don't know exactly move per move which is the best way to do it. But
probably just take twice on d4, yeah, because ed knight d4, knight d4, knight d4, queen a4 is bishop d7 and knight c2. So maybe knight d4, knight d4, ed, yeah, maybe is the move, and then you can exchange with queen a4 check and queen b4, and you trap the queen, yeah. Let's show this because it's beautiful and illustrates very nicely the problems. Usually white traps the queen with bishop b2, but here there is another idea, bishop a3 and going for direct queen e7 checkmate. So obviously black will never ever let that happen. So all eyes on Ding. Yeah, and it's funny, after b4, okay, the best move is de, and that would be sort of a similar variant of this Blumenfeld that we saw yesterday. Yeah, that would be kind of a funny situation. That you also sacrifice the pawn for initiative and center. But before I don't buy before. It was just sort of to say that these ideas exist. I think especially if you black went bishop c5 instead of bishop e7, then before would have definitely been the way to go. Yeah, this is exactly the point I was supposed to make instead. Yeah, because then b4 is a tempo move. It hits the bishop. Black has no other choice than to capture that pawn, which is poisonous. However, yes, after bishop e7, just to finalize our thoughts. After b4 now, black can first capture on e3, white has to recapture it with the pawn, and most probably black simply takes with the knight on b4. And it's a big difference compared to yesterday's game where black would have captured with c5 and c takes b4, doubling his pawns, losing tempis, and his knight not being developed. It's a whole new scenario. This is good for black. We are expecting, I think, e takes d4, and I would really say something that if nobody would be prepared here, then we would immediately be saying that this should favor white, because white seems to be fast in order to establish the control of the d4 square later on, after all the trades that we discussed. And white's play is so much more natural, so black has to be precise. However, knowing that Gukesh voluntarily went for this position, and he knows exactly that this is a dangerous position, so unless he knows exactly how to neutralize the situation, he would never ever go here. And this is the problem that Ding is faced with. He obviously, in a blitz game, would capture knight takes d4 immediately and be happy. But this is a classical game, and he's taking his time. Yeah, no, exactly. The fact that Gukesh is prepared changes everything here, really, because we also know that there are fine ways here to play. Like you could just play e5, right? So the reason you play bishop e7 is because it also is at least practically very fine. So you almost, as Ding, you almost want to give up a little bit, like, because you feel like, okay, this is clearly, logically speaking, fine, and the guy has prepared it, and of course it's going to be very deep, because as you mentioned, it is very dangerous for black. So until the bishop comes out of c8, until black equalizes fully, the file doesn't end. And it's given the fact that Gukesh is prepared, it is actually a very unpleasant situation for Ding, and he wants to try and go for something more positional, like d3, less concrete. But it's hard here to deviate at this point. You have to go in that ED direction, which is the most critical and looks good. But clearly, Gukesh and the computers, especially the computers, have already neutralized all that, and it is difficult for Ding now facing the prep. Gukesh has a choice here, by the way, to go for castle or e5, but I think castle is more in the spirit of how he has played, yeah? Yes, because if he wanted to play e5, then he could have done it before, and he goes for d takes e3, he immediately goes to this structure.
He doesn't want to give white the chance maybe to play e4.
Yeah, you know what I think? I think e4. Yeah, maybe. I think e4 is actually could be very very risky for white. Yeah, with the c5 square available for the knight.
Yes, exactly.
E4 and then e5, knight d7, knight c5. Yeah, I don't think he was afraid of e4 so much. Although I think more the case would be that he's using that Ding's move order is inaccurate. Because I think that castle will probably transpose him to where he wants to be, but DE is punishing Ding for not having gone ED. And now after bishop e3, you go e5, and you maybe equalize on the spot.
Somewhere also this knight g4 idea will be available, hitting the bishop on e3. For example, okay, knight c3.
Yeah, I don't know, castle just maybe first. How's just castle, and if d4 take everything and c6, is that not just equality?
Yeah, let's take a look. Well, the computer approves, that this doesn't scare black at all. And then putting that pawn on c6, the blockade b7, c6 pawns against this bishop on g2. Fantastic construction. The bishop will beautifully get out. Basically, you can choose wherever you want to develop it. This is not white's intention. Is there any argument to be made for f takes c3, trying to spice things up, trying to have some more control, more fighting options in the center?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Peter. Especially given the fact that you're in a must-win, and how bad can that be? I mean, you have one more pawn in the center. You open the f file potentially. Of course, you weaken. Whenever the f2 pawn leaves the f2 square, you always weaken the king a little bit, and the squares around it. But I guess given the situation, given the must-win, I mean, fe could be the practical choice to do, but that could also backfire real badly. I mean, it can definitely. I mean, I could imagine like after bishop e3, white is never worse, for sure. But after fe, white could easily get a little worse at some point, I imagine. But Ding is thinking, at least what he knows is if he takes the bishop and black goes e5, at least black wasted a move on e6 and then e5. So from the chess logic point of view, white should still be fighting for advantage here, I think. There are much more... Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the position has the tendency to simplify, and it's much more easier for black to just make natural moves and potentially solve the problems, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted also to say that when I was really a kid and I just started analyzing the knight f3, d5, c4, d4 position, maybe you can demonstrate it because maybe it's relevant for this particular game, the line that Gukesh played yesterday. So it was really one of my early analysis. So I was not yet, didn't have a good understanding yet, or even worse than now. And I was looking at these lines, and before was only one of the moves for me at the time. And I was looking also at moves like e3 and g3. And let's say I looked at g3 as well, because, many games in database, and okay, I was naive, it was okay, g3 normal. And I saw the computer says knight c6, bishop g2, e5, d3, knight f6, and I was analyzing these things, castle, bishop e7, and I think e3, it was a move as well, so then you can take on e3, bishop e3, and I was looking at this position at some point. It's not a very relevant position, but I was looking at it, and I think it is sort of the same thing, but just tempo down for black now, right? Because if you take with the bishop,
yes.
Castle, black has already played e65. So if you compare these two lines, logically speaking, although this is not critical, it is still a line. So in the game, Ding has an extra tempo on that. So it cannot be that bad for white, what he got now.
And he captured with the bishop. He just captured with the bishop, and we are having exactly the same position. So white is a tempo up, but we are assuming that Gukesh had really carefully analyzed this in depth, because one tempo is a one tempo situation, and also before people haven't really been playing like this with black.
But also these days this whole thing of comparing lines and saying you're at tempo up here, tempo down there, I mean, okay, I have Stockfish, it's 0.23, and on depth 49, it is 0.07. So what do you want? You know, this is
exactly. Where is the advantage? Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, that stop doesn't matter. Compare. Okay, congratulations, you have a tempo on the line that's not relevant. But yes, what is the advantage? How do you play? And I want to bring John back in here and ask John. The start of the game is somewhat interesting, somewhat unusual. What is your take on the situation?
Two things that maybe a player at my level, Anish, will take away from the start of the game as your average viewer. The fact that Ding went into not a deep think, but didn't instantly blitz out his moves super early on makes me think he's either considering the world's largest book response based on what Gukesh is doing, or Gukesh really is maybe doing something that Ding isn't completely expecting. That said, it's stuff that Ding will know, and I love the fact that we're going into the sort of Neo-Catalan system as well with the Knight C6. I think that's another opportunity to maybe in the long run, like you say, depth 49, where's the advantage? But it's whether you're giving your opponent chances to make mistakes at depth 15, depth 20, and how you continue to ramp up the complexity going into the middle game. Whether that can happen remains to be seen. It's nice that we're seeing a little bit of a newer system being utilized here. But speaking of new systems, it would be remiss of us not to mention that we are still collaborating with ChessUp, who have just come out with the legendary ChessUp 2. It should change how you learn and play the game with touch-sensitive pieces that light up the board and AI assistance. It meets you at your skill level. So it's great for beginners, improving players who are trying to support training and growth, or even just casual games between friends and family. So for a limited time, you can have $50 off of your ChessUp 2 if you head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2. Or you can use !ChessUp in the chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. So interesting opening being played here. Not necessarily fireworks just yet, but at the same time, we have the options to steer our way into an increasingly complex middle game. We'll see where Dingley Ren chooses to steer this ship next after this short break.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
E5 is on the board at Game 12 of the Fide World Championships, and Ding has been sent into the tank. He is in for a 20-minute think right now. His chances of winning are slimmer than they were this time yesterday, it has to be said, but they are not nil. So some fun stats about the position that we are in as far as the match is concerned. This isn't the first time someone has trailed 6-5 in a world championship match. In fact, it's the 12th time it's happened. So it's happened plenty of times before. The catch is that the player leading has won 7 of the last 11. But here's the thing. The player trailing has won previously. And has won previously, most recently, in 2023. Dingley Wren was in this exact position against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he won with the white pieces in Game 12 and then won again. So, not only has it been done before, it's been done by Dingley Wren, it's been done recently by Dingley Wren, and now he has to find a way to do it against Gukesh. And the only other time this has happened, of course, where the player trailing has won, was in 2004. Which is where I should stop talking about it, because someone who was significantly closer to the action in that year specifically is Grandmaster Peter Lecko, who can hopefully give us some wonderful experiences and really good insights into what it must be like for both of these players in this position right now. So I'm going to hand it back over to you folks to talk about the amazing history about the last time this happened before Ding did it.
Yeah, well, it was a very special moment. Yeah, my match against Vladimir Kramnik, that was also a 14 games match. And Kramnik was trailing at this point, so clearly with the white pieces he was very ambitious. He was trying everything. In fact, it was a very tough game, game 12, but I managed to hold on with the black pieces. And Well, actually, I lost the last game. Yeah, and this is what I also want to bring up, that it is not like this is an absolute must-win game for Dingliden. It's for him very important to start applying the pressure, yeah, to also signal to his opponent it's not going to be an easy finish. Just because you are leading, the match is not over yet. The tension is growing with each and every move, and there still will be chances. And in fact, I drew that game, game number 12, and then the big question was how to approach the final two games. Yeah, but okay, we will be talking about that maybe in the after the next game, after this game. But there had been also some other matches. Yeah, just that it did not get into our statistics because there were 12 games matches. But Kramnik has beaten Topalov 3 games prior to the finishing line, being -1 in the match, trailing the match. And also Magnus Carlsen against Sergei Karyakin has bounced back exactly in the same scenario. So yes, this game is very special. All eyes on Ding. What I'm not liking is that he kind of got surprised in the opening. This is exactly the dream scenario for Gukesh, because you can rely on your preparation, which means that you are saving nerves, and these nerves you will still need in the match.
Yeah, and I think that it's quite relevant who has won from trailing, but my maybe more relevant question is who has won from this position. That is my question. It is as I already spoke earlier. The problem with chess is that there is the board in between with a certain position, so that is quite relevant. There's something happening on the board, and you have a backward d3 pawn, and the only way of solving it is to push it to d4. That will trade everything. So in this pawn structure, it's very hard for white to play around this position because the d3 pawn is so incredibly vulnerable. And it's okay if you want to equalize, but if you want to play for a win, it's really, really difficult. And I'm not sure how Ding, especially being unprepared, even with computer, I was moving around a bit in the break, seeing what Gukesh has prepared. Even with the computer, it's not so simple to fight for advantage. But without the computer, against the computer, it's even harder because the only sensible plan that comes to mind is pushing the pawn to d4, which is just trading everything. And otherwise, you're worried that the d3 pawn will be attacked maybe with the bishop coming to f5. You don't want to lose that pawn. So difficult spot for Ding, and of course he has done it before, but currently he is having a position in front of him. And as you mentioned, yeah, maybe not to overdo it in this game, and perhaps keep the chances in the last 2 games. I think Kramnik against you, didn't he play the Benoni in the penultimate game?
Yes, exactly. And this is a very interesting situation because I was not sure. Looking back, I feel like my biggest mistake in that match was that for game 13, I did not return to 1e4. But it was impossible to tell that he will gamble, yeah, by going for the Benoni. And clearly, I was not a 1d4 player. I was actually just starting it out during the match. So I was missing the experience and the knowledge. If I would have known that he's ready to kind of play a slightly dubious opening in order to try to win, then going back to my 1e4. Let's not forget that I was also already completely exhausted. It was a very tiring match. And compared to today, the situation was also different because the technology was not that powerful yet. It was much more difficult to learn openings. I was actually also almost on the ropes in every single game with black. Yeah, it was very tough. So that also took a lot of energy. And all these things put together, you feel the exhaustion. Your opponent is always coming up with some surprise, putting you under pressure. And that's exactly the reason why I mentioned the reserve of mental energy. Yeah, if you are burning, because by Kramnik going for the Benoni and putting me under the pressure, actually I managed to hold that game number 13. But I was at some point lost. So I saved the big game. But during that game, I was actually burning so many reserves, which I did not realize at that point. But looking back, then it was the logical outcome that finally at the last game, I was already completely empty.
Yeah, no, I understand. But of course, that match was, every match is different, but that match was probably very different in various ways. I mean, I do know that Kramnik also was struggling around that period. with with his form sometimes. But still, I would think that he wasn't facing the issues that Ding is facing, right? I mean, Ding, he's visibly, he's visibly, how do you say that? He's under pressure, but he doesn't exhibit a lot of positive energy as he plays. He doesn't seem to be very optimistic, and I guess Kramnik at the time was still more hopeful of making that comeback. This at least was my perception.
Yeah, he had also
I can't quite compare the two situations. I think they're very different in nature, but maybe you know more about it. You definitely know more about it.
Well, the situation was that he had the weapons to do that. Yeah, he had the opening repertoires. He was ready everywhere with a surprise, and I was never able to feel secure with black. Yeah, which is now in modern chess, of course, 21st century with all these fantastic computer programs is completely different. Now the engine helps to neutralize the game. Actually, there was a very interesting moment that I only got to know after the match, that actually Kramnik was hospitalized during the match, but I even till today don't know exactly for which reason. Whenever I saw him over the board, he was coming with brilliant preparation. He was coming very energetically, so I had absolutely no idea that something could have been wrong with him. But actually, that was a fact.
That is true. That's true. I remember that he was saying that around that period. Okay, I also don't know, but I think that from what I read, the tension of these matches has also contributed to his health. But yeah, it's something that Kramnik should probably talk about more. So he wasn't, he was also having his challenges, just like Ding had at the time. But yeah, opening definitely was a big difference, as you mentioned, for sure. And maybe not only that, not sure. I don't even know if he had some amazing weapons ready for you in solid openings. We don't know it, but just the fact that you couldn't be sure, and there wasn't an engine that would tell you that you are fine everywhere. Not a good engine that you could rely on. That must have been very disturbing. And in your final game, you relied, I think, on Caro-Kann, right? Which
yes,
sounds like a very desperate choice to me. Yeah, you are running away from the prep in e4, e5, which was at the time something you're relying on. Yeah, the marshals.
I was yeah. That was the point. That actually prior to the match, I was a Sveshnikov player.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the point, and also that Kramnik before our match was kind of a knight f3, d4, c4 type of player. Yeah, so our match kept on being postponed. When I had the time to prepare, I was actually preparing against Kramnik as a d4, c4, knight f3 player, and I had many surprises ready, very big systems prepared. But then we kind of during the time while the match was postponed, we had the feeling that it could happen that Kramnik actually, because for like 1 year he started playing exclusively e4, he might play the move e4. But then we ran out of time. When the match was announced, I had a very full packed schedule, and strange enough, I had not enough time to already create new solid weapons against 1e4, and it was more like a decision that, okay, he's expecting me to be a fantastic expert in the Sveshnikov. That means I'm not going to play the Sveshnikov. But basically, I have given up of 3 or 4 years of my life work that I have done during all this period of time when I was like a world-class player. And e4, e5, I picked it up like with 2-3 days of work, just thinking that, okay, I analyzed so much from the white side that maybe I'm able to play it from the black side. Yeah, but it was nowhere near perfectly prepared. So, but what do we have here right now? Ding has opted for the slow move rook e1. So in some sense, he's targeting the pawn on e5. Obviously, we are expecting that there will be some pressure against the d3 pawn, like with bishop f5. Is it possible that white maybe after bishop f5 will try to target the b7 pawn and play the move rook a d1 as well? Well, that would be very interesting. That would be certainly much more dynamic than going d3, d4 and and trading many pieces. This is a very interesting choice by Ding. I'm actually loving it because knowing the match situation, creating imbalances, creating tension in the position is extremely vital. Wow. I also feel like we lost Anish because there is just too much tension. Yeah, rook e1 really brings something in. And John, I think please join me. I need some support here.
You just completely lost me there, Peter. We lost Anish because there's too much tension. Absolutely love it. He is back now. You don't have to put up with me just yet, but a quick comment on the position. It's interesting that the players are being, Ding in particular, is being sent into such a deep think. He's got the white pieces, so he's had plenty of experience in this match being half an hour down and still being able to blitz out some amazingly accurate moves later on. But to do that and also to apply pressure in a must-win situation, I think is an amount of pressure. Anish, I think it's an amount of pressure that he hasn't faced before in this match.
Yes, it also the amount of pressure my Wi-Fi hasn't faced before in this match, and so it chose to collapse. I hope for Gukesh he isn't going to collapse as easily as my Wi-Fi, and is a lot more stable in certain regard. So far, Ding's playing principal chess. I suspect Gukesh is trying to recollect his prep. I had already looked at this in the break a little bit. So interestingly, in this position, my instinct is to put the bishop on f5. But then computer plays around it with queen b3. A typical idea with colors reversed. You sack this d pawn and then bring the rook to d1. And so the computer instead goes for bishop e6 here, anticipating that. And already computer says, you will give me the d pawn, and if you will give me the d pawn, then I will also take the c pawn after that. So I'm sure that Gukesh has looked at it, it's 100%, but he's trying to recollect the details, and that's why he's digging deep. I mean, he maybe tries to remember, is it bishop e6 first, is it h6 first, because it allows knight g5 maybe. So different move orders, different subtleties, he's trying to recollect the details here of his prep.
Yeah, my feeling was that rook e1 is the critical move. It's obviously the move with more tension, and I'm loving it. Yeah, especially if Gukesh shows some little sign of uncertainty or not blitzing out his moves, that will actually encourage Ding that, all right, okay, just a couple of minutes ago I felt like my opponent went for this, it was a very clever choice, he knows how to neutralize it, and I don't know how I will get chances. And all of a sudden, you can become much, much more optimistic because you feel like, okay, my opponent has played this e6, e5 in two moves. I have this one extra tempo. And also, we talked about it that Ding Liren used to be a King's Indian player, yeah? So this is very much in his blood that he can play with a good fianchettoed bishop and this strategical imbalance in the center.
Yeah, I agree on one hand. On the other, unlike the King's Indian, the c pawn is not on c5, so Black's position is a lot more solid here than if it were a reverse King's Indian. But yeah, he is of course familiar with these ideas, yeah, of like playing against the center. And I'm thinking that maybe one reason why Gukesh is thinking extra hard here is because yesterday he must have been very upset at himself for mixing up the prep so early. And in fact, as he later pointed out at the press conference, and I looked a little bit at the analysis, I realized also that he actually mixed something up. There was a line where he pushes the pawn forward with b5, but the knight is already on c6. So basically, he went for a position that he prepared with like down 2 tempi, because he looked at the line where knight comes to c6 and then pawn goes to a5, and then you have to go b5, but you target the knight. So it was just a mix-up, a very basic mix-up that he regretted very badly. And so maybe he said to himself, okay, from now on in these important games, I should make sure I'm not mixing things up, and I will take 5 or 10 minutes extra if needed. And that's exactly what he does right now. He's taking his time. I guess he remembers, but he just wants to make sure he doesn't do something stupid here, and he gets to equalize comfortably.
Well, because let's just, for example, imagine that we don't know this position. Yeah, we are just thinking about, yeah. So it's a little bit scary, yeah, that if Black plays the natural move bishop f5, then all of a sudden after queen b3, black runs into some problems, some concrete problems there. The pawn on b7 is hanging. As you highlighted, yeah, the rook is coming to d1. That will prepare for the move d3, d4 with the pressure on the b7 pawn. So if the most logical move gets into some problems, and the move that is required is the move that if you are not prepared, we would be saying that no, it's known fact. Don't put the bishop to e6 because it's vulnerable. It steps into any kind of knight g5s. You are not putting pressure on the d3 pawn. So it's kind of a very difficult deep move that you have to know in advance in order to be able to play it. Otherwise, over the board, I'm not sure that you can find it out.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt, yeah, the bishop e6 would come easily, but I'm wondering also how bad is move h6. I mean, I guess h6 is the more natural move. I mean, I also like the idea of going h6, rook e8, bishop f8. I think it's a very harmonious setup, making sure the e5 pawn is protected and the bishop on e7 is tucked away. So, I mean, I think I can go h6 and, okay, I don't know how white proceeds here. It doesn't seem obvious to me that white has an advantage here either, but well, maybe you have some resources.
And if I play queen b3, then how do you will take the poison pawn, or
yeah,
how are you planning?
I was wondering. Yes, at least here you are not attacking my b7 pawn, so that's reassuring. But perhaps it's just a way for you to clear the d1 square for the rook. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. Yes, because you are not rushing with d4, but you keep that idea in reserve. And if the version will be very good, then you will go for d4. For example, if I play a move like rook b8, trying to protect the pawn already, you maybe will go rook 8 to d1. And
but then you play bishop g4.
Yeah, it was my hope. Yes, but even these things are not so simple. Yeah, like if h3, I guess you want to take a play knight d4, or it gets quite concrete. Yeah, then take,
yes.
You take knight d4. I take, you take with the queen.
And knight b5.
Knight b5. I go queen c5, and maybe I'm okay. Maybe queen c3 is there, a move that I missed, or maybe something else.
Yeah, it's already shaky.
Yeah, it's a bit like black is half a move away from being comfortable, but there's maybe some tactic on d4. Yeah,
exactly. Can we take like this?
Suddenly everything hangs. Yeah, c7 pawn suddenly hangs as well after knight f6 kind of move. Yeah, black is a little shaky. Yeah. No, definitely not so simple. It's probably you have to be quite accurate. Yeah, with black in this position, because you are a little bit behind in development. Yeah, here with the c8 bishop not yet developed. So maybe bishop e6 is actually an important move. Yeah, we'll see.
Somehow I feel that bishop e6 is one of these moves that I claim to have double exclamation mark. Yeah, because and in my files I don't know. Yeah, it will be interesting to hear your take as well. Yeah, you are always brilliantly prepared. You are a fantastic theoretician. My kind of way of helping myself remember all these hundreds of computer moves, that whenever there is some very specific move, even if it looks like it's a calm move, I give it double exclam so that somehow it should be deeper stored in my mind. Do you use that trick as well?
Interesting. No, double exclam never. No, I do one exclam, single exclam on. And I think I don't think I'm. How to say? I don't think I'm sort of smart enough to have realized the bishop e6 is a difficult move. So I don't think I would have attached an exclam to it even. But probably you are right. Probably it's a very counterintuitive move. Yeah, in fact, bishop e6.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, and exactly for all the counterintuitive moves that normally it would, if I just, this is exactly my way of thinking. Yeah, that I put you this position and you don't know this position. Will it be one of your top two choices? Bishop e6? Definitely not. Yeah, bishop f5, h6, bishop g4 will be certainly even rook e8. You will be considering probably earlier before even think about the move bishop e6. Yeah, and in this regard, I just sense that, for example, if you see a file where bishop e6 is not with exclamation mark or double exclamation mark, you just think like it's one of the moves like every other move. But if you have hundreds of such files and you have hundreds of moves like this, and it's not highlighted, then it's so difficult to eventually remember it when you just very quickly run through all the lines in your preparation.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a smart kind of trick to use, and I do believe that this is the area of the game where Gukesh is still relatively behind many other top players. He is an incredible player. He has great prep, but when it comes to recollecting some of his prep, I see quite often that he mixes up his lines. So perhaps he should resort to this kind of ideas and tricks to improve that area of the game. It's one of the most hardest areas in modern chess because there are more files in place which move, and the same opponent can play different first move. In this match, they keep trying to surprise each other in the very beginning, so you don't know which of these hundreds of files you'll use. So trying to remember and memorize is very, very important. And I see in the match so far that Gukesh has that tendency, which is interesting. It is in general good, but it can backfire very often. He when out of book or when he resorts to the most natural move, which is a healthy approach. But in this position, it could backfire because bishop e6 is not the most natural move, but he might do something else. I remember also in that London game when he had to find this queen f3 or queen g2 move, which was very odd.
Yes.
He went for the most natural move instead, which was inaccurate. And usually that's the best way to go, because if you don't remember, at least the move that seems natural to you, it cannot be too bad because you are a great player. And if you try to recollect by all means and make the unnatural move and you do it in the wrong position, then it's going to be a huge mistake. Yes. So usually that is a better approach of the two, but it's not 100% perfect. The best is to somehow remember everything.
Yeah, I feel that this is actually another best news that the chess world could have ever asked for, that Ding came up with rook e1 and Gukesh is taking his time, yeah, because I was really scared that Gukesh will just blitz out his preparation and will neutralize the whole system, and Ding came with the desire to fight but will not get a chance to fight. However, if Gukesh is taking his time, he plays on his own, and he doesn't know the computer precision, the justification, why actually you lost that tempo and you are still kind of okay, then I feel that Ding will get his chance, and it might be also a very tricky spot for Gukesh.
Yes, also when you prepare these kind of systems,
h6 on the board.
He's always doing that thing where he makes the most natural move when not remembering. It's really interesting, and he's gotten really far. He's possibly becoming the next world champion. So there is something to that. Maybe it's something for me to learn from as well. He always chooses the most natural move when he doesn't remember. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. However, okay, h6, queen b3, and I'm pretty sure that Ding will opt for queen b3 because this is the direction to spice things up. Then clearly black will also have the possibility of grabbing that pawn, but isn't this pawn poisonous? After queen takes d3, rook a d1 comes with a tempo, then that queen has to hide somewhere on f5, but then the pawn on c7 will be vulnerable. All kinds of knight b5s, knight d5s will be in the air. It feels to me very dangerous to grab that pawn.
Yeah, no, it's a typical idea, I think, from this reversed. I remember some old Kasparov theory, yeah, from this reversed. I don't know how Kasparov was getting it. Probably from King's Indian. Yeah, he was getting it from some bishop, from some Averbach systems from in the King's Indian. There is these ideas where you allow bishop f5, queen d3 with colors reversed, and then even tempo down, you sort of allow the queen takes d3 or bishop d3 comes, and then you go this queen b3 or queen b6 move, and then you bring the rook to the d file, and you have so much play, so much compensation. It's not even concrete, but it's just your queen and the bishop are eyeing the b7 pawn. Always this knight d5 move also in the air. e5 pawn always vulnerable. So yeah, these ideas of queen b3 are quite thematic. But I don't know, Peter, if it's such a natural move. I mean, you could also start with a move like h3, a3. I mean, many options here for Ding. I don't know if he'll play queen b3. And he is also about to make a move quickly, I think. He looks like he's about to move.
Yes, but somehow I feel that the move h6, all right, one could also that h6 is at least as useful as h6 because you take away the g4 square. Just in case, I was thinking even after a move like queen b3, is an idea like knight g4 jumping on that square targeting that bishop on e3 and using the fact that white cannot really afford moving that bishop away from e3, an option that could actually be on Ding's mind.
For sure. No, I really think this h3 move is a very natural response. And then after bishop f5, then you can go queen b3, yeah, again. Certainly logical. And knight g4, hard to say, yeah, Peter, when it is good, when it is bad. I mean, it's always annoying, for sure. But you do allow knight d5 sometimes, so...
Yes.
But I have to say, yeah, queen b3, knight g4, knight d5, knight e3, it looks kind of okay for black, yeah, at first.
Yeah, but then also the question appears, why didn't Gukesh opted for knight g4 right away? Yeah, and we do see the level bar jumping higher.
And what if I do drop the bishop away? Like, what if I just go bishop c1? Do you have some... Is it really bad, or...?
Okay, I was hoping for some bishop c5 on knight b4 idea.
And knight e4, I thought maybe, if bishop c5. Bishop c5, I thought maybe knight e4 and then h3 just.
But then bishop b4 tempo, okay. This could be okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll also make a move. I could, by the way, I can second exchange maybe some h3, or it's completely insane. Okay, it's probably insane. Yeah, h3, bishop e1, and knight h6 maybe. Though it's also unclear. But okay, also move like rook e2 is there.
Yeah, well, but okay, yeah, it's unclear. So
because I will afterwards try and kick you back. Yeah, I will try to kick you back with a3, h3, and I will regain all the. Maybe I will regain all the time with benefits. So it's difficult to say. But knight g4 is yes, it's always there in the air, and it's as from white perspective, I think it's always annoying, that it's always there. So I totally see myself or Ding going for h3 here, and thinking like, okay, nice inclusion, h6, h3, your move.
Yeah, however, that if you play h3, then I already feel like bishop e6 is so much more natural, because we took away knight g5 option, plus potentially there are these ideas by going queen d7 or queen c8, targeting that pawn on h3, setting up maybe when the rook d8 setup, that could feel kind of natural for black.
Yeah, and I suspect that this is what Gukesh has also thought, that it must be h6 first, h3, and then bishop e6. And I'm also not sure. I imagine that even though my computer preferred bishop e6 first, I can imagine that h6 is also not a bad move, and it's possible still with accurate play to equalize the position anyway. And even after queen b3, I mean, I still am far from sure the white has something tangible. And we just have to see. But the line we had, that logical line with rook b8, bishop g4, that was sort of not working. Maybe black can deviate. Yeah, maybe black can go with this knight g4 or maybe some other move. We'll have to see. And for starters, we have to see how Ding plays. Also, a3 is a very natural move. You go a3, you want to go b4. And only after a5 can you then maybe go queen b3 or maybe knight to b5. Sometimes you stick a knight there, sitting on b5. It's also interesting, targeting the c7 pawn. There are many options here for Ding to consider, and queen b3 is just one of the ideas, I guess.
Yes, exactly. This is a very rich position. Ding is taking his time, absolutely justified, because I believe in this position, the next couple of moves will set the tone for the rest of the game. Yeah, if white rushes and gets absolutely nothing out of the opening, then no matter how much energy he's trying to put into this game, he will get nowhere. But if he spends the time wisely and is able to somehow outfox his opponent and get his will, then he can start to really play with his ambition, because clearly he came with the desire to bounce back today.
Yes, and we also see that the position is a little deeper than it seemed at first, to me. Like I thought, okay, the d3 pawn is backward and weak. You want to go d4 and equalize everything. But it seems that, okay, white has active pieces, and he can play around the pawn and just keep it on d3 for a long time. Sometimes maybe even sacrifice it. And white does have ideas of his own. And it is indeed reassuring for Ding, at least, that, okay, Gukesh is thinking already. And even if he has prepared this, it is not in his short-term memory. It's not at the forefront of his memory. And he can still try and outsmart him. He can still try to outplay him from here. The game is not over at all. And he has many different ideas to work with. So overall, I think a decent start for Ding, objectively speaking. Could have gone much worse, the opening, than this.
Exactly. Yes, especially when Gukesh was blitzing out and we could visibly see that Ding was caught by surprise. On the other hand, one can also argue that surprises are not always bad. Yeah, it means that you are surprised because you didn't think that this system is so important. Yeah, so it's not like the perfect system. Yes.
Exactly. One of my trainers, he told me a great thing, which really made me feel much better about professional chess. He said, we are preparing what we don't want to happen. So if something else happens, you should be happy.
Yes, exactly.
So, he says being surprised is our only chance, because whatever you're preparing, there's nothing there. You know? It's kind of interesting. Yeah, indeed, surprises often these days. Surprises is often a good news, especially if you're ambitious.
Yes, basically, yeah, this is modern chess. Yeah, because everywhere that you are doing great job, you are digging deeper and deeper. Automatically, you will neutralize yourself thanks to the computer, and it's also kind of frustrating. Yeah, it's just terrible that you keep on working and you get absolutely nothing, and then you hope that I just hope that. We will get a game. Yeah, it's. I don't want any of my preparation. I just want the game.
Yeah, exactly. You're always mostly when you're preparing. Of course, you are looking at the computer options, and they're all very good. Yeah, the computer choices. So yeah, it's nice that humans have different points of view. For example, in the position the one we had now, computer preferred bishop e6, but luckily humans think differently, and I was intending to make all sorts of mistakes. I was first considering bishop f5, which would be simply inaccurate because queen b3. My next instinct was to go h6, which is also what Gukesh has played, which is maybe also not the most accurate. So luckily there is a lot of room to play chess, and it's hard to memorize everything. But yes, computer is impossible to beat even if you use another computer against it. That's the nature of the game.
Yes, I remember that even 10 years ago, I felt like if you give me just a laptop, just a normal laptop and my knowledge, and we can play against a supercomputer, I'm absolutely not afraid. I even felt like thanks to my knowledge, I should be kind of the favorite. This was like 10, 15 years ago. And nowadays, even I feel like if I'm with a supercomputer, I'm not sure that the supercomputer alone isn't more useful, because I might be distracting the computer based on my kind of inner feelings that no, I would like to play like this. I like that position more, but practically speaking, probably the computer against computer play, the computer will prove itself to be right.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And even though indeed the engines were already better than human, somewhere starting. I mean, the Kasparov Deep Blue is not really the turning point, I guess, because Deep Blue first of all had some insane hardware, and secondly, Kasparov was not obviously weaker at the time. I mean, afterwards there were other matches, but I guess let's say if we say that the computer became stronger than human at around the year 2000, maybe 4 or something like that. Do you think when do you think was the point where the computer was clearly stronger than the strongest human player?
I think around 2010 or like this, because
not
2004. Yeah, no, because there was this match between Fritz and Kramnik, and Fritz did win that match, the second match. But I felt like chess-wise, Kramnik was still so much better. Just that the computers are tricky, they are more resourceful, and they are not getting tired. But at some point, you already felt like it's not just because they are more resourceful and like this, they can also outplay the best players in the world.
Yeah, so you could say like from 2010, they had even better understanding of chess, than most humans, let's say. But there were still areas, of course. So let's say there was a point, let's mark it as 2010. I thought it was earlier, but you know it better because you are much more active at the time already, and working with the engines much more closely. But if we say that 2010 was the moment when the computer became stronger than the human, but it was still like the best player in the world, but who still had some flaws, like close positions that wouldn't understand closed pawn chains, long-term attacks, long-term sacrifices, certain things that were not programmed into the computers. There were still areas where a human could definitely assist. And in 2010, if you would play together with a computer against another computer, yes, as you mentioned, you would win the game, because you would know how to exploit the computer's weakness together with another computer. Yeah, you would be like a great team. You would help computer with the long-term factors. You would help them with positional understanding, with closed pawn chains, with attacks and all that, with sacrifices. But it's clear that somewhere around the year, certainly around the year 2020, 2019,
Yes.
when the Alpha Zero situation happened. Clearly, it became the case that you no longer can exploit computers' weaknesses, and a human plus computer against computer will also be a draw. You can't exploit, you can't beat another computer. And recently, I saw there was some random video I saw. There was like a stockfish, the last stockfish playing itself, but one had depth 20, another had depth much more, at least 40, for the move. But the one with depth 20 anyway easily made a draw. Like, it doesn't even need to be too deep.
Wow.
It made a draw on just depth 20. And I saw the game, like, the bar barely moved. It just kept it. Because also from the opening, it played a solid opening. So some kind of Ragozin. It was equal. It was even having, I think, the black pieces. And anyway, didn't matter. It easily drew. So computers gotten so much stronger now that they are basically flawless and in all areas of the game. But yeah, humans are still having fun with the game of chess, fortunately.
Yeah, luckily, and that's why we love it, and we see Ding taking his time because there are so many nuances, so many move orders. Yeah, that we touched upon that. How much do you worry about knight g4? Does this signals you that your opponent last move was h6? That okay, then maybe now I have the right to make this nice little prophylactic move myself with h3, or should I try to use the moment to go for queen b3 and all these complications? Very difficult to answer those kind of questions, and Ding is taking his time. What is your feeling? How nervous is Ding, or is it connected to the position?
Yeah, no, I honestly like. I sort of had a hope that Ding is kind of back, especially at the beginning of the match. But I just don't like his body language, and I don't think he is fully back. And despite that, he's fighting incredibly well, through sheer willpower and incredible understanding of chess. Ding, he, as humans, you have certain understanding of chess. So when you look at the board, you have thoughts that immediately come to you, thanks to your experience and pattern recognition. And Ding, like, no matter in what state, he will always be an incredible player. He just right away sees the pool of good moves. I mean, he right away will see h3, a3, queen b3. Like, he's an incredible chess player. But of course, he's quite vulnerable, and he is definitely very, very nervous now, and feeling the pressure of the moment. And he is afraid of taking a decision. You see, he's shaking his head a little bit. He sees everything very negatively, I think, as well. He's very pessimistic as a consequence of lack of confidence, for no reason, by the way, because he's playing great when he is confident. But he is lacking the confidence, and so he sees all the downsides in his position and underestimates the upsides. So he looks very pessimistic right now. And I think if I had to predict a move, I mean, okay, I want to play, like, my hand wants to play h3. I mean, I'm sort of sorry for it, but it's just what I want to. I feel that I was given time to safeguard my bishop, so I want to do that. I feel h3 is the move I'd probably make. But yeah, it could be too slow.
Yeah, kind of difficult to. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, that over the board you don't know if you have the time to do the prophylactics. Yeah, if Ding would be given the chance to play two moves at once, then he would play h3, queen b3 combined, and would be the happiest man on earth, because then he knows that he took everything under control. And you touched upon this little pessimistic, and I know from myself that I also have the tendency of overestimating my opponent's chances, and I always see the resources for my opponent, what he wants to do, and so on. And this is not helpful. This is exactly the reason why you are burning a lot of time on the clock, because you think like, if I play h3, but then I give one extra tempo for my opponent, he will probably get out, bishop f5, and the lines are difficult, mysterious. You can't really focus on move per move calculation, so you have to fight with your inner feelings. And these inner feelings, this inner dialogue that, okay, no, but if I'm not sure about h3, bishop f5, that after I can still use it, then maybe I should go for queen b3, but if I go queen b3, then I might be hit with knight g4, and how do I react? Now, I don't want to let this happen, and then all this kind of crazy fight is going on between yourself, not with your opponent.
Yes, and I was curious, Peter, because you've also mentioned that you've had to deal with the pessimism issue in your chess. But of course, at your peak, you've managed to win a lot of tournaments and almost became a world champion. So I was curious. At your best, was the pessimism gone, or were you able to deal with it, or what was it that you were doing to somehow channel optimism and win so many tournaments?
Yes, it's a very interesting question. I just want to highlight that Ding has played the move a3, the third option, which you have also mentioned. It's a nice little prophylactic as well, covering the b4 square, inviting black to play the move a5, which would weaken the b5 square, give white extra options. So I'm expecting Gukesh to slow down after a3 because it's a new situation. And I might get the chance now to reflect on your question, which was very interesting. I felt like whenever I had time to do good preparation, and I was kind of very satisfied with the state of, yes, I believe in my systems, my main repertoires are working nicely, I'm ready for every kind of scenario, it gave me the confidence. Then I was going to tournaments that, okay, let's go for it, now I'm fully ready. And I was not playing well in the tournament because of my openings, yeah? Because usually you never...
No, but I understand.
Yes.
Basically, what you are doing is, because I was thinking about as well, basically you are channeling confidence from the preparation.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and the state of how my openings were standing at the moment, maybe not the current state of theory, because I always try to be ahead, yeah? As top players, you always want to be at least 1-2 years ahead, at least back in that time, and dealing with possessions or problems that the people might discover in a couple of years, yeah, but it already disturbs you and so on. By the way, a3, a5 on the board.
Yeah, natural inclusion. Yeah, natural inclusion that doesn't change too much, but it feels like an interesting inclusion for white because it weakens the b5 square a little bit and takes control of the b4 square for white, yeah?
Yes, I also feel that this should be in somehow in white's favor. The only problem after a3, a5 is that now, again, Ding is faced with the choice. Do I go h3 or queen b3? I think he would have loved to get a little bit more time to rest. Yeah, what I mean that he spent a lot of time talking to himself, having this dialogue, a3, h3, queen b3, which move order, and then finally you decide on something, then at least you already have the direction that, okay, I made up my mind, I played a3. You would love that your opponent also thinks like at least 10 minutes about all the finesses, but a5 came quite quickly, and it's again, the ball is back on Ding's court, and I'm not sure that he's happy with this.
Yeah, but it's also a little bit to be expected, and it is annoying. I also know these situations when you think for ages about a move like a3, and you know that, okay, the guy's going to go a5, and then you waste a lot of time and he doesn't have to. It's it's the nature of the a3, a5 inclusion. I'm sort of sorry. It's just how it goes. But that's why I think as Ding, I would return the favor, and after h6, just play h3 quickly. Like, okay, now it's I can play the same game on the other wing. Yeah, a3, a5 inclusion is to white's advantage often, but not always. Having the a pawn there, it could benefit black in some scenarios. When, for example, if you somewhere in the complications take on b7 the pawn with queen b7, and then somewhere in that line I will go rook to b8, the a pawn is not going to hang, and the b2 pawn will hang, and then the a3 pawn will hang. So there are scenarios where the inclusion favors black, and somehow to my eye, the queen b3 move, I rather make it without that inclusion than with. I don't know if you have the same.
Well, I wasn't so sure yet, what to think of this. But I understand what you mean, that a5 also gives black a lot of dynamic options. Yeah, it has given up the b5 square, but thanks to the pawn on a5, you will always have some extra options.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And what is the time situation currently? It's Ding is down, yeah, significantly down.
Yes, more than half an hour. Yeah, 139 versus 103.
Yes, it's fascinating. You have such a rich chess career that as we talk about it, the time flies. We didn't realize that Ding has already spent an hour. So I want to bring John back in. John, what are your thoughts with Ding being down on the clock so much? Do you Do you still feel optimism for him in this game?
I regularly go down half an hour on the clock, and I'd like to say it's because I've had a rich and varied chess career, but that would be a blatant lie, Anish. I'm looking at this position, and I'm thinking about, Ding maybe having some small chances here. I'm wondering out loud when the d4 pawn break is going to come across. Attempting to do a brief bit of analysis on d4, e4, knight e5, bishop f5, and that's about as far as I can get before I'm not 100% certain where the thread goes from there. But you also potentially liquidate into a symmetrical pawn structure, which kind of scares me a little bit if you're trying to push for the win here with white, right? So it's a little bit unclear for me. There's really fun to see how you're going to be engineering a chance to break through here. And I guess, Peter, I'm looking for other ways that white can maybe create imbalances here and throw black off a little bit. I'm seeing an edge, but I'm not really seeing any other levers he can pull yet.
Yes, I think keeping the tension is kind of the key to the position. Yeah, that whenever you play DC D4, it releases the tension, and knowing the match situation, it would be very nice for Gukesh just to trade everything on D4 and then get that pawn to C6 if that's possible. If after D4 black has to push the pawn to E4 and white gets this double edge position with knight E5, I think that would be in Ding's favor, because he needs to disbalance the matters. Yeah, he needs to create chances. Black from his side would love to shut the game down, and for this fact with Anish, we felt like white, especially the rookie one AC kind of moves, probably signaled us that Ding thinks the same way, and making moves like H3 or Queen B3 one way or another are more likely. But maybe with the inclusion of H3 A5, also there is something to talk about in the D4 position. For example, after trades and black puts the pawn to C6, suddenly we see that the B6 square is weakened. Yeah, that's a square that white didn't have at his disposal before. I don't know if some ideas like knight A4 going for the B6 square makes any difference, but it's a very nice point to highlight.
So Ding Liren about to go down to under an hour on the clock. Gukesh with an hour 39 remaining. Things remaining tense, and Ding looking for ways to keep the tension in the position in this World Championship match. Now, the World Championship match here in Singapore, of course, is not the only live chess that you could be checking out even in this month of December. Why wait till next year when you can do it now, right? We've got the Champions Chess Tour finals. They're live and they're in person. They're in Oslo, Norway from the 17th to the 21st of December, and 8 of chess's greatest titans, including Magnus, Ali Reza, and MVL, will be there. And the best part is, you're invited into the room. So in addition to the high caliber chess that you're obviously going to see over the chessboard, your tickets include stuff like hand and brain chess, you've got photo opportunities with the players, simultaneous displays, and a whole bunch more. For all of the details on how to get your ticket, use !CCT finals in the chat, or visit go.chess.com/CCT finals 24. Secure your tickets now. So as Ding continues to, I guess, float in the tank of time, as we've seen him do so many times this tournament. But to be fair, he's also managed it quite well. We'll see what he comes up with this time. We'll be back with round 12 from the Fide World Championship after this break.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are heading to Oslo, Norway, December 17th to the 21st, and you can be there. Watch all of your favorite players, including Magnus, Wesley, and MVL. Tickets are going fast. Get yours now.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the Fide World Championships. We did have H3 on the board, so Ding went into the tank and came back up and played H3. Grandmaster Nakeshans, I see you in the chat. Excellent prediction there, and we do have an instantaneous reply, more or less. So we've got the bishop coming out to E6 now on the board. Clock back onto Dingley Wren, over half an hour down, but this is not unfamiliar territory for him, so let's not make too much of a meal of it, at least not yet. Let's take a look at this position now. Anish Giri, Peter Lecco, what do you make of this?
It's a very tricky situation. I feel like Gukesh is happy, yeah, that he got h6 and bishop e6 in. We spoke about this.
Yes.
It was very interesting, yeah, that bishop e6 without h6 is strange, but with h6, bishop e6 is already very human. Also, Anish beautifully highlighted that whenever white goes with the queen b3 idea of sacrificing the d3 pawn, then the bishop on e6 is wonderful, because after queen takes d3, potentially the c4 pawn will be hanging as well. So after rook a d1, black does not have to escape with the queen somewhere. And all of a sudden, king h2 played by Ding. I believe that black should be happy, because this one extra tempo should help him to coordinate forces.
Yeah, actually, when I looked at the line, the first break, and I input this bishop f5 move, which was not so good, which was my sort of natural move. Then I saw the computer going bishop e6, and actually it showed this line. It showed also a3, a5, h3, h6, king h2. The computer played like that as well. I found this king h2 move extremely stupid looking, but the computer also liked it. But it's actually maybe very useful, because the h3 pawn can be targeted by queen d7, so it's maybe good to do that in advance. And given how quickly bishop e6 was played by Gukesh, we can tell that he indeed has this all prepared. He was just looking at different move orders. And I'm still not sure, frankly, if h6 first is an inaccuracy or not. Maybe both are possible. He could have, Ding could have tried exploiting it with this d4, by the way, as you mentioned. Yeah, the d4 move was there, interesting idea, with a3, a5 inclusion, to try and use the weakness of the b6 square. But now that it's all, we are back to natural moves with h3, a3 all included, I think we reached this sort of tabia of this line, you could say, that the computer was also heading towards. And it's now on Gukesh to decide how to place his pieces. I guess queen d7 is the natural way, but you can also argue for other moves. I mean, rook e8, rook b8, a lot of useful moves are there.
Yeah, king h2 surprised us at first, and it still surprises me, but probably the point is that white doesn't have so many ideas. One of the main ideas was this queen b3 idea. Let me just put it on the board so that we can quickly appreciate that. The difference is that now black takes on d3. No, according to computer, not. What a surprise, because we kind of assume that every queen b3 will be met by queen d3. The point being that after rook a d1, we can pick up the pawn on c4 and say thank you very much. But the computer said that no, there is something in store. Can he just take on b7 immediately? Is that possible?
I guess, yeah. I guess that's the way to go. And if queen c4, you've got knight d2.
Exactly.
Knight d2. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the a3, a5 inclusion does quite something here. So you don't have to move knight a5. Yeah, after queen b3, so there was some other thing that bothered him. Okay, by the way, maybe it's simply a move like queen c8, which is why he played king h2.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe that's the move.
Yes, queen c8 protecting b7, targeting the h3 pawn.
But then you could still just finish development with king h2, rook a d1. Queen on b3 is sitting quite all right. Yeah, queen b3 definitely possible, no? I don't think anything wrong with this move.
But according to computer, after queen b3, suddenly it's the evil bar has dropped. Yeah, so there could be some tactic. I'm not.
Yeah, I was looking at a move like a4. I was looking at a4, but I mean, it's my favorite thing was commentated with Eval Bar. What I found the most remarkable piece of commentary was at some point Vishy Anand, legendary Vishy Anand, was commentating the candidates. And it was really remarkable because at some point it turned into Vishy started playing this game where he tried to guess every time the Eval Bar moved why it moved, And it was it was actually very, very interesting. It's a very difficult game to play, but he was doing it very, very well. Because the Eval Bar is, we could also just switch to completely just trying to understand the Eval Bar, which is a difficult challenge. Yeah. I think queen b3 was a move. Like king h2 also is one. I think queen b3 also doesn't really run away from you. That's another thing. I can do that on the next move if I want.
Yes, exactly. Now the big question is that what happens if black plays the move queen d7? Will then white play queen b3 finally?
Maybe now it's better than move before. Maybe not.
But yeah. The tactic should
now
work.
a4 for sure. Yeah, it's
yes. Now a4 is very tempting. Yes.
Yeah, knight a4, knight a4. Is there some knight d4 in the knight suddenly gets cut out? Is it that?
Well, you also have this knight a5 idea. Also somewhere b7, b5 is an idea. I was actually thinking about this b5. Is this total nonsense? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Good, just
But
because...
Peter, can we try knight d4? Because I might just win a piece, yeah?
Ah, you trapped the knight.
Yes, that was
beautiful. Ah, beautiful. Yeah, so bishop takes d4, e4. Thank you very much.
Knight suddenly trapped, yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
Yes, so actually queen d7 in some interesting way it prevents the move queen b3. What you maybe have is you have a move like queen a4 sometimes, yeah? Queen sits very nicely on that a4 square behind this a5 pawn.
But now can we take? Then can we not take?
Yeah, now you can just take. Now you can just take. And b7
and
pawn
benefit.
is not hanging, so yeah. And now is where bishop on d6 is very helpful, yeah? The rook d1, you have queen c4.
Exactly.
Yeah, so maybe bishop e6 is also aimed at that. Yes, and okay, some one other move then queen a4, queen b3. Okay, you can do the passive one, queen c2, sort of the miserable version of the other two. You just move the queen out and want to go rook d1, and you also have the move knight b5. Maybe knight b5 is there, and after knight b5, you can then maybe play queen a4 if allowed, because then you have knight c7 in the end. So this is also a move.
Yeah, it's such an intriguing position and absolutely justified why Ding is taking his time. I also felt in the break that a top player, a great player, he wants to make a move after he understands the consequences of all the nuances of the position. And Ding is of course a great player. He knows that he is in a must-win situation. He tries to use everything out of this position, but in order to understand everything, you have to burn tremendous amount of time comparing all these kind of nuances. Now with a3, a5 included, everything changed. Not to opt for d3, d4, do I play h3? So difficult, and it's not just like making a move and let's see what happens. Yeah, it's a completely different kind of way the top players are looking at things.
Yeah, and there's a lot of lines to calculate. I start liking White's position. You know why, Peter? I suddenly start Black's pieces. They're sort of already perfectly placed. Yeah, they can't improve themselves anymore. I feel like I don't see Black's what Black exactly does. In a strange way in this position.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because the point was that why we were skeptical at the beginning that how big White will have chances in this game, that this e5 d3 pawn structure looked like there will be 4 sequence of moves, and all of a sudden now that the game slowed down, White is able to maintain the pressure, the tension in the position, then it already looks like a very rich position. Yeah, there is no liquidation
because
inside.
I was worried the bishop f5 was coming, to be honest, to be very frank. I was thinking bishop f5 is a threat, always. But now that I see that actually it's not a threat, I am wondering, like, okay, Black wants to put a queen out to d7 and a rook to d8. Okay, but let's even say, even if I play queen c2, rook d1, even if I do that, it is not immediately obvious to me. Okay, maybe bishop f5 at some point is what Black wants, yeah? Let's say rook d1, yeah, like what is the... Maybe bishop f5 now, yeah. But maybe now queen b3, or... It's a question if you can take this pawn, because I have some knight d5, maybe. Maybe a4.
It goes on.
Yeah, a4 also.
Yeah, the questions keep on coming back, yeah? Every time, with every single nuance, it's not like you can get a definite answer to everything. That's why it's such a mysterious position, and that's why I also evaluated that this could be a smart move.
Peter, I have a very sick idea after queen d7. I'm curious how terrible it is and what you think about it. What about rook e2 to d2? Because I know that you want the rook on e-file to attack the pawn, but to completely resolve the d3 pawn issue, it's kind of liberating, or not. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think rook e2, rook d2 idea, if that is good and it's engine's move, then it's a direct ban, yeah, because okay, what is it? But I know that you are deep enough to come up with ideas like this on your own, so I'm not
this
yet
is not the
scared.
engine. Honestly, I didn't look at the engine now. It is just my own now, my own creation.
Yes,
I promise you.
I know, but because it's your idea, it's a human idea, like Grishchuk said in this famous press conference in 2018, Berlin candidates, then I'm not afraid of it. Yeah, it's the typical way of human kind of thinking. Yeah, that we are always afraid of computer, no matter it can be Kasparov, 10 Kasparov, we are much less worried already. We used to worry of Gary 25 years ago, but now of course engines took over.
Peter,
It's
but
a smart
to me,
move.
look, the engine didn't change. But I start to, I think, understand what's happening here. Black is completely no moves. Simply, Black has improved his position to the max, and he has no moves. His knights are not moving. His bishops are not moving. He's peaked. His position has peaked. Yeah, you see, it's just better for Black. Look, the bar is saying
Better for white, yes. Better for white,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, bad. I said bad. Yeah, it's bad for Black.
Bad, yes.
Yeah, I think it's very nice because with a3, h3, he took out all the active jobs. The knight on c6 is tied to being on c6. Knight on f6 is also kind of dominated by all the pawns. c4, d3, h3, they took all the squares. I started like really liking white. I think I don't see what's your move here. Simply, you've already made all the improvement moves.
Well, this rook to rook d2 is a fantastic kind of deep idea. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I promise you, I didn't see it. Yeah.
And then I think it's a good moment to reveal that you are one of my favorite players. Yeah. So and this rook to rook d2 is showing your incredible deepness of the game. Very nicely done. What a suggestion.
Yeah, I'm really proud. The only issue with that, it would be perfect if one rook would remain on e1 as well. If I could bring the a1 rook to d2 immediately, that would be perfect. Yes. Because then I have one rook on d2 to protect d3, the other on e1 to attack e5. But I guess you can't have it all, so maybe rook e2, rook d2 is priority. Which brings us back to the current position, so maybe queen d7 is actually not the right setup for Black at all. And maybe you could consider something else. So one idea that Black, of course, could try. I'm very skeptical about it, but you could try to maneuver the piece to c5 with knight d7, but you allow knight d5, so I'm very skeptical.
Yes, well, the reason why I'm actually liking this queen c8, rook d8 setup, exactly for the fact that I'm still somewhere keeping that knight d7 resource alive. I don't know if it will ever come to really work, but yes, the queen on d7 was feeling somehow awkward, especially because you hit me with this rook to rook d2. By the way, rook to rook d2 was the decisive maneuver in a very important critical game between Wesley So and Wei Yi at the Olympiad. Yeah, the game that Wesley So won in the very last round, which guaranteed USA team the silver medal, also featured rook to rook d2. It was a fantastic strategical idea there as well.
Yeah, it's actually a thing. Yeah, sometimes this rook to rook d2 thing. Yeah. And can you tell me? So I want to hear the more concretely. So if queen c8, if I play the same, what is how exactly are you going to play? So queen c8, rook e2, let's say.
Well, I just want to say that now that my queen is on c8, I'm less worried of some d3, d4 breaks. Yeah, that's my intuition.
Yes, but I didn't necessarily play it with the idea of the. Although, yeah, it's true, d4 is definitely annoying, but it was not even the only idea. I was sort of just trying to take out Black's bishop f5 idea. So I think if Black doesn't have a clear move, then I'm just sort of happy. I'll find the move myself. Yeah, I'll maybe play queen a4 or.
And what about do I have time for rook d7, queen d8?
No, Peter, but I was thinking, to start showing off perverted plans. I have one more for you. This one is too much, I promise you. But I have about queen h1, queen h1, rook a1. Just I think it's too much. But it's just to showcase the full board awareness.
Yes, absolutely. And then somewhere knight g1, knight g2 regrouping.
Okay, no, but it's not here. But still, it's sometimes queen h1, but not here. It's too much.
Yeah, but also interesting that here the computer kind of says with queen on c8 and Black on to move that Black is kind of fine. With the queen on d7, exactly the same position looked very bad for the computer. Yeah, it's kind of intriguing how he wants to use that one extra tempo. It's not exactly visible yet for me that what is the very big difference. Okay, clearly I'm happy. with queen
Maybe what
c8,
has
but
happened, yeah, it's a small improvement, but it's not clear. It's not clear
Yes.
how black can exploit the tempo. Yeah, here, let's say. I think what has happened actually is that maybe Gukesh has underestimated this position for white in his prep, because I can imagine as well, if you see this position and the computer says it's equal, on the eye it looks like black has a better pawn structure. What did he play?
rook b8.
Well, it's obviously a completely useless move in the context of what we are looking at, right?
Yes. Well, but who knows that rook e2, rook d2 is such a big idea? Yeah, at this
Or maybe
point.
knight d4 actually after rook e2 now, no? Maybe actually there is some. Maybe you have knight d4 option after rook e2 now. I don't know.
So let's just show this. Rook e2, knight d4, bishop takes d4, e d4, knight b5. And then you also have some bishop c5, planning c6.
Yeah, because if c5, then you're afraid that the knight on b5 is just sitting very nicely, yeah?
Yes, then some knight e5, I don't know, maybe.
You're not going to... I was wondering if you're going to immediately show the note, yeah? Interesting. Because some people,
Which
they
one?
just go rook e6.
You mean
thinking,
rook e6?
Some people,
Yes,
yeah.
no, yeah.
But some
of
don't.
course,
I don't know, it's a matter of just taste.
I love rook takes c6. I have actually already looked at rook takes c6 in different positions, but now suddenly I got so many other options as well.
True.
I didn't know what to highlight. Yeah, because also b4, just to highlight this as well, that after b4, if black relies on this a, b, b6, then the knight e5 idea going to c6 is kind of decisive. So yeah, otherwise clearly Tigran Petrosyan's rook takes e6 should be highlighted, because takes queen e2 and just sit and enjoy, bring all your pieces to the party.
Yeah, then the computer really doesn't always like it, but it's always pretty somehow.
Yes, especially with this pawn on h6 as well. Okay, pawn h6 is necessary to stop knight g5, but it weakens some more squares. All right, okay, rook b8, a new situation, a new scenario. We don't exactly understand what changed, but
clearly,
it's a prophylactic move.
Yeah, clearly this whole Gukesh has played rook b8 for a very simple idea, because queen b3 is the move you're worried about. Queen b3, rook a1, and he prepared queen takes d3 now, very clearly.
Yes.
Avoiding queen b7. So it's a very human idea. And I mentioned rook b8 earlier when I was talking about moves. I said rook e8, rook b8. So for me, it was one of the moves as well at first. So rook b8 is a natural idea. Rook e2 is sort of was quite far-fetched. It was when I was running out of moves. I started to come up with some random ones. But of course, the more basic idea is to move the queen out of the way and place the rook to d1. And now it's a question, yes, where to go. So queen b3 and queen a4 allows queen d3. So that Gukesh has taken care of. Queen c2 maybe allows again knight d4. And after knight b5, yes, bishop c5 is the move that you said. That is the more critical one.
Queen c2 on the board. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
we
most normal.
might... Yes, so for example, the move bishop c5 we talked about could be also played here.
Yeah, and then it's very concrete. Yeah, you threaten c6, so I need to be fast. But maybe I have some move right now that is strong, because c6 is a big threat. I can go b4 is... Oh, maybe I can maybe go like rook b1, c6, b4, but then you take...
Yes,
Not
not so simple. Yeah, I see the
Rook e5,
yellow
knight
bar.
d7. Yeah, I don't see why.
Yeah,
by the way.
jumping, but I'm not yet sure why.
No, and to be honest, rook e5, knight d7, rook h. That would be insane. Yeah, rook e5, knight d7, rook h5, or try to win the pawn. Too desperate, yeah.
Well, I have seen the idea, but I wasn't afraid of. But
No,
now
I'm
that
also very
Deverbar
skeptical.
confirms, yeah, but Deverbar confirms, yeah, that the knight is tied to the defense of the bishop on c5, and all of a sudden there is no way of protecting the d4 pawn. What a lovely rook lift, yeah. One idea, rook e2, rook
Strange,
d2,
yeah.
now rook e5, rook h5. Sensational stuff.
Super strange. But you don't see the stuff coming, yeah? But
Yes.
now it's very relevant actually. So it comes after knight d4. We could even see
Exactly.
this on the board simply. It is very relevant.
It's super important, yeah.
Because my intuition would be, of course, to be honest, that rook e5, knight d7, rook h5, that there is a way for black. I would be absolutely
Yeah.
sure at first that this is nonsense. This rook on h5. Even like, I would think maybe even like but then rook h4.
I was thinking about g6, yeah, but
Take
you
rook
have the
h4,
h4
yeah?
square, yes.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy there on h4.
Just to show what we are
Wow.
doing. It's a very relevant line. Yeah, it's not some mysterious line that these two GMs are analyzing. No, this is now super important for us because after bishop c5, black is threatening to play the move c6. All the ideas connected with b2 b4 seems to be slow, and white has to be very energetic. So rook e5 is the direct move, confronting that bishop. Whenever black plays the move b6, that weakens the c6 square very much. So then already all these b4 ideas, followed by the trade takes, bishop takes b4, knight, f takes d4, and then that knight heading towards the c6 square looks very dangerous. So that's why our natural intention was to go knight d7, kicking the rook with a tempo, protecting the bishop, very natural. And then we kind of both thought, yes, okay, white can hide the rook on h5, but what's the big deal? We have the pair of bishops. We have the extra move. Somehow it should work in black's favor. And then we see the evil bar, and the computer says, no. It's working for white because you have no way to protect the d4 pawn and no way to punish that strange-looking rook on h5.
Yes, and of course, once you have computer telling you that it works, then you just start like, of course, yeah. I mean, you don't doubt, yeah. Like you stop looking for resources because you expect some kind of resource, but if it's not there, yeah, without the resources, the pawn is falling. The pawn is just falling. The knight cannot move. Nothing can protect the pawn. If you go queen f6, there's knight c7 at the very least, winning the c7 pawn. So you're losing the pawn. And okay, I guess yes, surprisingly somewhat, but there isn't a defense here, and it's not so difficult to verify actually. Now that we look more closely at this, yeah, let's say. So it's a very relevant line. So knight d4 is out of the picture, I think. So then actually queen c2 is more normal than rook d2 because queen c2 rook d1 is actually it's a better way of doing it, yeah, to bring one rook to d file, one rook to e file, and I start to really like Ding's position, to be honest.
Yes.
I start to really. I'm completely now. I've been converted. I'm now completely in the zone. I really like White's position. For me, this knight d7, knight d7 for me is the way to solve, if at all, to solve the problem somehow at some point.
I also feel like every single move that Ding has played connects with each other. Yeah, it has deep soul to get this feeling, yeah, that you are in a must-win situation. At the same time, you play quite little moves, prophylactic moves, to convince yourself that actually this is the demand, this is what the position demands. I have to play like this. I first have to restrict black's ideas, and then I'm building up and working out all these details. Like he had to foresee this knight d4 line that we just analyzed with takes, knight b5, rook e5, rook h5, and he had to foresee it in advance. I feel like Ding is playing here brilliantly.
Yeah, and also, the queen c2, knight b5, rook e5, rook h5 is maybe the easy part, let's say, for some top grandmasters, but king h2, yeah, it begins sort of there.
Exactly.
So he's played incredible so far. I mean, actually, the fact that he's done it without preparation, which I assume is the case. I don't think Ding has prepared this, yeah? It would be insane.
Yes.
So that he has, without preparation, he has completely dissected this position and is now outplaying Gukesh, who was prepared, but not deeply enough, perhaps. It's quite remarkable. No, I'm with black. I am getting all kinds of random desperate thoughts, which is my problem and not Gukesh's. But I'm getting some random, like knight h7, panic thoughts, knight h7, knight g5. I want to trade something. I want to move my knight out of f6. Okay, knight h7, it feels very wrong, of course, but I'm getting these desperate instincts here.
Yeah, I perfectly get you, yeah, because it's kind of frightening that if you see that white can improve the position, yeah, and then white will have serious threats, and you don't know what you should be doing, yeah. It's
you've peaked, yes. I mean, exactly. The problem is that black's position has peaked, and white is yet to make like 3 improving moves. So that's quite worrying.
So let's just put this, that if, for example, the most straightforward moves happen, computer was critical of my rook a d1 move, just to highlight. And now we see that the evil bar now confirms that this position, for example, is very dangerous for black. Do I take with the rook or bishop?
Maybe bishop, yeah. I would.
Maybe bishop, yeah.
Not sure also.
Okay, both are tempting, but yeah, now we see that
queen c8, but now, yeah, with 2 rooks in the center, it's not the same. Yeah, it's already very some knight d5 or something. There's some ideas there. Yeah, queen c8, maybe knight d5 or.
Exactly. There is way too much pressure, and black didn't have time to get his pawn to c6. So just by highlighting these ideas, we see that there is quite a high stake at this moment in this position. You just can't play so-called natural moves, because natural moves might lead into a lot of problems.
Yes, I have questions to rook b8. I mean, maybe Gukesh will show us what's the point, but I have questions to a move like rook b8. You know, and looking back at the whole sequence, if we speak about concrete solutions and let's say maneuvers like knight d7 or knight h7, then I'm really unsure whether rook b8 was worthwhile spending a tempo on that. But maybe Gukesh has some idea behind it. He's also been thinking about it, and he's a great player, so maybe he has some setup he has in mind. But currently, I am not sure what it is.
But you know, my feeling is that maybe he relied on the knight d4 idea,
I
yeah?
also think so.
Because
Mhm.
yes, we had the feeling that okay, he understood that probably white wants to move the queen, and queen b3 was an issue. Yeah, so he stopped queen b3 with rook b8. Now he can capture the pawn. However, now Ding opted for queen c2, and it was so easy to think like, okay, with rook b8, I took care of queen b3 and queen a4. Now if queen c2, I'm having the move knight d4, because this bishop takes d4, e d4 construction, knight b5 is only good if it works concretely, but after bishop c5, it doesn't look like it can work because of c6. From a distance, it's so easy to miss or to just simply not acknowledge the fact that rook e5 can be so strong. I personally, just like you, that this rook e5, rook h5, I have these memories from the Marshall that, okay, sometimes this rook is going to the h file and then it's completely out of the game, and you have the pair of bishops, you sacrifice the pawn and you are fine. So the intuition of a top player says that it should be fine for black, but in fact it's not. That's a very tricky spot.
Yeah, it's exactly right that intuition betrays you here, because indeed we have seen plenty of such things. It's not that it's first time. We've seen this rooks on h5, and they are usually worth a pawn. Yeah, they're like stuck there. You can give up. But here there are some other issues. Yeah, also like the fact that the bishop on e6 doesn't have a stable square. That is a bigger issue than the pawn, maybe. Yeah, so that after knight d4, if you could take on d4, knight d4, and go bishop takes g2 from c6 to, that would be a different story. But your bishop now on e6 is kind of stuck as well. So it's just a weird position. And definitely, yeah, Gukesh might have planned knight d4, and now he has to find a plan B, and it's not so simple. Not so simple for Gukesh at all.
Yes, just to highlight here that this knight f6 hitting the rook on h5 is met by knight takes e6, f takes e6, and now also the pawn structure is destroyed. White retreats the rook to the beautiful square to e5, followed by rook e1, and white just wins the game. He's up a pawn and has the better pawn structure. Wow, but if this is really true, then Ding fans can look forward to the next couple of moves. It's a very critical situation for Gukesh.
Yeah, Peter, can you execute knight h7 just for fun to see how bad it is by computer? I just want to see.
No, not bad at all. It's a good move.
Yeah, I'm glad, yeah. Because
and then
sensible.
But one question, Anish, when is your next tournament? Because I feel you are in good shape.
has to be soon, yeah. Yeah, yes. That's true. No, but I think that maybe the position is first of all, yeah, but it was not fair, It was first of all, I already looked a bit at the computer lines before, and also it's a position that is quite clear cut, and yeah, it was never been my weakness. Let's say the early middle game. It's usually later that the issues creep in. But
yeah, I also feel like you had very often the same problems that I had. Yeah, that we many times didn't capitalize on our chances. Yeah, on good position. Yeah, so often outplaying our opponent, but in some critical moment missing our chance, and that's why not winning enough tournaments or not winning enough games. Do you share this feeling?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that there are some stylistic elements to that. There's also the fact that you're a little more pessimistic is always an issue, and many things. Also, the fact that you have good preparation, it contributes. I mean, I spoke about it to
Yes.
Gelfand as well, Boris Gelfand, who also throughout his career he has actually achieved almost everything in chess. He's also been a challenger to the World Championship match, and he was also on the brink of winning the title. He was playing Vishanand, and he was playing in the tiebreak. And only lost the tiebreak. But he also mentioned that winning good advantageous positions is an issue that he feels he suffered more from than many others. Also, Kramnik was also suffering from it at some point. And it's also a consequence even of having good opening preparation in some sense, because you don't have that urgency of converting because you're used to having good positions. So you have that feeling like, okay, I'll win the one tomorrow. You know, it's kind of a weird thing. There's many factors contribute to that. But yeah, it's also something that Ding is a little bit suffering from lately, yeah, because I think it's a consequence of having lack of confidence as well, that you don't spot the opportunity sometimes. Yeah, like if too pessimistic about the position, you might be just thinking that, okay, maybe you are just a bit better, but actually you are already winning, so it's for him now as well, for example, an issue in this game that he is better, it seems. But does he realize that, for example, yeah? Does he already realize that he is better? Or does he think that, okay, it's an unclear position, you know, he has more space, I have a backward pawn on d3, probably it's equal, you know? So it depends how you evaluate the positions as well. So that could also be a factor. And Gukesh played rook e8, a nice neutral move. And now the question is if rook a d1.
Or knight b5. Okay, he already wanted to stop knight d4 now, yeah?
Probably knight d4 was an issue, yeah, already, or what? Maybe, yeah. Probably. Maybe knight d4 was an issue already. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have.
You remember that? Yeah, you remember that line that I showed when the rook went to h5 and then the pawn on d4 was captured, and after knight takes c6, black could actually take back with the rook, and then the rook on h5 is very vulnerable. Just in case.
That could be one reason. Yes. And in any case, now Dink feels that he can spend the time on knight b5, and the knight b5 was always the move that. I remember a computer was also showing this knight b5 move. Yeah, it's especially now with the rook is on b8 and not a8. There is no a4 move at all. It feels extra nice to put knight on b5.
Yeah, and setting up rook a d1, d3, d4. Now suddenly White's play is much more easy, and this is why I love actually classical chess. Yeah, that in a very complex middle game position or early middle game just out of the opening, Ding did spend 1 hour on the clock, but went very deep into the position. He understood all the finesses, and his move order with starting with h3, h3, king h2, queen c2, basically one move on the queen side, one move on the king side. It's beautiful coordination, and he gets the upper hand, and now he can play much faster because now it's visible. Now it's understandable what he really wanted. He achieved it, and he goes for the plan. Clearly the thematic d3, d4 break after rook a d1 is on the agenda.
Yeah, at the same time, one disadvantage of going knight to b5 is that the knight can no longer go to d5, and so the f6 knight is now really released of its duty. So now maneuvering that knight from f6 to via d7 or h7 is very much screaming, yeah, unlike the other line where knight d5 had to be still considered. So yeah, this is one way for Gukesh to try and solve the problems. He has to definitely brace for impact, yeah, in terms of d4. d4 is coming. Also, it's very limited the number of moves he can make because, okay, he has already made the rook moves, Gukesh. He has very few moves to choose from simply at this point. Again, I guess, yeah, knight from f6 is the one to be rerouted, but the rook d1 is coming and then d4. So it gets just very concrete. It just gets very, very concrete. You have to calculate here, I think.
Yes, yeah, you have to calculate. He has been calculating already, but at the same time, it's this mysterious type of position that there are no forced lines. However, now at least finally it's clear what White has been aiming for. Yeah, it's I just want to even pause a little bit and treasure in, take it in what Dinglian has created. And we are talking about Dinglian. Yeah, he had a rough 1.5 years. He lost yesterday. Is he able to bounce back or not? Yeah, many questions. What I'm seeing from here so far today, I feel like this is the Dinglian that we have been missing for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long way to go, and I'm still far from, from certain that he will manage to play the game well from start to finish, because it's going to be very, very difficult. But of course, it could be that being placed in a must-win situation is that one adjustment to his system and scales that he needs to shift from pessimism towards harmony, you know, in some sense. Because I noticed I also have it sometimes when I'm in a must-win. Like I played very well in my must-win games against Carlson, because in those situations the pessimism and the negativity is being pushed away, you know, by the need to win. So it can sort of make a player who is off balance regain the balance in some sense, you know. So it could work very positively for Ding, because now maybe he would normally not think that he's better, but now he thinks, okay, I have to win. So he plays as if he's better, and he is better. So it all works out very well for him. And yeah, we see that he's chilling. He's in that room. It's his chilling room.
Yes, exactly. But I also feel a little bit the excitement. Yeah, he's chilling not by sitting down, but by standing, like if enjoying this moment that, okay, I have been sitting at the board. Why should I be sitting in the room? Yeah, it's much better or much more natural to do some movement in order to release the tension.
Yeah, no, he's got the absolute classic chilling look with the hands in the pockets, and he's in the zone. Okay, it's for Gukesh now to make a good move. I mean, I have this obsession with knight h7, knight h7, knight g5, like a massive obsession with trading that f3 knight, getting rid of the f6 knight. Gukesh might be looking into more conventional directions with knight to d7. You could still make a move like queen c8. You could still make one more pass. You could also go for bishop f5. By the way, now that knight d5 is out of the picture, bishop f5 is a move. You could try to slow down the move d4 for now, but you should be careful with black. You're trying to slow it down, but at some point, if it's coming, rook a d1, queen out to maybe a4 or c3, and then d4, it could end badly for black. But let's see how he goes. Yeah, bishop f5 he makes. Yeah.
He makes the move bishop f5. Okay, it invites rook a d1. This is now also good news for Ding, that he knows exactly that this move can be blitzed out. He's rushing back to the board.
Yes, and then the question is, what does Gukesh have in mind now? What does he intend? Let's see. There is some e4 tactic, but it's very, I guess it's more likely to backfire, because this is the file that white wants to open. But it doesn't lose a piece, let's say. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't lose a piece, but I think it's quite terrible. I can even win the c7 pawn if I want. Just rook takes d8 at the very least.
Yes, you can also...
No, everything. No, it's just terrible. But it just doesn't lose a piece, at least. That's what I was trying to say. I guess he wants something else. I mean, queen c8, bishop h7, these kind of moves are bishop f8. A lot of neutral moves are possible. But he does have to brace for a d4 push at some point.
Yes, the big question is did he play the move bishop f5 just to make a move to slow d3, d4 for a moment, or I'm not even sure, because what is the point behind it? Yeah, that, or just also to open up the rook. Yeah, that if he moves the bishop away to f8, then it's much more harmonious now that the bishop is moved away. And we were kind of also, you remember this whole bishop e6 procedure, we were always praising that thinking like black should be opting for bishop f5. That's the idea. He's slowly trying to correct his position, but will he have the time?
Yeah, it's a typical situation when you are preparing with the engine. So then the engine puts it on e6 for some engine reason. And then as a human, you are afterwards correcting, as you said. Yeah, you're correcting the engine. But
yes.
It's a typical situation for a modern player. There is this disconnection between the analysis and your own play, the computer prep you have and your own understanding. And the disconnect is terrible. You put the bishop on e6 because computer said so, and then you put it on f5 because that's where human plays it. Humans just plays bishop on f5 in these positions. So it's quite interesting, quite remarkable, and this makes modern chess quite challenging because the preparation is really hard, because your assistant, the computer, is far too strong for you. And it gets this. Okay, he actually transfers the knight now. He does the idea I mentioned, knight d7, the more conventional one. Yeah, now he's calculating, of course, some lines like queen a4, queen c3, and then maybe he wants to go knight c5 or bishop f6.
Yeah, now the big question, where do we put the queen? Because it's clear that the queen would love to move so that we get ready for d3, d4. queen c3 or queen a4, because queen a4 steps into knight c5. That's why I don't want to
but
do
queen
that.
queen c3 a little bit steps into bishop f6, right?
Yes, exactly.
So
Everything
this is,
steps into
stepping
something.
a little bit into something. Yes. You know, in chess
But
it's so
okay.
common. Yeah, you want the perfect move, but it doesn't sometimes exist. Yeah, let's just step into it. Yeah.
Yes.
ED4.
Then what happens if we try to break the position?
Okay, so at least, yeah, there's still questions. Let's see if there's a first of all, is there, you don't actually have a literal threat, yeah, but you just have a lot of pressure. But for now, there is not the next move, yeah, that you have probably, or
Yes.
or you do.
Okay, I'm waiting for your move, yeah?
Yeah, that's the problem. You don't have to, yeah, I have to move, not you. I'm the one who has to move.
Yes.
How bad is bishop g6? Very worried that I'm losing already by force, but let's try.
Yeah, bishop g6. But okay.
By the way,
yeah,
bishop
it's-
e4 maybe to neutralize. Sorry, bishop e4.
Bishop
maybe more,
e4,
yeah,
yes.
bishop e4. Yeah. That's more to the point.
Bishop
Although-
e4 was the move that I expected, but it runs into this queen move away tempo.
Yes, take queen c2. Yeah. There's some
Yes.
concrete thing. Take queen c2.
Exactly. Hitting the rook with the tempo, and then white is already threatening to potentially take on c6 and destroy the pawn structure.
Yeah, so
Even
bishop
though
g6
one.
actually. You mean it's still unclear here? Yeah, also.
Okay, at least I want to highlight, that knight c6 bc is not the end of the world, because there is counterplay against the b2 pawn, but it will require very precise calculation.
Yeah, all these things are not obvious. Also, white king is a little bit softened up now without the bishop around it. So there can be some 95 jumps somewhere. But yeah, it's quite concrete. So maybe there's just an issue with knight c6, knight d4.
Yes, exactly. For example, rook goes back to e8, and then knight takes c6, b takes c6, knight d4. Is that the problem? But then black gets a lot of activity.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, you have also other options. You could try exploit the d-file pin instead of knight c6. It's difficult here to right away find the good solution. Yeah, there's lots of opportunities for white, but nothing too obvious.
Yeah, also somewhere some queen f5 is
I was thinking also.
yeah?
Yes, I was thinking about it, but it's not clear to me if that's necessarily. Black has also moves, after queen f5.
Exactly, yeah. So a lot to calculate. We don't have to get into all the details. We see that the Evil bar confirms that white should be happy. Looking at alternatives, but somehow the move queen c3 is very tempting. Yeah, it's also
but is there
just
a nicer
in case.
one?
Yeah, which one?
Let's see. Yeah,
That's the
because
question,
queen c3, okay, it is decent to go d4, but then after knight d4 you are under a pin. So can I go like, because queen c1 maybe there is knight c5, yeah?
Yes, queen c1, knight c5.
There isn't a perfect move here. This is a bit of a problem. Yeah, I want to put queen somewhere, like lift it in the air and go d4,
Yes,
and then
exactly.
place it back wherever I want. Sometimes on c1, sometimes on c3, sometimes.
Depending on the situation, yes.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes very often in chess you don't have this perfect move and you just have to make one which is good enough. Maybe that is the move queen c3. Because queen c3, yes, bishop f6, d4, ed knight d4, bishop g6 was also the move. Yeah, it was maybe better than bishop e4. How was that line? Let's see.
Yeah, that line existed. I remember that in these years when I was winning a lot of tournaments, we were laughing with Arshak, with my trainer, that he was telling me, Peter, sometimes it's very important just to make your move and press the clock, so that your opponent also has some problems to deal with. Because I used to be thinking and working out all the details, and finally I only make a move. And most probably the move that I make, my opponent is actually happy about, So just make your move faster and let him think. Let him worry.
Yeah, no, it's true. There are a lot of these advices, from trainers, especially on trying to help with the time management issues. Yeah.
Yes. I think Grishchuk was also then at some point saying like, I want to play like Peter Svidler, who plays quickly, puts the pressure on the opponent, and suddenly always the tactic works in his favor. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, I was going to say actually before this World Championship match that I feel that chess players, they start speeding up through generations. Like Karpov, Kasparov played super slowly. They had also longer time control. Then let's say your generation with Kramnik and you and Vichy was always an exception, but let's say Gelfand, you were kind of faster but still very thoughtful. And the modern generation is playing much faster. And let's say already myself and Wesley were playing faster, and then maybe like Arjun and Prague and Gukesh. But then actually now that I see this World Championship match, I have a feeling that they're slowing down again, the players.
Yes, it also depends, of course, that what kind of positions you get. Yeah, if you are familiar with, you can blitz out your preparation, but here one also has the feeling like the players are coming up with surprises. You know that the opponent is kind of prepared. You want to avoid his preparation. A lot of mind games involved in tournaments play. I think it's a different story.
True, and also there's much more pressure, and I think pressure always causes longer thinking. And also it depends on the style of the player, not so much maybe the generation, but the style. For example, if you have a player like Nepomniachtchi, who is super fast, it's a different story. But if you have a player like Ding or Fabiano, they're just much more thoughtful. And from the younger generation, I think Arjun is also not super fast, but he can be faster. But Gukesh is definitely on the thoughtful side. Yeah, Gukesh is quite a slow player, I feel, as well.
Yes, but also when looking at this World Championship match and doing the coverage, we are kind of always thinking like, okay, 5 minutes for 10 moves or 5 minutes for 5 moves, or there are situations that like 15 minutes for 50 moves and we are panicking. We think like, oh my God, what will happen? Well, I have played with Karpov. I had the privilege of playing with Karpov so many games. And there the situation was completely different. He was down to 1 minute without increment for 50 moves. And it was absolutely normal scenario. And we normally even knew that now Karpov is even more dangerous than when he had time. It was like the typical situation, yeah? And once in Linares in 2001, I had a clearly better position. I was very well prepared in a very sharp Caro-Kann position, and he got into a difficult position. He went down all the way to 7 seconds for 7 moves. So physically 1 second per move without increment, and he did it. And he played 7 perfect moves and finally made a draw. It just... When you have experienced all this, then you think like, okay, 15 minutes for 50 moves, this is very easy.
Well, I guess still is quite an extreme. When I don't know, 7 seconds and 7 moves. Let me ask John. John, you have you tried making moves this quickly? Do you think you would be physically able to make 7 moves in 7 seconds?
I think I used to be able to, and then the arthritis kicked in, unfortunately. But I'm definitely not of that sort of generation these days. I have been known to play blitz in a pub just very, very badly, and usually after a couple of drinks. Although interestingly, my chess improves up to the sort of 2 to 3 drink mark, and then it goes downhill quite drastically. So you have to balance. It's not only on the board; you have to balance the position. But this is a lot of fun. There's a lot of positional maneuvering here, Anish, and I think it's Peter. I love the fact that Ding isn't feeling compelled to do anything yet, and he's acknowledged that he's happy to slowly squeeze the position. Before the start of the broadcast, we were talking about how Ding needs to force the issue. Ding needs to make something happen. He is, but he's doing it in a slow way. He's slowly turning the vice and asking Gukesh what he's got in response, and it's been really fascinating to watch.
Absolutely. I'm really a big fan of what I'm seeing here from Dingliran today. The big question is, however, due to the time management, that he is burning too much time on the clock for all these very deep kind of ideas. The game will speed up at some point. The direct calculation will play a very big role, and then he might not have enough time to work out all the details to perfection. This is the danger that I'm seeing for Ding. Otherwise, I'm a huge fan. What I'm seeing here, and he has created chances for himself by playing a fantastic game.
So we continue to take a look at where Ding is going to be placing the queen, just very calmly improving his position. And if he keeps this sort of pressure up, then he might get some sort of insurmountable pressure like Gukesh applied to him yesterday. All to play for here in game number 12 of the Fide World Championship. In the meantime, while Ding ponders his next move, don't forget you can subscribe to the Chess24 channel on Twitch, and that unlocks brand new emotes for every single event we put on and exclusive break time content during the show. But most importantly, if I'm being perfectly honest, guys, your subs make events like this possible. So thank you so much for enabling us to put on shows like this for all of you. We hope you guys are enjoying watching the FIDE World Championship as much as we are enjoying bringing you the show. So we're going to a quick break now, but as we do, use !subscribe in chat to level up, and we will see you back here in a couple of minutes.
As of right now, we're filming, and we're not stopping until we get the official meal of Singapore, which is chili crab.
Chili crab chess. Let's do it.
Let's
On
go.
a mission.
Here
Do
we
it. So we are entering the Hawker Center.
Yeah. Is that chili crab? No?
No, that's... Hi, do you know where we can get chili crab?
Oh, sorry.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you. All right. Somewhere out here.
Here we go.
I think my boy found something. Is that where the chili crab is?
No, the best.
$100.
Oh, you want the big one? Big one.
How big?
There.
We're getting
we want diamond.
We're getting the diamond member. 100
Yeah.
diamond member. Yes.
We're in Singapore for the 2024 World Chess Championship. We're going to play a game of chess in our heads, but some rules need to be established. More than one illegal move, you lose. If you would like a napkin, you have to let 15 seconds go off your clock.
Now, a couple other rules. If you get my phone dirty, it's a 10-second penalty. If you spill spicy chili crab sauce on your shirt, it's a 10-second time runoff. If you spill it on your opponent's shirt, it's a 1-minute runoff. You're already eating. That means you're hungry. That's cool. We have to decide color.
How will you be white? Your move.
Okay.
You got it. You got to.
E4. All right. I think we just got to get in there.
I'm going to play C5.
I have never done gloves before. I've eaten crab a million times.
I've done a few things that require gloves, but we're not going to talk about that.
Okay. You're about to spray me. Oh my God. 10-second time penalty. 10-second time runoff.
Okay, I don't even mind that as long as I have some crab.
Nice job on the crab, not nice job on the shirt.
Okay, I'm hungry though.
Okay, so 10 seconds. D4. Nailed it with the elbow.
I knew we would get to the elbow chest. Knight to C6.
Oh my God. I don't even care what happens on the chessboard anymore. Queen D5 check.
D5.
I want my bite. You're not giving me a chance to eat. I'm going Queen F3 check. Oh, come on. Can't get it.
Bishop takes C5. Yeah.
What? Wait, bishop takes C5. You found a thing.
I do things.
Look at this guy. This is for the content. Bishop takes C5.
Knight D3 check.
Look at this guy. I'm making you look good. I'm giving you all the crab.
Knight to E7.
Knight to E7.
My knight on G8.
Your knight on G8. Oh, illegal move. What's the penalty?
Okay, if I get one more, I lose. Rook H to D8.
Rook C1. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, knight to D3.
My position is terrible.
Your position is really bad. I'm gonna win this game.
At least I didn't make an illegal move.
True.
Rook C2.
I'm taking knight takes F2 check.
Not only was that an evil move, it's also just like a really good move.
Yeah.
King C1.
Knight E3.
King D1. Why is there something green
Rook
in
A to C8.
We have a foreign object.
Oh my God, that's lettuce. Get it out of here.
Here's how I'm gonna go out. I have a minute of solid bread dipping, and I'm gonna enjoy that entire minute. The Chili Crab Chess World Championship has officially concluded with our champion, the regular FIDE World Championship.
Oh my God, that feels so wrong.
This is really...
It feels so wrong.
This is moist, and if there's one English word that feels like it sounds, it's moist. But the FIDE World Championship, that's the real one, and we'll see how that turns out.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStacks.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
The World Chess Championship is the most lucrative event for a chess player. The total prize fund is a hefty $2.5 million, where the distribution depends on the outcome of the match. Here's how it will be distributed. Each winning classical brings direct rewards, as a one game is worth $200,000. If the match is decided without a playoff, the remaining prize money will be split evenly between the two players. If the match goes to tiebreaks, the winner will cash in $1.3 million, while the runner-up will take home $1.2 million.
We're back with game number 12 here in the Fide World Championship in Singapore. Love the bit on chili crab chess every single time we see it. I feel like we need to organize like a Singapore Hawker Center Blitz Championship or something, but maybe with like a tactical half an hour between rounds so that we can have a different course each time. And if you fall asleep because you're too full, you forfeit the full point. That's a bit unfortunate. But what a fantastic bit that was. And of course, Singapore, an absolutely glorious place to be. Queen D2 Anish is on the board. Very, very few of us were doubting that. Dingley Ren took his time. He's got the move on, continues to turn the vice against Gukesh. I leave this position with you.
Yeah, interesting. I see the bar likes it very much, so I think it's strong. I haven't yet figured out why. I'm looking at knight c5. But the good thing for Ding is that he has figured out why. So knight c5 has some good response, I guess. But I'm not sure about it. Is it just d4 or what, Peter?
Probably. Yeah, I was
there
also
are options, no? Knight
exactly.
d3, knight e4,
I was
know.
thinking about this. You remember we had this discussion that we would love to keep the queen in our hands and then decide where to put it. Yeah, queen c2 run into bishop f6, queen d2 runs into knight c5. So basically every single move runs into something, but white has to break with d3, d4. I'm guessing, because Ding spent something like 10 minutes, that he has a clear idea what to do after knight c5. Let's put it on our analyzing board.
It's impressive, to be honest, because I find it very counterintuitive, the move queen d2. I find it a very hard move. So d4,
you
yeah?
open, yeah, you also give up the d3. Yeah? So for example, black can jump with the knight into d3. The knight can jump to b3 with the tempo. Which move you want me to make?
Yeah, so I guess knight b3 bothers me least. Yeah, I just go queen c3 and we trade everything on d4 and a5 falls. That's just bad.
Let me just put this all on the board. For example, okay, takes.
Yeah, that's good enough. And just take, yeah.
Bishop takes, or rook takes, and a5 pawn is hanging, the g7 pawn is hanging, the rook pins the queen on the d file, so very scary scenario for black.
Yeah, after d4 you're much more bothered by other knight moves. Okay, knight e4 also doesn't really bother you because you go queen c1, yeah, at the very least. Probably at the very most as well.
Yeah, let me put
it.
So,
yeah, this just looks great for white. So after d4, then actually the only move that could actually bother you would be the knight d3, yeah?
Yes.
Yes,
certainly.
So this is the move. Yeah, this is the move.
Because it hits the rook?
Yes, the rook is being hit. I guess it is unnecessary to sacrifice exchange with d5. So I guess rook f1 is the first move to consider, right?
But okay, it's a very challenging move, so I think we should first address d5. Of course, otherwise we will move the rook. Is that an idea?
91 and knight d4. Do you think white is really better there? Or?
Well, I feel that it's promising. I don't know exactly.
Wow.
I cannot evaluate it.
Yeah, I'm not shocked either, but I'm a little surprised
Yeah.
that it's so good.
How do we take it back with the rook? Is that a move? No, apparently
E4
not.
also is an idea, yeah, Peter. Also, E4 is an idea for black.
Yes. Yeah, there are all kinds of
Sometimes.
ideas.
Yeah, so not with the. So okay, you can take with the queen. That eliminates E4 at least.
Yes. Okay, knight d4 jump, and then you just take everything at
take
a5.
Yeah, forget about the a5 pin. Just take knight d4, ed knight d4. Oh, by the way, this is 2 pawns is very nice for exchange.
Yes.
Oh, this is great for white. Okay, wait. So Gukesh is just in trouble, yeah, basically.
Gukesh is in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
He's
If
just in
knight
trouble.
c5 is not working, and then already we have to appreciate also that what I'm loving by the fact that Ding opted for queen d2, that it seems like he's not afraid of ghosts. Yeah. That our
Exactly.
yes, our feeling was like queen
Finally.
d2, okay, but it allows him black to go knight c5, d4, and then there are millions of jumps. But he has foreseen and he believes in his calculation. This gives real hope for his fans.
No, this is great because this is a kind of weakness that some players have, and you sort of see that there are a lot of options, you know, and you just avoid that because you are like, okay, one of them might be good. But actually, if you look one by one and to have that patience to look at moves one by one, it is really a skill. And the fact that Ding is in a must-win situation makes him play better, simply. He's like, it's worth it, yeah? I mean, I'm about to retain or not retain my world championship crown, so let me actually look at all the knight moves. It's worth the hustle and the effort. And yeah, each of them is refuted in different way. Knight d3, particularly difficult one. But yeah, d5, knight e1, queen e1, it's a very straightforward line, actually. It's not easy at all from afar, but now that he played queen d2, it's already much easier to find. Also, by the way, what about moving the rook? I'm just curious, instead of d5, like how bad is it to move the rook? Is d5 the absolute only move?
Where you want me to put the rook?
Yeah, let's try to put on e2. Like how bad is it?
Yes. Okay, then e4. There is a game.
Yeah. Okay, knight e1 or something. Yeah.
But you are not even there. Is maybe I can play bishop f6. You give me suddenly a lot of freedom. Yeah.
And if I went to f1, what would be then the case? Because then I don't. My rook is not hanging.
Yes, exactly. So rook f1. Okay. Anyway, e4. Counterplay.
Yeah.
No, not e4. This case, not e4. Apparently, this case.
Now
not
knight e1
e4,
is better, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with the rook on f1 is that now the rook is just passive, yeah? So lines after even ed, they're less obvious. But no, the good news for Ding is that, yeah, d5 is there. And I guess that's his plan. I didn't realize, you know, somehow that the a5 pawn hangs in the end. Somehow there was something I didn't realize. And now that you see that there are 2 pawns collected for the exchange, it's certainly very nice for white. Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Gukesh now has to maybe do something else. Yeah. Okay. What about bishop f6? What are other moves? Bishop f6, bishop c5. What are the options he has in the starting position?
Yeah, bishop f6. But okay, this case clearly white will play the move d4. It looks very bad for black.
Yeah, much better than the previous line we looked at because the queen is not pinned anymore.
Exactly.
No, the issue with the queen d2 was only knight c5. That was the only issue that I could see. So queen d2 is a great move. Yeah. Wow. Gukesh is in a ton of trouble now.
Yeah, somehow I feel that Dean came to this game like forgetting about what's really at stake, and he's fighting for his honor. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that, okay, wait a second, I'm not behind the scoreboard, I might be losing my crown. Let me show what I'm capable of. Yeah, before that happens, and it's fantastic. Yeah, all this a3, h3, king h2. Because now we speak about this exchange sacrifice, that's the logical follow-up of all these small little preparation moves that he has done before with perfect timing.
But I have to say that so far this game is really extremely, like, it reminds me of Peak Ding when I played him. It is just engine stuff, not all the way. I mean, and in like first it's positional, then it's calculation. Like I could see myself play a3, h3. But I could definitely see myself not making queen d2 because for me it's a difficult move, queen d2. Definitely a very difficult move for me. So
Yes,
he's just showing the full spectrum of his qualities, and so far he's playing a really really good game. The issue for him is that he's got 37 minutes, which is not yet a time trouble, but it is already. It is sort of you see the ghost of the time trouble approaching with a lot of moves to be made, and he's got Gukesh opposite him. Gukesh, one of the best defenders in the world, very good fighter, and it's not going to be easy. But otherwise, Ding is looking really good so far.
Yeah, the good news is that he has already spent all this time for all the preparation moves, and now he's about to break open the center with d3, d4, after which automatic trades will happen in the center, things will clarify, and he might actually get a fantastic position, yeah, a very big advantage, after which it will be so much more easier and he can speed up. And right now, if really d4 happens, then I don't see the scary side of the time trouble, because it's still too far away.
Yeah, no, you're right that the difficult moves have been made. Yeah, very likely. If you get to push d4, everything will position will play itself. So this is definitely the case. Gukesh realizing that he's underestimated. You saw that he missed the resource after knight d4. Now he definitely missed the queen d2 move. So these little blows also, by the way, every time you miss a move, it is a little blow. Yeah, you could see it's a boxing match. It's a punch. So Gukesh is not knocked out by no means, but he's receiving a few blows in this game already, and now he's in a very tough spot. I wouldn't be able to right away say how to solve this, because also, the lines we saw, they were really bad for black. They were not like worse; they were just really, really worse. Yeah, or lost. So we haven't yet found a way for black to get a reasonable position at all. And I think we should look into the moves like bishop c5 and bishop f6, perhaps, trying to control the d4 square with the bishop. See, maybe you can somewhere, I don't know, do the damage control.
But how much does it limits the damage? Yeah, because after d4, you kind of you take on d4 or not. Very hard to say.
Okay, so the other way to try and address the threat of d4 is to somehow go for e4 after d4. Yeah, what John was saying earlier. E4, was never black's plan, but at some point you maybe should go e4, and then just roll with it. Of course, now white's got center. E4 pawn is weak. The knights are cut out of play. Okay, in this particular position, the knights are really, really bad. So maybe bishop f6 is not the right way, but maybe some other move, and then meet d4 with e4.
And then also white just plays knight e2, knight e3, beautifully targets the e4 pawn. The bishops are in the way of black getting f7, f5 in. That's
the knights, that are also the main issues for black. Yeah, the knight somehow was on d3 and the pawn was on c6. It will be all okay, but these knights are terrible, dominated by white's pawns. Yeah, it's a bad position for black. No, bishop f6, d4, e4 is a bad approach. You could get that position with the exchange for two pawns and try and defend it, but it's a difficult one.
Yeah, let's put it one more time because it's such a crucial.
Nice, by the way, little nuance after d5. So knight e1, we went queen e1. Yeah, knight d4, ed, knight d4. Bishop d7, let's say. So I want to show one funny thing that after bishop d7, queen a5, if en passant was forced, I would have won the queen with c5. Yeah.
Yes. It's maybe anyway the best move.
Oh yeah, the best move. No, it's a great resource because now you're fixing up the pawn structure somewhat, and you don't have dc en passant. So, there was knight c6, Peter. Yeah, that's why the bar was excited for a second. There was knight c6 tactic earlier.
Where?
Instead of queen a5, I think that's or knight c6, knight e6. The bar briefly got excited. Yeah, I think that's an issue.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yeah, bishop should go elsewhere and then queen a5, c5. So maybe bishop g6, let's say. Bishop g6, queen a5, c5. This is the way to defend. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe.
But this case we get the b5 square. Yeah, so we can just trade.
Oh, it's terrible. But I'm just trying to see, of course, terrible, but at least the game continues. Yeah, I mean, here at least, I'm in a bad situation, but at least I can see. Although it's very bad situation, right?
Very bad situation.
It's a border. It's close to lost on this position. I would think.
Yes. I mean, you might just lose back the exchange, and I might decide if I take back the exchange or not.
No, it's just 2 pawns you can't do. You need 1 pawn for it. You can't have. If you are down 2 pawns in an endgame like that, it's just 1 pawn too many. Yeah, you're just lost. Yeah. So this is not a way for black. Yeah, Gukesh has to find something. I don't see it, but he is Gukesh for a reason. So let's see.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation. Yeah, because I'm struggling to find the move to stay in the game. Yeah, of course one can make every single move, but if d3 d4 comes and it opens up and suddenly the d and e files open up and white has all the pressure, black's position just can collapse immediately.
Yeah, no, and at this point I have the urge to just I mean, if I'm to try and find the resource here for black, it definitely is not going to come in the setting of me sitting here with you chatting in a relaxed setting.
Exactly.
Yeah? I would have to really switch off my microphone, switch off the lights here because they disturb me and really focus because it's a very difficult task, and I don't see how I'm going to address it. So Gukesh has his hands around his head. He's fully in the zone. He's trying to solve this very, very difficult problem. And there is no perfect solution because the bar also says that white's better. But there is some sort of solution, to at least maintain this evaluation of whatever it is, 0.8 or something, what the bar is saying. So there is probably some kind of move which is not too bad, but so far we weren't able to quite find it.
Yeah, because every single natural move is leading to a disaster. Yeah, that's the problem. And then you have to kind of start looking for some obscure moves.
Yeah, sometimes you might have to accept. You might have to accept that your sort of strategy has failed and do some move which is out of concept. Because knight c5 is in concept. Yeah, let's say knight c5 is you're trying to say that okay, so far all my moves made sense. I went bishop f5. I'm going knight d7. I'm going knight c5. But if that doesn't work, sometimes you have to be computer style, forget what happened before. And maybe not here, but as an example, maybe you should go knight f6 back. Like for all we know. So here probably it's very bad because of maybe even knight a7 is the kind of ideas that I was considering. But it is the kind of thinking you should have that, okay, your plan didn't work out. Okay, plan B didn't work out. Okay, time for plan C. Yeah, let's just limit the damage and address d4 threat somehow. Maybe
wow,
bishop back to e6 maybe bishop back to e6 by the way, for example. Yeah.
Wow. So thinking out of the box, yeah. This is
the box is broken. Yeah, I have to. Okay, it's a terrible move, but I'm just trying to by elimination, trying to find some other move that we didn't look at yet.
Yeah, trying to.
No, it's just very bad.
Hit the c4 pawn, but okay, it doesn't feel right. Yeah, black has played the move bishop f5 to slow d3 d4. Previously, computer doesn't like it. We don't like it. It's a suggestion out of total desperation. Yeah, it's what.
Yeah, no, I'm just yes, but it's the kind of move that you would when you are doing so badly that knight c5, knight d3 doesn't work. The normal course of events. And then your thinking breaks and you start looking at random other moves. Yeah, somehow.
Yes,
because
and
you want
yeah. Yeah, your other kind of direction with knight f6 or bishop f8 or knight f8. Do you see some potential
bishop
in
f8?
any
Yeah,
of
let's
these
see.
moves?
Yeah, bishop f8. Bishop f8 at least looks normal. Yeah, let's see bishop f8. Yeah, I like the look of it. It looks normal. Yeah.
Yes, but it still has the same issues. Yeah.
Yeah, but at least it looks normal. But yeah, it doesn't help. It doesn't help.
Yes, takes, and it's a total catastrophe. It's.
Yeah, no, bishop f8 just doesn't help at all. Yeah,
and also the a5. Yeah, also the a5 pawn again is hanging. Yeah, just to highlight that after takes, we are talking about the hanging bishop on f5, the hanging pawn on a5, and we haven't even spoken about the terrible pin along the d file. Horrible scenario. I somehow feel that your move knight f6 has some potential. Let me put it on the board. Also
can
not
you
approved.
make
Yeah?
Can you make knight a7? I'm curious if knight a7 is or if that's not good. It's not bad, yeah,
Okay, so
but it's not the best.
Takes. Rook
I thought
a8.
maybe I have rook e5. Maybe I have. Yeah, I don't know. Or
Yes. Okay, you are definitely better. But do you want to allow me this bishop takes h3 option?
Yeah, I will be up a pawn in the end because I take a5, but yeah, I don't know if this is the maximum I had. But white is better. Yeah, bishop h3, rook a7,
Yes.
rook a5, up a pawn still. But maybe
Of
I
course.
had more. Yeah, maybe I had more. No, this is okay. Sort of semi-defensible. Yeah, you have some hopes.
Exactly. I have
Yeah,
some
yeah.
hopes.
No,
Opposite
for sure,
colored
for sure.
bishops.
Computer doesn't even like it. Computer was probably going some rook e1 d4. But anyway, yeah, knight f6. Okay, it's very, very desperate. And a move like bishop to g6, for example, if you try a move like bishop to g6, try
Just
to
the
step out
prophylactic,
of the
yeah?
way. Yeah, if d4, first of all, d4, how is now e4 a bit better, but still not great because knight g1, knight e2 comes. Yeah, it's all the same problems.
Yes.
Yeah, and ed, even though the bishop is not hit by knight d4, still a lot of problems. a5 pawn, the pinnacle along the d file, it is still disaster for black. Yeah, no, this is not good. Let's see. After knight c5, d4 once again. Can we see what are again our options just to recap? Because okay, knight d3 was only one of them. Yeah, the computer I think still likes knight c5 the most from what I saw. So that's a good thing. For,
Yeah,
for
it's
Lukash.
basically it's the only normal move in the position. Yeah, if
yeah,
knight
for
c5 doesn't work, black is in a lot of trouble. But we also
it
don't
doesn't
see
work.
exactly. We also don't see here the solution.
But maybe that position was the least of the evils. That knight d3. Okay, so knight e4 bad, knight b3 bad, ed, knight x d4, knight x d4. Yeah, a5 hangs. Yeah, so knight d3 is the no. This is just bad. Yeah, knight d3 is the only move I think.
No, but look at this.
No, this
For
is not
some
so bad,
reason,
yeah.
after e takes d4, always I automatically play the move knight f takes d4, and the bar is criticizing my knight f takes d4 move.
Maybe
It's
because
kind of
after
funny.
knight c6, bc, the b5 knight will hang. Maybe this is the reasoning. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, let's put then one time try. Wow, yes, knight b takes d4
Yeah, it's
is
funny.
so much more liked by the computer.
Yeah, it's a less natural way of doing it, but I guess it's no. But the ed is not it. No, knight d3 I like. Peter,
Yeah.
let's go knight d3, d5. Let's see if I can do something creative or inverse the order of something or e4 somewhere. I don't know. How's e4, for example?
Yes, e4. Yeah, this makes sense, but does it work? Okay, should I take?
dc, yeah.
And then I will have some knight d4 move, but I'm not
dc,
sure
EF,
how.
bishop f3, e1, queen e1. Yeah, it looks dc, EF, bishop f3, bc, knight d4. Yeah, you want knight e1, queen e1. Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
knight e1, queen e1 is very good again.
always
Yeah.
good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it kind of works for white. Yeah, e4 doesn't work. Okay,
I'm very worried for Gukesh. Yeah, we are not idiots. Yeah, we are trying all kinds of moves out of desperation already and so on, and we cannot even come close to something that could be playable. Yeah, it's small advantage or advantage we would sign immediately. Yeah, just give us some at least more or less stable position that we can hope to maybe survive.
yeah, no, I think that maybe gotta grab that exchange, Peter. Maybe that's maybe grab that
Only
exchange
way,
somehow.
yeah?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, definitely was not the plan. You're falling straight into Ding's idea. But okay, at least, yeah, you see the bar sort of doesn't move. I guess this is then just okay, knight d4, the bar also doesn't move, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah,
it
no, this
doesn't
is
move.
just the way. This is just the line. It's a bad line, but it's a line. It's terrible. To have this position with 0.8 eval, I mean, it's a disaster, yeah? It's close to lost.
Yeah, humanly you think like, oh no, this is hopeless. Yeah.
Yeah, but what we saw others was also hopeless. So maybe
Yes.
this is at least. Yeah, I mean, okay, the damage is limited. Yes, it's bad, but
Well, I feel that if you could have the option to go back to d7 without being punished for knight c6, and then we talk about queen takes a5, c5, that's kind of the scenario where maybe
Bishop
black can live with. Yeah,
maybe
but
bishop c8.
maybe trying to.
maintain the bishop on that diagonal, and
But
then
anyway, I'm
go
gonna
to
jump
c5
to
and then back
b5.
to
Yeah.
d7. But then I go bishop d7
Yes.
at least, and I will target you there.
Okay, but I don't
Okay,
mind.
no, I mean, yes, no, of course not. And the question is only like, am I like completely lost or a little bit lost? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
No,
No, it's
fun.
horrible.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. No, so bishop c8, of course, is not it. Bishop d7 is the move, but then knight c6. So yeah, I guess you can go move like queen d7, but I don't see how it helps at all. I don't see how queen d7 instead of bishop c8, how that helps at all.
Yes.
Yeah, like,
okay. Yeah. Queen d7 was a move, but
and bishop f6 sort of some to activate. Yeah, let's see, queen a5.
yeah, like a Petrov. Yeah, it's like
bishop
a Petrov.
g5. Yeah, bishop g5 maybe, Peter. Oh, bishop g5. How about bishop g5? At least I trade the bishop. Oh, there is some take d6 maybe, some trick.
Yes. Yeah, it's not approved.
Taken d6, yeah, some tactic. Yeah.
As they say, in bad positions, there are no good moves. Yeah.
Yes,
Unfortunately.
that is true. The tactics don't work usually when you have bad position somehow.
Yes. Wow, Gukesh in a lot of trouble.
No, he's completely. I mean, if the best is that, it's basically it's also wrong because it's kind of what you missed and the idea that Ding has. So you're kind of going along towards the abyss. You know, you're going like Ding is taking you somewhere where he's happy, and you're going along, and you're just going to end in a bad position. So you're trying to change that course of action. You're trying to get out of that. You know, the inevitable. But I don't see how, and we really tried all kinds of moves, and they don't make any sense at all. So Gukesh is thinking, and yeah, he might have to go down the road in this exchange up position, which is just terrible, because a knight and 2 pawns is worth more than a little bit more than a rook in a position like that. And white also has like a dominant position. White has full control, yeah, of all the squares and just beautiful pawn structure. Just a very, very bad position for black, to be honest.
Yeah, practically speaking, yeah, no real chances. And already the last couple of moves, ever since that queen c2 move, let me just bring that move back on move 14. We speculated about this, that the justification of black's play would have been connected with knight d4. But since that did not work, ever since everything worked in white's favor, everything comes beautifully, perfect coordination, rook e8, knight b5, making sure that no more knight d4 ideas, and there is simply no force to stop rook a d1, d3, d4. It's terrible situation for black. Not that you know that rook a d1 and d4 is coming, and you still can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, Peter,
Bishop
I think,
g6
frankly,
on the board.
Yeah, we tried this. It was a bad move. d4 just. Yeah, we saw it. It was very bad. It was one of my desperate attempts, but it wasn't good. I think there was d4 played. No, the big problem for Gukesh. And just to point out, I think it was a case of something going wrong in the prep. I think the coaches and maybe the player as well didn't realize that the position is deceptively simple. They saw the number of the engine saying it's 0-10, it's fine for black. They saw the position, it looks fine for black. But they didn't realize that you have to solve your problem still. Like, it looks like you have no problem, but actually you have some problem because your pieces, they're stuck. They're peaking soon, and white will endlessly improve and go for d4 at some point. So it's a case of preparation gone wrong. And then Gukesh tried to find the idea to make it work. He found this rook b8 knight d4, but it just didn't work. And then it all collapsed. And then he tried this other one, 97, 95, it also didn't work. So now he's going for plan C. But yeah, it's a horrible situation. He's completely busted now.
Yeah, it's a horrible situation. And white is completely risk-free. Dinglian is in a complete comfort zone, yeah, because he's playing for a win now. He's really getting chances without burning any bridges, yeah, having every single piece in the game. Everything is perfectly placed. The rooks are ready for the opening up of the center. The move e5, e4 is strategically horrible, but maybe black will have to play the move e5, e4 just in order to avoid all this e takes d4, knight takes d4 kind of situation where the center opens up, and then also the pawn on a5 is hanging, the queen on d8 is vulnerable.
Yeah, no. Okay, the one good thing for Gukesh's fans is that it's Gukesh there, yeah? I mean, honestly, if there was someone less resourceful and less optimistic, I would already have told them to stop hoping, because position is really, really bad. But Gukesh is optimistic. He's a great fighter. he is a very concrete player, so he might find practical resources here, and he'll retain optimism. Yeah, for example, if I was here with black, yeah, I mean, my fans, I'm sorry, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't save many of these games against Ding here. I would just be already very, very. I would just feel very doomed actually here, because I see that I'm completely busted strategically. There's no way for me to solve problems, neither concretely nor slowly. I would just be very doomed. But Gukesh is an optimistic fighter, so maybe he can pose resistance. And yeah, e4. It's quite interesting, you know, that John, actually, it was John who was telling you this d4 e4 sequence. Remember, and you told you told him that, okay, John, he's gonna go ed to equalize, and that at that moment ed was the right way to go before white consolidated everything around the d file and the center. But now this d4 e4 sequence might actually be relevant, because maybe at this point this is black's best bet, yeah, to at least keep the center closed, keep the d file closed. And okay, sometimes if things work out, e4 pawn and then f5 pawn, they could provide some basis for a kingside initiative, yeah, if everything works out. And one scenario that could help, that could work for Gukesh is, I could imagine if white goes d5 after a5 pawn and black goes knight e5, I'm getting some mild Najdorfi vibes that there could be some kingside, like very mild Najdorf vibes, that black could have this play on the kingside. It's far from that, because in the Najdorf, the knight is always on e5 in these positions, because the pawn is already on. It's different in the Najdorf. The pawn is on d5, knight is on e5, but there is some potential, yeah, some potential for black if white loses control, yeah. So I wouldn't say potential is there yet, but if white loses control, maybe black can generate some counterplay.
Yeah, compared to the position that we had with bishop on f5, bishop on f6, and the pawn on f7, it was really hopeless. And e5, e4 on the board, black had to play the move e4. The reason why he spent time, it was so difficult to acknowledge the fact that he has no right to capture on d4. That was the whole plan throughout, ever since black got into the structure. But he has to close his eyes and go for e4 and hope for the best. Knight g1 blitzed out.
Yes, and also, Peter, after e4, you absolutely abandon any hope for this game to end in an easy draw, yeah, like a smooth draw. Because d4 ed is how you could sort of, how you could create balance in the position, yeah, you could neutralize the position, you go for symmetry. But with e4, you are saying, okay, symmetry is out of the window, it's a complex position, it's also a bad position. But yeah, there's going to be no easy life here. And interesting move knight b6. Interesting move knight b6. Bar strongly hates it, so maybe there is some concrete things here. Maybe they're not even. Maybe it's b3, and after a4 there is something concrete. But Gukesh is trying to fight for the light squares, yeah, a little bit.
Yes, my intuition was automatically asking me to move the queen away to c2. I don't know why, because actually I'm giving up the pressure on the a5 pawn, but since I anyway never ever want to play d4 d5, so maybe that's why the intuition was telling me, just move that queen away so that you will forget about this. But white might have much stronger continuations.
Yeah, white is a very promising position for sure. Knight b6 is a one-trick pony, you could say. Yeah, he's attacking c4 pawn. I can protect it. Of course, it's clear what Gukesh is trying to do. He's trying to destabilize that pawn and force. What Gukesh wants is to force one of the pawns to advance forward, because that would give the squares for the knights. Yeah, so c5 gives d5 square, d5 gives e5 square. So if Ding goes for d5, it has to be something very concrete. Yeah, that you go d5, d6, and you win a piece somewhere. So that should be the line. But Gukesh is trying to provoke these pushes, and if b3, Gukesh is going to go for a4. If some other move, Gukesh is going to go for f5 and bishop f7, targeting the c4 pawn. And he wants to invite this one of those pushes. And in the meantime, yeah, Ding, he can choose how to address this. I think it's actually, he's quite excited. So maybe there's something concrete he's thinking about.
Yeah, my kind of first instinct was that I sidestep with the queen to c2. I'm setting up bishop f4, putting this pressure on c7.
And then d5.
and then I'm threatening d5, and anytime you put bishop on d6, I just take and get also ready for c5, and you are pinned in this diagonal and also on the d file.
Yeah, the only issue, Peter, with queen c2 is that, okay, after f5, that issue is gone, but for now, there is the bishop on g6 that sort of eyes a bit the queen, yeah? So you are eyeing the queen a bit, so if you go bishop f4, there is e3, so resource.
Yes.
So
exactly.
I don't know if that's relevant, but so you could consider also maybe a move like queen to c1 or to c3 with similar ideas, maybe to c1, let's say.
Yeah,
you could also
queen
consider
c1
that,
is...
I imagine.
Yes, certainly. Also tempting. Yeah, and even maybe queen c3 is tempting as well. Maybe let's just put, because we are definitely not worried of bishop f6, then everything is stuck. Yeah, so maybe
okay.
I can even be so ambitious.
Yeah, interesting that we're not worried about bishop f6. But we maybe are about f5 bishop f6, yeah, somewhere.
Yes, f5 bishop f6. Okay, queen c3 is intuitively not my choice. I was just wondering that.
Yeah. No, it was just, we were just trying to see. No, there are different options. By the way, yeah, so if bishop f4, it's nice to know for black that there is knight c4, it's intermezzo, it's attacking the queen, and then knight to d6. So that is not an option. And if d5, very concrete move, then knight takes c4, knight takes e3 is probably there. So it's probably also not really an option for whites. Yeah, I think not, yeah. So yeah, with that out of the way, you can now think about defending the... You can also go, by the way, this b3, a4, bishop f4. Try to be concrete about it.
But I don't want to go into some messy lines, yeah? Maybe bishop g5, is it counterplay or not?
Yeah. No, in general, b3, a4, it's big hope for black, yeah? That you get some play there suddenly out of nowhere. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this knight b6 is a practical move in the sense that it gives white a lot of options, and since the players do not have so much time, if you can somehow force your opponent to spend 10 extra minutes on deciding whether I play b3, queen c2, queen c3 or queen c1, then you create some practical chances for later.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's why I said that Gukesh's fans, they're lucky that they're Gukesh's fans, because he's going to fight here. He's not going to give up. I mean, I could imagine also some older top players, very strong players, they could also just see it and be like, okay, I don't believe this position, you know?
Yes,
they just don't like it. So they don't trust it, they don't believe it, they don't want to play it. But I could imagine Gukesh being very optimistic player. He could say that, okay, there are dangers, but you know, I've played knight b6, I'm hitting there. If here, I go here. If there, I go here. Some bishop g5 idea, bishop f6 idea, f5 idea. I didn't see if d5, I couldn't make d5 work for him, couldn't make c5 work. So I think, I could be like, I think it's okay for me. It may be interesting for me. So this optimism definitely helps him here. And he's going to put up a fight. And Ding is so far been very accurate, very thoughtful. And he also is ahead on the clock as well right now. So he doesn't have to rush. But the time trouble is quite imminent in this game at some point.
Yeah, the clock situation is more or less now evened out. Yeah, Gukesh was behind on the clock. However, after knight b6, now Ding is taking his time. And look at this. Yeah, 30 minutes versus 29, basically. So... nothing to... And queen c3 on the board. All right, we talked about this, that intuitively maybe queen c2, queen c1 looks more natural, but this is the most ambitious move, yeah? He is not even worried of any bishop f6 ideas.
Yeah, it was very hard to choose, yeah? I mean, every move had a small disadvantage, yeah, Peter? I mean, what I like about queen c3 is that after a4, knight a5 is not a threat. So you control the a5 square, yeah? And also you threaten queen takes a5 sometimes. So queen controls the a5 square. Disadvantages indeed that bishop f6 is there, yeah, sometimes pinning the d pawn, targeting the queen. But yeah, no, a good move. And I like for Ding is that he maintained clock advantage, by the way.
Yes.
He didn't think too long. And yeah, black's knights, they are really poor. They're really poor. And you know, if I had to choose this, and you show me this position, and you ask me from which opening it is, you know, I would say it's from Alechen.
Yes, with the knight on b6, yeah?
Yeah. It has some Alekhine vibes. Knight on b6 and knight on c6. These terrible Alekhine knights are there.
Yeah, and previously we have just seen Dingliran staring a little bit at Gukesh like, what do you want, my friend? How are you supposed to defend this position? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, he looks at the position, then looks at Gukesh, and you keep on mentioning that how older generation players would react to this position. Well, I would be shaking my head, until I get into some crazy time trouble, and I can only convince myself to make a move when I'm down to a minute. Yeah, it's that's the way how you guarantee the loss. Yeah, you have to put up fighting spirit. Yeah, you have to acknowledge that, things have gone bad. All right, okay, forgive yourself and try to put up the maximum fight, because if you let yourself down, you are guaranteed to lose the game.
Yeah. No, this is the kind of position which really, it's a very specific type of position. The ones where it is 100% obvious that you are in trouble, like you have a bad position, and it's bad strategically and tactically. So these positions, they are really, really hard to play, and some players they break there completely, and some players they're able to generate a much better fight from them. So yeah, I think Gukesh is one player who will definitely put up great fights still here. You have many other such great fighters like Nuderbek, for example. Also, what helps them usually is they don't realize how bad it is. That helps them a lot. No, it's really it's yes. For sure a huge asset. They don't even understand how bad it is, and that's really helpful. Then they
or they even don't want to understand, because they feel that actually we have to ignore the evaluation. We just have to find the best possible moves. Yes,
for sure, because with white they would say that I'm probably winning here, but with black they are not thinking like that. They're just also the optimistic players, they will look at the same position from different sides and give a different assessment. This is the remarkable part.
Exactly. Yes. I know one of the very big optimists was Viorel Bologan. Yeah, he was a very dangerous player, and also always overestimating his chances. And often in some after the game discussion or analysis, if you felt like, okay, it's impossible already to convince him, then you have to turn the board and ask his opinion that, okay, Viorel, now what is your feeling? That's the only argument. But yeah, brilliant player. I have played many big fights with Viorel, and that's why I know that he made me upset. Yeah, because he beat me from a losing position in Dortmund, and those things are very difficult to take.
Yes, no, but it's kind of funny that you said he was an optimistic player, because you know that Viorel, he's my Bundesliga teammate. He's as active as ever now. He's playing for my German team. And okay, we're doing quite well in the league, so no, he's still optimistic. He's still there. He's still optimistic in our Bundesliga team. And now Bologan actually he's working, I think, with Fide. Yeah, he's working.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, he's
meanwhile Bishop of 6 plays. I thought maybe because the things are happening on the board and it's a very exciting position. Maybe we should also delve back into the chess here, because a lot of action. As you mentioned, Bishop of 6. You mentioned very correctly that you're happy that the move is made, because now you're stuck. You're stuck with
exactly. Black. Yeah. Okay. You make the move Bishop f6. Yeah. Of course, clearly you would probably have preferred to get the pawn to f5, so that Bishop f6, Bishop f7 are possible. But okay, you cannot get everything. Yeah, it's a bad position. You have to try to stop White's idea mainly. And it was connected with d4, defy, and bishop f4 together.
Yes, and I have to say that I don't find this so hopeless on the eye yet. If knight e2, for example, which is the most logical move, right? You improve the only piece that can still be improved. Then I'm kind of a little annoyed by bishop h5. Maybe it's just me. I'm hypersensitive, but I'm annoyed by bishop h5. And the spin is there on the knight, and if g4, then I've created some weaknesses, which is I really don't want weaknesses, because I have everything. My position was perfect. But yes, you see, sometimes I should do this. I should allow my opponent some to create some weaknesses in my camp, and this is my problem. That I want sometimes to have everything, and sometimes you have to just allow bishop g6 and allow g4 and keep all the other pluses.
Yes. very tough spot for Gukesh, but yeah, he's definitely fighting. With bishop f6 is also kind of inviting white, to think about this. That do you worry about potential bishop h5 move? Are you willing to play the g3 g4 move? I absolutely understand your point perfectly. That you feel like you have such a good position. Why should you voluntarily weaken your king side? This would automatically give black some hope, some counterplay. But yeah, computers don't have this problem.
Yes, and also I think when you face a very good resistance, even in winning, even a good position, even a winning one, very often you have a position where you have everything sort of nicely controlled. Yeah, like everything's great about this position. But then in order to win the position, you need to sort of make a certain commitment, weaken yourself somewhere, which you don't really want to do because you are thinking, okay, I'm doing great now. I want to do even better, which is to win. Like, why would I weaken myself? But yeah, sometimes you just have to give something small to the opponent, give him a little bone to the dog. Give him that bone, but beats him elsewhere. So yeah, maybe allowing this bishop h5 is okay. I would think how not to do that. So I would also consider bishop f4, I guess, first. But I just have to say that people who were watching the game and they're really excited for Ding to make his comeback, I would just warn them a little bit now to say that I think the game is far from over, for sure. I think still very, very tense. The conversion is yet to begin. The time control is tricky. The time situation is dangerous as well for Ding potentially. So I think the game is still unfolding. And Ding, you see, he's a little unhappy. He doesn't like also this g4 move that he might have to make. He doesn't like the time situation. It's not going to be so easy still for white. Gukesh has put up a decent resistance so far from that position where d4 was imminent.
Yes, and creating these threats, that can disbalance your opponent. That potentially is small little move, bishop g6 to h5, hitting that rook. White has such a perfectly picturesque and beautiful position, that everything is perfect. You feel like you would love to win the game without committing any weakness. But yeah, after all, black is fighting, so you might have to go for one of these lines that you don't prefer. After bishop f4, rook c8, do you feel like this inclusion is important, or can black even play a different move?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the inclusion benefits him, because f4 square might be better used for the knight, So I could imagine knight e2. Oh, you see, Ding is shaking his head a bit. He is. There's a small issue with him being so pessimistic and negative that he sees this counterplay with bishop h5 and bishop g5, and he's a little. Yeah, he's quite annoyed now, which is a shame. The good thing is that we have at chess.com, they have this chess24 rather now. Epic guy, I don't know who it is, who comes up with absolutely remarkable stats. And there's one stat now, which is insanely random. So apparently, whenever Ding is playing round 12 in his last 5 tournaments, all these games were decisive.
Wow.
So it's okay, it's super random. I mean, like, why would you even look for that? But they looked for that. And so he won in Tata Steel 2024. He won in the FIDE World Championship 2023. That was that game with Nepo. He lost in Tata Steel 2023. He lost in the Candidates 2022. And he won in the Candidates 2021. So, 12th round is apparently for Ding a decisive round. And he made the move Queen C2. Incredibly subtle.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make sense of it. So is he trying to discourage the move bishop h5 because he is hinting at the pawn on e4? Is that an argument? And why did he provoke the bishop to f6 with the move queen c3? That's another question. What are the benefits?
Yeah, well, that was just, I think as you mentioned, it's maybe good to provoke the bishop to f6, At least it's not bad, because you prevent f5, sort of.
Yeah, but you also highlighted some a4, knight a5 kind of counterplay, trying to hit the pawn on c4. But there will be also some question like d5, d6. Is that a concrete question? I don't like it, because then we are suddenly stepping into this diagonal. So any d5, knight e5 followed by knight f3 check. You just don't want to allow anything like this.
I don't like the Ding's body language. I just don't like it. As as a fan of excitement, as a fan of tense match, I want, of course, that Ding gets close to making his comeback, so that we see another twist of events in the match. But I, as someone who takes on the role of Ding's fan here, I do see, I do see worrying signs. I see this counterplay a4 knight a5, as you mentioned. His body language is not confident enough for my taste. I don't like it. And one more move.
Yeah, a4 and knight e2 kind of blitzed out by the players.
That's nice. That's nice. Now probably knight. So what is after knight a5? Just
this is a big question. Knight f4? No,
you don't
how do we react to this?
Pawn, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
What is the great reaction? Okay, I can win the a4. I don't think c5 is the move. No, that would be very strange to give so much for that irrelevant pawn.
Yeah, I would be very happy to give the pawn, but okay, let's just push. Wow, and computer wants to push c5, wants to play this horrible move.
No, but
just to win that pawn.
No, I don't like that. I don't like it. Okay, maybe. Wow.
We can even jump back and sit on d5 knight.
Yeah, but computer finds it not so relevant somehow, because knight, you can challenge it with knight c3. Yeah, maybe.
Yes, you can challenge it, but okay, this is kind of impressive, yeah, that Ding is willing to go along these lines and so quickly. Yeah, he is not hesitant at all.
Yeah, no, very very impressive. And Gukesh is I don't know, I can't read Gukesh's body language here. We need their body language expert. John, what do you think of Gukesh's eyes, Gukesh's face? Is he worried, or does he see a chance?
For my book of things I never thought I'd hear in my life, so that I can tick that one off. I'm pretty sure it's on page 72. I'll have to go and do that later. I have no idea. Gukesh is one of those players that is borderline unreadable as far as I or pretty much any viewer is concerned. We've mentioned not only in the press conferences, but during commentary so many times where he can be in an absolutely crushing position and look exactly the same as him being devastatingly lost. The only tell we've ever been able to work out is maybe the frequency at which the chair vibrates, and even then I haven't gathered enough stats to know exactly what good or bad means in that regard. Maybe Chad will be able to help us come up with some interpretation for that. Love what Ding Liren is doing here. Truly the heart of a champion, continuously making subtle moves, allowing Gukesh to make his position worse, or I should say, offering Gukesh the opportunity to weaken his position and to allow Ding a potential decisive blow later on. There's still plenty of play left in the position though, and it is far from certain, but Ding continues to turn the vice. Will that lead to a decisive result in game 12? We'll find out after this.
When Ding burst onto the scene as a teenager, he had a very aggressive attacking style. As he's got older, however, he's become more strategic, and he even had a 100-game unbeaten streak in 2018. Powerful with white and unbreakable with black, one of Ding's strengths is his calculation. Ding, he's always had this ability to see very deeply into the position. Here we join one of his most famous games. With black, he has already sacrificed his queen for only a rook and a piece. That being said, the white king is out in the open and extremely weak. Ding now came up with an incredible idea. Even computers struggle to understand this at first. Ding brought his rook forward to a square that looks like it's protected. If white were to capture this rook, however, then black would take with his knight, giving a fork, attacking the white king and attacking the white queen. This would be winning for black. Black also creates a threat. If white were to play a clumsy move, a careless move, then black would give checkmate. He pushed his pawn forward, protected now by this black rook, and after white takes, bishop would jump out and give checkmate. This is one of the most beautiful games I have ever seen.
Hello from Oslo and the venue for the final of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. As you can see, a lot of construction still going on, but if you turn around, there's already a lot of fun stuff that has happened. We have one of the bleachers set up where you can sit and watch 8 of the best chess players in the world battling it out on stage while you follow the broadcast. On this big Jumbotron, for the first time, you can actually sit inside the arena and watch the broadcast live. You can hear the commentators, you can get the reactions, you can see the analysis, everything while you see the players live on stage. And you hear everything on silent disco headsets, meaning that the players won't be disturbed by the sound going on. And here, the players won't be disturbed by movement inside the arena where the audience is sitting either, because we're going to put up many more of these plexiglass screens where it's going to be a mirror effect, meaning the players won't see anything that's happening here inside that part of the arena. But here, 8 of the best players from December 17th to December 21st going to battle it out to decide who is going to be the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. You can also be here. You can enjoy all this excitement in what we think is probably the most exciting chess venue ever built. So get here and join the fun with us December 17th through December 21st.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The world champion is back, just constantly giving Gukesh opportunities to maybe make his position just a little bit worse. Is this the first crack in the armor? Bishop g5 has been played on the board, and the blue arrow, which is the computer giving us an arrow, is saying that knight f4 is by far the move that needs to be played here to maintain some sort of advantage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rattle off a line and hand it over to Grandmaster Peter Lecco to maybe describe what I'm seeing as a club player. I understand that the pawn on e4 might be dropping if black allows the light squared bishop to be exchanged. So my first thought was, why can't black simply play bishop h7? What's white's follow-up after that? Peter?
Well, first of all, I feel like the computer is wrong. Yeah, giving a question mark to bishop g5 because objectively the position is bad for black. Yeah, so we have already talked about this with Anish. Black needs to find the way to fight back, and the move bishop g5 puts some pressure on white. Yeah, that the computer easily assessing that okay, knight f4 is good. One of the very first question also that comes to mind: what happens if black trades that knight with the bishop? Of course, we don't want to do that usually. But if the bishop takes f4, suddenly we have this intermezzo by going e3, opening up the bishop, hitting the queen, creating some imbalance in the position. This is also one question that certainly white needs to keep an eye on. Another question is exactly also what, John, you asked me, that what happens after bishop h7? Is white really going to go pawn hunting with c5 like usually computer does? I'm not a fan of this idea. For example, let me just try to put that on the board. And Ding has made a move. Knight f4 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we might be seeing these moves. Now it's a tough call. A very big question for Gukesh and Anish. What is your feeling? What's happening?
Peter, I have to say, I just can't read. I just don't understand what is like going on with Ding. You understand? I just don't understand it. Like, I sort of have followed chess for so long. I've played so many tournaments, but he's such a mystery to me. You know, he seemed so broken, no, completely yesterday. Like, I just don't understand. And now he plays an absolutely incredible game, like throughout, just all the way. And I don't have any confidence in him finishing it off. But he just plays one good move after the other, you know. I really don't know how he does it. It's really, really incredible. What an incredible fighter he is, because he's facing Gukesh, and great prep of Gukesh, but he's just playing really, really well. And to me, none of it is obvious, honestly. I saw though Vishy said, Vishy was there giving commentary on this game, and he said Gukesh position is hopeless. So Vishy understood that right away. To me, it doesn't look so obviously lost, to be honest with you. I mean, just to be very frank. I mean, this e4 pawn, it always gives me hope as black that, something will land somewhere on f3 or d3. So I think there's still conversion to be made. I'm also looking at Ding being very nervous. So I don't see this all as a foregone conclusion. But of course, yeah, there are issues. So bishop f4, e3 was the first tempting thought, but then I guess queen e2, take, yes, and c7 pawn is just falling, yeah? Or at least it's very uncomfortable to defend. EF, queen f2, yeah, rook e1, and maybe rook c. But yeah, okay, if you go already rook c8, this I can already understand. Yeah, d5 is there and you're collapsing. d5, bishop c7,
yes,
b6 resign. So this line is obvious. So he has to go bishop h7, which was not the plan, clearly. Because obviously bishop on h7 is even worse than on g6, because bishop on h7 is notably bad because you have back rank issue, yeah? So maybe he'll go to f5 even. Maybe he'll go to f5 actually even. But okay, let's say he goes to h7. Now, yeah, black has first of all, no next move anyway. And secondly, what about this c5 and just starting to collect?
Yeah, but I would feel from black side, I would be very happy if I can sacrifice a pawn to get the position.
But it depends, I think, Peter, if you maintain the d5, if you maintain the strong knight on d5. Because if I get to trade it, then what's the problem for me, I have the pawn
wait a second. Bishop takes f4, cb6 wins a piece or not?
cb6, exactly. This is exactly why it's winning for white. This is also what I realized.
Wow.
cb6
yes.
is why it's winning. And if you go knight d5 now, then
okay,
it's
just let me just show first the audience here that after bishop d6, bc takes, and finally there is d4, d5, and all of a sudden black's queen is pinned on the c file. So this is very bad news. So bishop h7, c5, there is no time to take on f4.
He's just dead lost, I realize now. Yeah, because of this bishop f4 CB thing, he's dead lost. Because knight d5 is now really, really wrong, because I will now take on d5. Okay, sorry, you're just losing on c7. It's immediately resignable.
Yes.
Yes, so what you need is like knight e7, knight d5. Then you would at least have the d5 square for the knight.
There's a big fork.
You should have gone knight a5 at least, yeah, instead of bishop g5. That's why bishop g5 is a mistake. It's a concrete, it's a concrete blunder. So he missed bishop f4 cb. That's what he missed. It's a blunder. It's a concrete blunder, yeah. He just missed knight f4, bishop h7, c5. So he takes now. But yeah, no, this is already desperate. Yeah, no, this ding will finish this one. This one ding will finish off. Yeah, this is quite.
Yeah, with this monster dark square bishop hitting the c7 monster. Pawn.
It's dominant. Wow. What an incredible game.
Exactly. What a performance by Ding. It's just insane. And one can ask the question that why Ding needs to get behind on the score in order to showcase this incredible strength that he has. Yeah, it's a big mystery.
Well, yeah, it seems that, as I was mentioning earlier, what happens to him in these cases is that his scale gets... You know, like sometimes you have an old scale. I don't know if you had like the old scale, not the digital one, but the one with the arrow to measure your weight. And there is behind there is this thing, the ring, to turn a bit if it's offset. You know this? You have this? You had such? I had such.
In my childhood, I had, yes, for sure.
Yes. So sometimes this the weights get a bit wrong, and then by 3 kilos it goes that way. And then you can offset the arrow to put it back to 0. So I think that must win offsets Ding's evaluation and understanding to right to the balance, and he starts playing like an engine.
Yeah, he plays like an engine. Yeah, his performance so far in this game had been at least 3000 rating level. I'm also imagining some queen c3 setting up some more pressure on the dark squares. Then d4 d5 will be a huge threat. White looks almost like if he can prepare the final punch.
Yeah.
Yes.
So bishop f4, Peter, is a positional capitulation. Yeah. It's just now you are completely lost strategically. Just strategically completely lost. So yeah, just queen c3 and d5, d6 will just sort of... Without the dark square bishop, there is no counterplay inside ever. So it's just gone.
Yes, now we understand why computer was giving the question mark to bishop g5. Yeah, it had this very concrete reason. Yeah, queen c3 already blitzed out. All the moves are very natural for black. You just make the simplest move and it's good enough, and I don't know how to put any resistance.
Yeah, and at this point the position is so overwhelming that Ding has got the full confidence that he is going to win it. It's not there's no counterplay at all. There's no imbalance at all. It's just overwhelmingly winning for Ding, and he's aware of it. He knows it. He's confident. He's got enough time, and it's just a formality. And you can already start talking about the impact the last 2 games had on the match, and what we are about to see in the final 2 games and potentially in the tiebreak, because this is really the plot twist here is quite remarkable.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, and now we see that classical chess with 2 hours time on the clock gives the players the chance to get deep into all the finesses, all the subtleties of the position. Ding did spend something like 1 hour for 2 or 3 moves for this a3, h3, king h2. King h2 was the move that really showed the incredible depthness that Ding has foreseen in the position. Yeah, it was truly stunning.
Yeah, and I do have to say that it was, of course, quite fortunate for Ding that Gukesh has made this unfortunate for him, the error with bishop g5. Because position was already lost for black, but there was still a fight. And bishop g5, unfortunately for Gukesh, it missed that, this knight f4 c5 sequence, which is with cb intermezzo, and that made the position very easy to win, basically. Yeah, now the position is very easy to win for white. So it was a bit unlucky for Gukesh that bishop g5 move was so bad. If he had made some other one, he would still be lost, but at least I feel then Ding would be much more hesitant, and with the time pressure, perhaps there was a chance for Gukesh to get some counter chances. But here, I think there are none. I think this is really, really trivial stuff from now on. I guess Black is losing tactically, yeah, with d5, d6 as well. I don't see a single chance, and it's only a miracle that can now save Gukesh, but I just don't think it's anywhere near that.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is when it's strategically so bad and there are no arguments to be made for Black's case. Yeah, it's just a hopeless situation. No counterplay. You can just sit and wait till White executes the winning kind of breakthrough. D5,
yeah,
D6.
And even if there was no d5, d6 concrete issue, right? Position would be strategically lost anyway.
Yes.
But now it's also tactically lost. So that's like, that's next level. Because the thing that about the strategically lost positions is that you still have to convert them. But tactically lost positions, they are already converted, kind of. Yeah, they just have to collect. So yeah, I mean, I guess he'll make a move like knight b8 or something. I mean, I guess this is how desperate we are at this point.
Yeah, which
knight
doesn't do anything.
Knight a7. Sorry, knight a7. Traps through. He should go probably knight e7 then, yeah, not to resign immediately.
But I even want to ask, do we even take the exchange or we just enjoy the position with d5? We take it.
Yeah. I think we take it. Why not?
Okay, let me just put it so that even something like this, even the rook can be trapped. Of course, it does not decide anything because the position is already bad, but it's kind of horrible.
Yeah, it was this. I mean, Gukesh never wanted to do this. He had to because of this c5, cb thing. So what happens very often when a top player has a strategically dead lost position like this one, what usually happened is that he missed some tactic along the way. Because Gukesh has enough understanding to realize from a mile away that this is not what he wants. But unfortunately, you miss tactics, and everybody can miss a tactic, even the top player. And then so often it happens that because you missed a tactic, you now have a strategically lost position, as if you are an amateur, you know. But yeah, there's always if you see a top player in such a position, you can guarantee yourself that there was a blunder earlier on, a tactical blunder.
Yes, I think that we all know this feeling, yeah, when something like this happens in a tournament, and then all the other players are gathering around the board and reading the score sheet, like, how did this happen? What happened? Trying to figure out what caused the effect, because something really serious had to cause this that disappeared on the board.
Yeah, and okay, it's a very scenic moment now, of course, zooming in on the players, as both of them know that Black is hopeless, and this is a very, very important game in the World Championship match, and it's really, really incredible. Like, I've seen a lot of players, you know, and you've also played, Peter, plenty of top tournaments, and you know that usually people who are, they don't come back from the dead on the next day, yeah, usually. So
Exactly.
It is really, and there were like all the signs were wrong for Ding, and he's crying.
Knight b8 on the board. Wait a second.
He blundered knight a7 also.
He blundered wheel. Ding play the move knight a7.
Yeah, I think it's good to collect. I'm a collector. I think, they say this. There's the saying, if you see mate in one, look for better. Yeah. And there's also this saying like if you can choose between winning a queen or giving checkmate to win a queen, because checkmate might not be there. And it's the same here. I mean, maybe win the rook because whatever, the positional domination might not might somehow I don't know how disappear, but rook will remain. So I would collect the rook. Just why not?
And one can see that Ding is about to play the move knight a7, but he's still calming himself down that, okay, not to rush, absolutely no reason. He still has more than 60 minutes, and he knows that if I'm collecting, I'm just winning. So why not to make sure?
Yeah, I'm curious if Gukesh's position is so hopeless that allowing knight a7 is the best chance, he thinks, or if he just blundered, because I kind of missed the possibility. It's kind of unusual, yeah, knight a7 a bit.
Yeah, especially because there was so much pressure against the c7 pawn already. Yeah, that thinking like maybe I can remaneuver my knight to a6, protect the pawn on c7, and against d4, d5 I might have the c5 square yet to work with. But it runs into knight a7.
Yeah, no, and I think the beauty about it, Peter, is that even as you take the exchange, you give up the knight, let's say, for the rook. I think you maintain like 80% of your positional advantage, yeah? Not 100,
Yes.
because knight on b5 was a big part of that, for sure. It was a big part. But you maintain a lot of other advantages, such as the beautiful bishops, dark square control, the d and c pawn running forward. So I think you can safely take the rook, because I think that black's position does not improve as much in that case.
Yes, no, it's. I you remember I made this case. I was asking you that. Do you go knight a7? And your intuitive reaction was like, of course we do.
Yeah, I'm a little also. I mean, I'm not sure. Like computer, because computers, they are much more. They don't care. Yeah, nowadays computers, they don't care about things like material. They see it all as. Humans still have a special. We have a special attachment towards material. It's like for us, it's on a separate scale. Yeah. Because as kids, I guess everybody was taught like first this is worth 5, this is worth 3, all this, and so you learn to first count pieces and then evaluate position. But the modern computers, they I don't know if they do that too, because we don't know how this neural network has formed their understanding, but they're not attached to material. So I'm curious, like if the computer first line would be knight a7. No, actually the computer's first line, knight a7 is second line with 3.77 here, the one I have. Computer first line is f3 with 4 plus 4.
Wow, f3 did not even cross my mind.
No, it's insane. It's insane. But just to point out that yes, like a human, 99% of humans would go knight a7, but computers, they some. Oh.
But d5 played. Okay, that was my kind of feeling. I wanted to go d5, but queen d7 blitzed out.
For me too. d5 was the other alternative, and it's also plus. Okay, after queen d7 it's plus 4. Let me see 1 second if it's just plus 4. Yeah, d5 actually. Only plus 2, but he played queen d7. He should have played knight a6 here, the computer says, but okay. It's all
yes, I was expecting, that after d5, but Gukesh is now also playing very quickly. Nerves are in play, certainly. However, sometimes when you are dead lost, it's easier to handle the nerve situation because you are not that tensed anymore. Yeah, you know that you need a miracle, and it's already out of your control. Yeah, you cannot really.
In some sense, being dead lost is very liberating. Yeah. There's nothing to lose anymore. But by the way, 96 or queen d7, it's all d5 is excellent, as well. I mean, you will win that exchange anyway. So d6 here just wins your position is so dominant, the material will fall anyway. Quite impressed with Ding going d5, by the way, because I thought that almost any human would just collect the rook, but Ding even more refined. He doesn't want to joke around. He wants to really clinch this game. Humanly, I think your chances of winning are even higher in knight a7, but okay, d6, d5, d6 is also incredibly powerful.
Yeah, because how does black react to the move d6?
I thought c5 is the only, humanly speaking, maybe queen a, sorry, knight pawn c4 is hanging. No, I thought d6, c5 is the only move, and then you have c6 square for the queen sometimes, maybe.
Exactly, yes. But so d6, c5, and okay, if white is not winning with d6, then it's also a committal push, yeah? All right, or we can say that with knight c7, probably you can anyway win material.
Yeah, I guess the question is like how you win it, because like everything is on the computer, eval is just completely screaming here. d6, c5, knight c7, rook f8. I don't know. Do you want to win the e4 pawn or not? Only question is how much white can cash out. The only question is how much does he want to cash out? Yeah, maybe more. It's like
already
if you
on the
Bitcoin.
board.
Yeah, it's like if you bought Bitcoin, when it was worth $10, and you now own like 10 million of Bitcoin. Okay, you can cash out today, you can cash out tomorrow, okay, or day after. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you'll be millionaire. So it's the same for Ding now. Yeah, doesn't sell the Bitcoin yet, but he could because it's already worth for him like millions. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm old school. I missed out on this Bitcoin business completely. But yes,
Ding is not going to miss out on this game then, at least, yeah?
Yes, yeah, d6 and then installing that knight on c7. It's a monster knight, not only protected by the pawn, but also by the bishop on f4. Super powerful. The good news for black, however, is that queen a5 does not end the game immediately because of knight takes c4. This is one resource.
Yeah, I was now thinking like outside the box type thing with whites to like moves like maybe with the beep on like maybe like before as well, just trying to look for all kinds of ways to try and win this position from all sides. But yeah, it's matter of choice here for Ding. I mean, I had strong preference for grabbing that rook, by the way. I would have definitely grabbed the rook. But I think that was the most winning, but okay, I'll leave it in Ding's hands. I trust him today. Today he's on absolute fire. But yeah, well, to me, like visually speaking, I think it was more winning before than now. But okay, computer still says it's completely winning. So let's see.
Yeah, at least there is some little hope for black. Yeah, if you feel like give me some time to get that knight to c6, then maybe the knight
d4,
eventually. Yes. Okay, clearly white will sacrifice the exchange somewhere, but even but even then there is some rook takes c7 trick at the end. Yeah, so that suddenly there are some scenarios.
So you made two moves for black, Peter, in the position where it's white to move, and then still maybe, and then you have some chance to survive. You're saying yes, that's okay. That's how bad it is. Yeah. By the way, for fun, I checked with computer the evaluation. Actually, this move before that I mentioned, it's the first line, with +5, and bishop takes e4 is +4.9, and f3 is 4.2. So every sensible way here wins. Even this weird move before that I mentioned is actually very strong also. So
well, to my taste, actually b4 is the most natural one. I'm loving it. I don't want to take on e4. I don't feel like taking this pawn. If I did not take the exchange, why should I take this pawn?
Exactly.
But going after this knight on b6, which is a vulnerable piece, and also the knight has not yet reached back into the game, I'm very much tempted for this b4 business.
What is Ding's clock situation? Just to know if there is any danger.
9 minutes. 9 minutes. Still enough time for 12 moves.
But a little bit, concerning. Just a little bit concerning. Okay, bishop e4.
And he takes the pawn. And knight c6 blitzed out instantly. Yeah? So Gukesh is not spending even a single second. He's trying to manage his clock, try to put the pressure on Ding. This is his only chance, only hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is a forced win here, by the way. Computer showed. Bishop takes c6. The idea is that if you take with the queen, I have some d7 and knight d5, and there's a fork. It's collapsing.
Yes, I actually somehow sensed it, but I'm really curious that in such an important game when you are like winning, do you give up your bishop? No, you retreat it.
No, but
you collected the pawn. Yeah. Exactly. You don't want to do any crazy thing. I collected the pawn. I came back. I have a safely protected king, and black has no moves.
Yeah, knight d4. Knight d4.
Was it rook e7?
Yeah, there is even rook e7. Yeah. And then maybe rook takes d4. Yeah, after that to just it's complete positional destruction. Like it's +5, positional +5.
Well, but honestly, humanly, I feel like it's kind of almost resignable territory.
Yeah. Humanly, it's also +5. Yeah. It's one of those +5s that is +5 by computer and also by human.
Yes.
I mean, Ding, he clearly saw that he could take the rook. He refused to take the rook just. And he was kind of correct in his assessment. So it just goes to show how winning he is. Like he realizes, of course, that yes, I could take the rook and win. Like I'm also just dominating. Why would I take actually the knight is worth more than this rook. Yeah, with this knight on c7, it dominates the entire board there. So yeah, it's hopeless.
Yeah, just a pawn, better pieces, better pawn structure. Better pawn structure thanks to this extra pawn on d6, which basically wins the game.
Yeah, no, it's yes. Pawn structure kind of situation here is like if you are up a rook and you say you have better pawn structure. That's this kind of situation.
I also highlighted the rooks. Yeah, look at white's rooks. They are both beautiful.
Also, if you want to highlight every single piece, you can also say that king on h2 is very safe and highlight it as well, because it's also nice.
Beautiful.
95 is one of the ways to force the +5. Yeah, one of the ways to win more material.
Takes the c5 pawn is falling. Black will lose the grip of the d4 square.
What hero?
It's basically a question of time when Gukesh will resign. There's really nothing to hope for.
No, total hero. This guy Ding, total hero. Incredible match, by the way.
And I think the match is really now heating up, yeah, because
heating up is an understatement. I mean, we are all already long burnt from the heat, yeah? It's wild.
Yes, I understand, but now there is a new twist, yeah, that Ding bounces back. Now Gukesh will feel the pressure that he needs to do something with his last white game. Yeah, so I think we are still very far away from playoff.
Yes, because there is suddenly the factor. Although I think that Ding is, when he is back to equal score, I think he will be back to, he will again be less aggressive with white, despite this incredible win. So I guess that if Gukesh draws the next game, Ding will still go for tie breaks. But you never know. And plus, of course, Gukesh, I mean, at this point, he's boiling, yeah? He was about to win the match, and now he's back to equal score. He's boiling. He's completely, he's completely eager to bounce back again. And yeah, tomorrow I think is the rest day, right? Finally, which is good.
Yeah,
for both
tomorrow
players.
is the last day. Yes.
But after that, clearly Gukesh is going to go for a win with white. That could also backfire. I mean, you don't know anymore what's going on and who is the favorite. I guess now probably Ding is the favorite because we've seen that he can do anything. He can win with black, he can win with white, he can come back no matter what's the situation. So I guess Ding is sort of the favorite, and he's better in rapid as well. But Gukesh is also very much in the game, yes. And Ding is still potentially vulnerable because he still has all these issues he had potentially. Though today they're not visible. But yeah, it's a wild match. Going to be an incredibly exciting last 2 or probably 3 days.
Today we are seeing incredible Dingley, and yeah, playing with amazing perfection. Yeah,
I want to see the chess.com accuracy, by the way, because it will be a question to the accuracy if it works or not, because I know that this game is 100% accuracy, but I want to see the chess.com website gives 96.
Yeah, it doesn't do justice to the game. No, it's basically perfect.
No, this is
absolutely
102.
perfect.
And not to mention the complexity of the position. So no, it's a 100% accuracy game. But of course, there were some little computer fluctuations which led to 96. But if you see the graph, it was like this, and then it remained very high throughout. So it was a perfect game. But Gukesh's accuracy is 88, which is actually quite low. And he did make some big errors, especially this bishop g5 move really ruined it. Yeah, bishop g5 was actually a big tactical oversight.
Yeah, now the problem is that yes, it might look tricky that 5 minutes for 5 moves, but the position is so winning that basically every single move wins. You cannot make mistake. Yeah, the pawn advances to d7. Rook c4 blitzed out.
Queen c4, yeah, queen c4 rook e8, yeah, is the finale.
Yes, if you want a flashy finish, you can do that.
Sure, I do. I want.
Yes,
I want. Rook e8 also, by the way, directly, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same motif.
Yeah, but it's of course also a beautiful way. Oh. No, okay. Ding says no sacrifices. I just gonna win the game.
Why only plus 7.40. The other were plus 8. So.
Yeah, rook c2. Move 37.
Bishop d6, yeah, maybe most clinical.
Setting up the rook e8 threat without any sacrifices.
Yeah.
Fits into Ding's perfect previous play. Yeah, bishop d6.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, sometimes you criticize people for not winning by force when they can, but at this point, a position is so overwhelming that. Yeah, it's unruinable. Yeah, there is no way to ruin it. I mean, rook c1 is also nice to eliminate the active rook. I mean, the rook d2 is also probably completely winning. So there's just no way to go wrong, and you can't criticize Ding for not finishing it off directly with queen takes c4. I mean, he's basically finishing it off directly. Like if Gukesh wants, he can also resign. So that's basically the game is essentially over. Yeah, it's only continuing because we have to go through the motions. There are many ways to win. And whatever nerves, they don't disturb here. I don't think there's a way to go wrong here for white anymore.
Yeah, on the board. Bishop d6
is the most. Yeah. This should provoke resignation normally.
Yeah, I feel like this is the last game of last move of the game.
Yeah. Logically speaking, should be. Yeah, Gukesh is a fighter, but sometimes there's nothing anymore, so no way to continue the fight at this point.
Yes, he will need to fight in the match. Yeah, the match continues.
Yes,
but
exactly.
here he cannot do anything.
Yeah, like they say, the battle is lost, but the war is not over.
Definitely. But still, it's kind of always unpleasant moment, yeah, before resignation. That because with resignation, you give up finally on the game. Yeah, no matter how lost you were before, you were still hoping for some miracle, or you were just not thinking about it at all.
Yes, no, for sure. When you like the game like that, so you are hurt throughout the game, but you hurt one more time when you resign. Yeah, because now it's official.
But it also gives you the chance to move on. Yeah, that okay, finally I'm rid of this terrible game. I'm gonna get a new position. I'm gonna have the white pieces, and sometimes this loss comes as a wake up call. Yeah, like for Ding, it feels like the lion has been awakened. Yeah, it's a completely different link that came to this game.
Yeah, but I wonder. I wonder if Ding will sort of be back to which Ding, you know?
And wait a second, look the G7, the final move.
Like, are we gonna see the new Ding, the old Ding, the old Ding, the new old Ding, the old new Ding, which Ding, you know? But all of them are good. That's the problem. All Dings are good, but some are really, really good. So it's whichever Ding it was today, but this was the best Ding, that exists, I think, today.
Absolutely, yeah, and who knows? Yeah, maybe this is what he needed to get all the confidence back, and it will be hell of a match.
Maybe the new Ding is better than the very old Ding. Yeah, after all, maybe this is the best Ding we have yet.
Yeah. Poor Gukesh, of course, clearly very disappointed. Yeah, having the lead in the match, and things are looking extremely well, and all of a sudden the opponent plays the best game of his almost like in his life, and visibly we can see the effect on Gukesh. Look at this, how he's sitting.
No, of course, no. It's I mean he was probably already thinking about becoming world champion. You know, the actual procedure of becoming world champion. He was so incredibly close, and he still is, but he was so incredibly close. And now Ding sent him. I mean, I wouldn't say back in the queue, but like he really, Gukesh took a massive hit to his chances of becoming next world champion with this game. A massive hit.
Yeah, sent him a message that I'm here. It's still gonna be extremely tough, and all of a sudden, 6-6 match score.
Yeah, John.
Tough guys, ridiculous end to that match. Gukesh waiting, looking to see if there was anything at all. There was nothing on the board. I don't know whether this is peak Ding, good Ding, bad Ding. We do know it's the best Ding since sliced bread. Where's Daniel on the broadcast when you need him? But honestly, like seeing peak Ding back like this, playing like an absolute engine, it was insane. And now we turn our attention to after the rest day, I suppose, the day after tomorrow, to figure out if he can do it again. Peter, I thought Anish made a very good point during the broadcast. What is Ding going to do? How does he maintain this? It feels like whenever he fights back, he then sort of settles back into Ding chilling. We can't have that the day after tomorrow.
Yes, okay, now it's a completely different scenario. Yeah, yesterday it looked like, Gukesh has everything under control. And Ding is kind of broken, and suddenly everything turned. Everything what we talked about yesterday is not valid anymore. Ding is back. Ding has performed one of the best games in his career, signaling to his opponent that yes, I'm capable of handling any kind of situation, and this will give him tremendous amount of energy as well. I can't wait for the last two games. It will be epic.
So very well done to world champion Ding Liren. Of course, he's won the battle, but not the war, because at the end of the day, it's still tied up 6-6 with 2 classical games to go. This is going to be quite a long one, but we're going to do a recap of the game and what went down on the board today. And who better than Grandmaster Anish Giri to take us through the incredible twists and turns that we experienced today. Anish, over to you.
Yes, let's take a look at the game one more time. So Ding started with the move c4, as Peter mentioned the start of the broadcast. Before the game began, he had some information that Gukesh is playing e5, but no, today Gukesh surprised him with e6, a second system that he's prepared against the English. Ding, after some thoughts, opted for bishop g2 setup, and Gukesh had something ready with d4, a trendy system, a rather ambitious one as well. I'm sure Gukesh wanted to make a draw in this game. It would have been a very beneficial result, but he might have prepared this ambitious system already before the match. And also the way he played it is actually trying to create a balance, trying to play for equality. So it was actually a pretty sensible choice. It looked actually like a very good choice here after bishop e7, which is a new move, or at least a very rare one. d3, d3, bishop e3, e5. It seemed like an excellent piece of prep by Gukesh. The line that's supposed to be sharp, often a reverse Benoni, now turns into potentially a symmetrical game. You expect white to go d4 at some point, and then you create symmetry, and things are looking really good for black here in terms of fighting for equality. But Ding saw it much deeper, and somehow, without even being prepared with the engine preparation, Ding over the board appears to have played really well. He started playing around this d4 idea, not rushing it just yet. Rook e1, a very useful move. Then a3, h3, these slow moves, taking control of these squares, improving position bit by bit. Bishop e6, so far all approved by the engine, by Gukesh, also played very quickly. But now after the move king h2, another strong waiting move, Gukesh started thinking and couldn't find the right plan. It seems, although the black's position looks really good, everything is perfectly placed. Black has even a bit more space in the center. But black's pieces have already found their best squares, and it's hard for black to improve the position, while white has plenty of ways. And as soon as white gets the rook on the d file, d4 will become a much stronger idea than it is now. So Ding postponed this strategic idea of d4, and here somewhere Gukesh started going wrong, because he probably should have done something concrete, something strong. But with these slow moves, he lost the momentum. Knight d4 was probably the plan, after which Ding has seen this incredible resource with rook h5. Now d4 pawn is falling, the rook on h5 is out of play often, but here is somehow just fine. So this was a big issue in Gukesh's intention, and after missing this, it was hard to for Gukesh to make sense of his position. He tried rook e8 and bishop f5, slowing down d4, but d4 is still coming after rook d1, knight d7, queen d2. d4 is a massive threat. Probably Gukesh missed knight c5, d4, knight d3, d5, a very powerful exchange sacrifice, which is not something you see in advance so easily. And now, after queen a5, white has 2 pawns for the exchange and a massive advantage. So after queen d2, Gukesh was in a very tough spot. He tried fighting, but after bishop g6, d4, white has positional dominance here. The knights are really poor. The e4 pawn is weak. White's pieces are harmonious. Knight on b5 is a monster. c7 pawn is also very weak. So dominant position for Ding. And the turning point, the last turning point, was, although the situation was still very difficult, Gukesh made this tactical oversight with bishop g5, missing probably that after knight f4, bishop h7, c5, bishop takes f4, hoping for takes knight d5, cb is there, and after bishop d6, there are some concrete problems here. d5 and bishop f4 both win material. So this powerful intermezzo c takes b6 was missed by Gukesh. The knight has nowhere to go. It cannot go to d5, and control of the d5 square is absolutely essential. So black would just be lost here, and that suddenly meant that Gukesh had to part with his dark square bishop. But now the position is strategically lost. Without dark square bishop, black has no hope for any initiative on the king side. No way to properly defend the dark squares d6 and c7. And these dark squares basically crumbled, and Ding just broke through. He could have also just won the exchange with knight a7, but breakthrough here is even more powerful, and black's position completely collapsed, and the rest was matter of technique. Ding just collected the pawn, went back, maintained all the dominance. Peter was highlighting here all the advantages of white's position, but yeah, one more pawn and 2 pawns, and absolutely winning position. Dominant display in the end. Black is completely lost. positionally and tactically, and now also the D pawn is going to promote. So an incredible game by Ding. It's hard to even say how Gukesh should have improved. Clearly, somewhere around the moment of Rook B8 is where it went wrong. Probably Gukesh had to should have recollected his prep better here, because it seems the position was actually deceptively tricky for him, and with just few moves that seemed natural, few slow moves, he was already in massive trouble, and from here on already it just went downhill. So an incredible game by Ding, and one for Gukesh to forget, and the match is tied again now.
Thank you very much for that, Anish. An absolutely incredible game. We've referenced some of Ding's best games earlier on. It might not matter so much in the context of this, but I'm going to ask you guys later on whether that might be the best game of Ding Liren's career. For now, though, we're going to head straight to the press conference where Maurice Ashley is ready to get proceedings underway. Let's hear what the players have to say.
While we then ask Ding Liren to answer some questions as well. So my first question to you, Gukesh, after the opening phase, when did you feel like there was some difficulty for you in the game?
I thought I was quite comfortable out of the opening, and then and I guess after Queen D2 I was really not sure what to do.
You felt fine all the way here?
Yeah, I mean, knight c5, d4, knight d3, d5 was kind of tricky for me.
You said knight c5, d4?
Yeah, knight d3. d5 I thought was quite tricky. So I was thinking what else to do to stop d4, and it was not that easy. And bishop g6 was just a mistake because I missed d4, e4, bishop f4. Yes. I mean d4, if I take on d4, he has bishop f4, which I missed. So after e4, knight g1, I think it was already a bit difficult.
Was this something inside of your preparation, or were you surprised by the opening?
No, I was prepared for a few moves. I didn't really exactly remember all the details, but yeah, I was aware of this position.
You won yesterday a very big game. This is a reversal. Not easy to react to, but still the score is tied. Your feelings about the new situation?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not pleasant to lose this game, but at least I mean, yesterday I could have also gone either way, so I guess it's fine. At least the score is still tied, and there are 2 more games remaining. So yeah, let's see.
Opening up the floor to reporters to ask Gukesh some questions. Who has the first question for Gukesh?
Hi, my name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is for Gukesh. Gukesh, winning and losing is part of sports, but how do you take this? How do you take to this setback?
Yeah, obviously this game is a bit of a disappointment. Yeah, luckily I have a rest day tomorrow to recover. But it's nice to know that the score is still tied, and this game is not a huge blow for my chances. We're still evenly matched. So yeah, I've just tried to play good games in the remaining rounds.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, I will be asking my question in Tamil. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Vanakkam, and despite your failure today, I think we are still very excited for the rest of the games. just wanted to ask, இந்த உலக சதுரங்க வெற்றி விழாவில் வந்து இரு ஆசியர்கள், அதாவது ஆசிய நாடுகளை சேர்ந்த இருவர் விளையாடுற முதல் விளையாட்டு அது இருக்குது வரலாற்றில். அதை பற்றி உங்களோட கருத்துக்கள் என்ன? அண்ட் ப்ளஸ் ஒரு சில டெக்கேட்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி சோவியத் ரஷ்யா எவ்வாறு வந்து இந்த விளையாட்டை டாமினேட் செஞ்சதோ, அது மாதிரி விஸ்வநாதன் ஆனந்துக்கு அப்புறம் நிறைய இந்தியர்கள், முக்கியமாக தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து பிற இளையர்கள் நட்சத்திரங்களாகிறது, சதுரங்க வீரர்களாகிறது ரொம்பவே நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டும்படியாக இருக்கின்றது. அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள் என்ன? அண்ட் டு ரெப்ரசன்ட் இந்தியா அண்ட் ஆல்சோ டு கம் ஃப்ரம் அ சவுத் இண்டியன் பேக்ரவுண்ட், அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியுமா?
May you translate that question first, please?
Sure. So I asked that in the history of the game, for two Asians to come up and compete in this world arena, it's one of its firsts. And having his Indian and also South Indian background, what would he like to say to the rising stars all over India, especially after Vishwanathan Anand's era?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now, in the match, ரெண்டு ஏஷியன் பிளேயர்ஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் நடக்கிறது லைக் இட்ஸ் ஒரு ஸ்பெஷலான மூமெண்ட் தான். ஏன்னா ஐ திங்க் ரீசெண்ட் இயர்ஸில் நிறைய ஏஷியன் கண்ட்ரிஸ் ஆர் ரியலி லைக் நிறைய டேலண்டட் பிளேயர்ஸ் வராங்க. இந்தியா, சைனா, உஸ்பெகிஸ்தான், நிறைய கண்ட்ரிஸ். ஸோ இந்த மேட்ச் ஏஷியாவில் இன்னும் செஸ் பாப்புலர் ஆகும்னு நம்புகிறேன். அண்ட் ஆனந்த் சாருக்கு அப்புறம் நான் சவுத் இந்தியா, இந்தியாவிலேருந்து வரது எனக்கு ஒரு பெருமையான விஷயந்தான். ஸோ இட்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக ஐம் வெரி ஹாப்பி டு ரெப்ரசன்ட் இந்தியா அண்ட் சவுத் இந்தியா.
Just one more question. I will also translate it.
I'm sorry. We're going to only limit it to one question.
Okay, sure.
If
Thank you
we
so
have
much for
time
your
at the end,
response.
we'll bring you back up, okay? Thanks.
Michael, I'm with chess.com. Obviously, my question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. We talk a lot about momentum in sports, and obviously, you just lost this game. But in the second half of the match, objectively, you've been the one pushing and maybe even had more chances. So who do you think has the momentum in the match?
Yeah, in the second half, I had chances in many of the games. Today was obviously a bad game, but I wouldn't draw too much from it. Bad games happen, but if you look at the second half overall, I think we are both playing better than the first half. But I think I had more chances in the second half. So yeah.
Thank you.
Hi Gukesh, commiserations for the loss. This is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. We have seen this World Championship battle being a very much roller coaster. You said in the previous game that the game itself was a roller coaster. So your thoughts on how you'd categorize this battle? What were your expectations before the match? Would you have taken 6-all scoreline? And do we expect a different mindset going into the final two games?
I think 6-all is overall a fair result, but yeah, since I was leading after yesterday, it's a bit disappointing to lose this game. And about whether it will change my mindset for the next two games, no, I don't think so. It's still about playing good chess. Right now I'm a bit disappointed with the game, but I have time to recover and start playing well.
My name is Radha from the Singapore Chess Federation. My question is to Gukesh. What is the best piece of advice that helped you through this championship?
I did get a lot of advice, but probably just to take one game at a time and give it my best.
All right, and there are no more questions. We would thank Grandmaster Gukesh for answering those questions. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good luck in the next couple of games. And we'll turn now to the world champion. And I'll start with a couple of questions. Obviously, yesterday was a pretty tough game to tolerate. How is it that time and time again, though, we've seen you do this 3 times already, last time in the match, and now, once again, after a loss, you bounce back. Where do you find that courage and strength to be able to do that?
Just by chance. Yes, yesterday it was a difficult game to deal with, since I was much better at one point and I just spent too little time on the critical moment. I spoiled a very good position. But after that, I just continued the normal routine and just have dinner and to sleep earlier and be refreshed for this important game.
Talk to me about the position itself. When did you feel as though you had the position under control?
And only after knight f4, I realized my position much better.
Not before this, because it looked very positive even before this.
Yeah, before this, after knight v5, I'm very optimistic about my chance. Maybe here, and yeah, there are many details. For example, here if we go knight g4, which looks very good, I would like to play bishop c1. If knight b4, I play bishop f1. I don't know what will be better here. And he played h6, looks too slow, and I calculate a lot by playing this. But maybe he's just in time to defend. If I take, he cannot take with rook, I can both take with this pawn or this pawn. I can take with bishop, and it's just nothing for white. Position too simple, and bishop restricted by his pawn structure. So I had to come up with some ideas to play slow. And with this, I weaken his b5 square. But if I play knight b5 here, he can go knight g4. There are no knight e4 after bishop c5. And here, yeah, this move came as a surprise for me. I was expecting queen d7. I'm going to play queen b3. And I don't know if he can go this. If he can put the queen on c8, I think his position is very solid. Or maybe I can take here. If I go here, I go take. If we take, then my calculations stop here. I don't know if white's better or not. After this, here is another critical moment. Maybe he can play this to change the structure. But I have maybe knight e4. He takes. Maybe c5. I don't know. Maybe it's slightly easier to play for white. And he
this seems reasonable, at least, compared to what he did, right?
Yeah, he allows knight b5. Here maybe I should play knight b5 already to stop knight d4. But I'm very happy to play knight b5. And this idea came as a surprise to me, because he wanted to play either knight c5 or bishop f6. Here I don't know where to put the queen, d2 or c3. If queen c3, maybe here, I don't know. If they take, and bishop g6. It seems white also better.
His pieces seem very bottled up in this position. They're fighting for squares, his pieces, while yours seem very harmonious.
Yes, after this, my rook is so well placed on the center. Will control 2 open lines after d4 break, queen c3, d4. And his rook, one rook is very passive on b8, and queen not so idly placed on d8. And here, yes, as he said, I was expecting this. If he take, I take, and I have this version. I have 2 pawns for the exchange, and I take this pawn, which seems good enough. Also, e4, it's very complicated, but maybe just better for white. So here, he can also play bishop f6 with idea e4, but also knight g1. Something similar to the game.
Your center pawn seemed to be rolling and holding his pieces back. There's some mention that it's sort of like an Alechine's defense, where black's knights were funnily placed on b6 and c6.
Oh, some Sicilian?
Out the Alekhine. I know this is a reverse the same, but out the Alekhine, when the knight finally ended up on b6, but there's no pawn on e6 to control it anymore.
I have very strong center. And here I'm deciding where to put the queen, to put on c2 or c3. I put on here, since if after this, after some exchange, I can, if we put knight, I can play some d5, d6 with queen in better place on c3, but I missed the bishop f6, which is a very important move. If I go here, he played knight d7 with idea c6. Suddenly the knight is has no square. If I go here, maybe he can repeat the moves. I'm very happy to find queen c2. Maybe still there are not so much difference between bishop. And if he go here,
Apologies. That guys, just in case, we just hold for a moment, please. All right. Here we go.
Before the knight g1. Yes, here. If you go here, I have d5. If knight f5 looks straight, but unfortunately I can't take his pawn. It seems white is better here. I'm very happy to see a4 since I already realized this idea not so strong, since I always have c5 after knight a4. And his knight misplaced on a5. And here, yes, my first intention was to play h4, but it's a very bad move. And when I saw this, I thought my position is much, much better.
So this is where you're getting a lot of confidence, and of course, the game was dominant after that. Is this one of your best games? Can we say that, or one of your favorite victories?
Yes, it's a very important. It's important 12th game. Yeah, it's maybe the best game I've played in recent times.
All right, we have reporters lined up with questions, please.
Michael Rahal from Fide Media. Ding Liren, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic game. You mentioned yesterday that last year you also won the 12th game against Nepomniachtchi. You went on to win the title. So what I want to know is, how did you recover emotionally and mentally for this game? Could you give us 2 or 3 of the things you did, and also give advice to those players who struggle after losing a game, going on to win the next game the following day? Could you tell us a bit about your mental and emotional process last night and this morning, please?
Well, last night, I guess I slept well. I slept earlier. And yes, it gave me a lot of energy. Also today, I take a cup of coffee before the game, which helped me feel much more energetic. And yes, also I spent some time in the players' lounge to take some snacks and to rest a little bit, just to maintain the energy level during the critical moment. Since here, I think I did the last important long think, because if I play this, I might also spoil this very good position.
You mentioned to us what the variation was you saw after h4?
This maybe he can take, and maybe not so good for white. Maybe still good, not as good as I have knight f4. I just put pressure on my opponent throughout the whole game, did not sleep like last game.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. Please, Legion, let me insist on the same subject that my colleagues Maurice and Michael. Today, you looked like a totally different person than the one we have seen here for the last 2 weeks. So, can you elaborate a little bit? How can you be able to produce such a self-confidence today when, in my view, lack of self-confidence has been your weakest point along the match so far?
At first, I changed my experience a little bit. I did something on my hair. And yeah, considering the chess part, yeah, because I have no way to retreat, I have to push for a win, and I was caught by surprise by my opponent in the opening, and I have to find some ideas to pose problems for my opponent. And I think I just played the very good games, find some good moves, and yes. Yeah, I think there is no chance to spoil it after such a good position.
This is Charlize asking on behalf of your fans on Fide's social media, this time from follower Chess Razorblade. Given the loss yesterday, what words of encouragement did your mom and GM Report give to you?
Rapport sent me a file with names streak back, and it happens. And yes, my mom gave me confidence. She said, "I did it last time. I can do it again."
My name is Ahmed on behalf of Kazakhstan Telegram channel Честно говоря. Dean, congratulations on your win. We have a question. In the last match in Kazakhstan, the 12th game became a turning point for you and you won against Jan. Do you believe in the magic of numbers?
If there is a lucky number for me, I think it's 17, not 12. But there are no 17th game in the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. I can only echo the praises that everyone has been singing of you. Secondly, people have been saying that for most of the match, even in games where you have gotten an advantage, it feels like you just settle for a draw, and that this is the first game in a long time where you have an advantage and you actively continued pressing. Would you agree with this opinion? And if so, do you regret not pressing harder in previous games?
Yes, in first game, the advantage is not so clear. I think I'm also in some dangers of being worse. But today, I just I try to play the best moves, and at some point, I suddenly realized my position is much, much better. There is no way to draw. Also, I saw this. As I mentioned, this variation, which may end in 3-4 repetition, I reject it due to the match situation.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Ding Liren. Once the game was already completely over, you rejected knight a7, which seems like the practical way to win. You just win the rook. And, you know, when you're low on time like that, I'm wondering why you didn't take the simple way. d5 was actually a better move, but we're just kind of curious why you didn't pick the simple win.
Well, the reason is simple. I missed knight a7. You can chip the rook after knight a7.
Okay, somebody in the
maybe he should play knight a6 after d5.
I'm sorry, it's just for clarification. You didn't see knight a7.
Yeah, I didn't miss the knight a7.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Abhidaya from ChessBase India. The position what you played today in the start, it was similar to a game played between your seconds Richard Rapport and Nihao, who are also present here. Was it their idea by any chance?
Yeah, after the game, he told me it's similar to their game, but I don't know the exact move order of that game.
Ding, could you explain to us why is number 17 your lucky number?
Oh, because I'm the 17th fortune.
And I have a wish. Could you show us the rest of the game from your perspective?
After knight f4, here, I forgot what to do. Maybe here. Because if I go d6, he has yes, if I go d7, he has some counterplay with a very powerful knight on d3. What's my idea? This looks not so strong. I forgot what my idea. Yeah. But I'm very happy to see in queen d7. I can take on e4. And here I think the last chance was to take on e4. If we play knight c6, I can take on h6. Maybe f6. And I'm calculating take and knight e6. It's crushing. f5, rook e7. He played this after I will just retreat the bishop. It's obvious no counterplay for black. If we play this, I can rook e7 and simply take knight. Dominate on the queen side. And here looks d4. I also take on c5. I have 2 pawns in the compensation. The rest is easier. I found the bishop in d6, which is the last killer move with either rook e8. Upper rook. So the rest is easy.
Maria for the chess. First of all, congratulations Ding on a wonderful game. To follow up on what was already said about the prep. So was this particular file prepared for the situation when you need to win the game?
I was caught by surprise by his choice. I know something, but not this specific line. So I had to work over the board.
Okay, so there was nothing specifically prepared for situation when you are behind in the match.
Of course, I prepared something, but not this line. Yeah.
Okay, and follow-up question as well. Why is that you play so much better when you are in a must-win situation? Is it because you have nothing to lose, or you are so angry and you just compose all your nerves?
I think it's I don't know the reason. If I played e6 instead of g6 yesterday, I'm also playing a very good game. And today, maybe the position suit me quite well.
Thank you.
One last question from me. In terms of handling mistakes and handling loss, a lot of people get angry at themselves or kick themselves. What's your advice for all the people out there much lower rated than you are for being able to handle a loss and take it in stride?
Well, if I cannot win today, also if I cannot win the last 2 games, maybe I'll just lose a title, which I also accept. So yes, sometimes I perform very well after a lose, like the online tournament held 2 years ago, where I sometimes lost the first one, sometimes even with white pieces, and I bounced back in the last 3 games.
Well, tremendous comeback. Congratulations and best of luck in the next 2 games.
Thank
you, everyone. We have a rest day tomorrow. There's a follow-up you want? Okay, sure.
Hi, this is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Question for Ding. We have seen over the past few matches that you have found yourself in time trouble. But today, like, you handled the time much better. So was there a conscious effort from your team to focus and play faster in this particular game? And at one stage, the accuracy was shown as 99.1, which is brilliant. So congrats on that. And your thoughts on the next 2 matches and the strategy change in terms of opening preparation for you going forward for the last 2 games?
I think it's a normal situation where I was long time in the first half of the game, then his time catching me after some pretty long thought by him. So it's just a normal. But today I spend I think a lot of time, some important time on I think Queen C3, Queen C2, and Knight F4, which is quite important. Which is I take a lesson from yesterday's lose. I should still think carefully, even if the time is not so much.
Would you allow another question?
Thank you for indulging another question. So you mentioned that you had a cup of coffee earlier and that helped to give you more energy. So I have to know, how do you take a coffee?
Oh, it's a small cup of espresso.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
And with that, we conclude the press conference. Again, a rest day before the very important 13th game. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Thank you very much, Maurice, the players, and all of the reporters in the room. After game 12, the score is tied 6-6, but it is absolutely anybody's match at this point. Ding Ren digging deep and successfully winning with the white pieces on command in game number 12. Incredible stuff. Love that we were quizzing him about the local coffee as well. Singapore has excellent local coffee, by the way, so I'm surprised he's just gone with an espresso, but you know what? If it works for him, I'm sure it works for everyone else as well. Anish, your thoughts on the press conference? There was quite a lot of analysis on the board today, especially from Ding.
Yes, and we could still see that Ding is very careful at evaluating, still a little bit on the modest side, here it's fine, here I like my position. He was analyzing a lot the position which is already completely winning, which is also a sign of being very careful at evaluating, because sometimes you could just be like, yeah, now it's completely winning and everything was winning, but no, he was saying, okay, here this, here that. So a little similar, but the scales were, fine-tuned to perfection. He played an incredible game, and looking forward to the rest of the match, though frankly, I have, for me, it reminds me a bit of when I watched the movie Tenet. It's a great movie, but I sort of got the beginning, but very quickly I lost the plot. And I have a bit of the same situation with this match. I've completely lost the plot at this point, and I'm just enjoying the ride, and it's just spectacular.
You put it back together at the end when you sort of realize in retrospect that all of the I won't spoil the meeting for anyone who hasn't watched it, but I completely get what you mean there, Anish. Peter, I want to latch on to one very interesting thing that Ding mentioned. He didn't really have time trouble in the same way as he's had earlier in the match. He also said that he was caught out by his opponent's response to his opening preparation, and he did most of that work over the board. An interesting combination of things.
Yes, it was very interesting also to see how Ding showed his game. He has shown us his thought process, and it was quite impressive. Yeah, and I think he just outsmarted Gukesh in that middle game. It suited him perfectly. I think that this King's Indian background from his childhood helped him navigate this position very nicely. He really played like a supercomputer, maybe even stronger. I even have the feeling that he even played stronger than a supercomputer. And then suddenly he got this overwhelming advantage. Gukesh even didn't really understand how his position got so bad. Yeah, it was kind of scary. And then he went on to win in a very convincing fashion. I also have the feeling like now the match is tied after 12 games, but we are getting a completely new match. Yeah, the scores are tied. A mini match of best of two and the potential tiebreak like in the World Cups.
So we have potential now. I feel like we can start to begin to think about tie breaks on the horizon. Still 2 classical games to go, but not tomorrow though. Tomorrow is a rest day. We're back the day after. Let's take a look at what time the match is going to be starting wherever you happen to be in the world. If you happen to be in North America, unfortunately, a little bit early or late, depending on how you want to see it. It's 1 a.m. on the West Coast and 4 a.m. on the East Coast. Most of Europe and South Africa will get us in the morning. And then, of course, it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon Singapore time where the match officially starts. So we're looking forward to having you guys join us then. Remember, it's no game tomorrow. We are back on Wednesday after the rest day. All right, folks. Peter, I'll go to you first for closing thoughts on how the match is poised so far and what we're likely to see in the final 2 games. 1 white game for each player, all to play for. I don't know to what extent we're going to see safe play. I think we might see even more fighting chess. What do you think?
Exactly. That's the feeling I'm getting. The last 2 games were actually quite short in a sense that the moves were not that long, and it featured this decisiveness between move 10 and 15 kind of. Yeah, it's the twists and turns. In this regard, we also see that, yeah, we talk about opening preparation and that chess is extensively analyzed. And then we have this World Championship match where the players are surprising each other at the very early stages of the game, putting the pressure on their opponent. They are capable of finding brilliant moves. The nerves are clearly more and more involved. I'm expecting 2 very big fights, and somehow the playoff is miles away. I just can't even think right now about the rapid playoff, because I believe that we will still have plenty of action and a lot of possibilities for both players in the next 2 games.
Thank you, Peter. And Anish, looking ahead to the final 2 games, your thoughts on the rest of this match, but I want to add a little small question into your answer, which is if Ding was surprised a little bit by Gukesh so early in the game and was calculating everything over the board, to what extent does that change either player's opening preparation for the rest of this match?
Well, it's certainly good news for Ding that even though he's less prepared in terms of concrete variations, he can rely on incredible understanding. And as we had seen also from Gukesh's comments, he didn't really realize where he went wrong, which is also something I mentioned, that I found it quite difficult to understand at which point he made a critical mistake as well. So, no, certainly a good sign for Ding. As for what we are about to see, I mean, as you told me with the movie that you can piece it all back together in the end, I'm going to do the same. I guess let's wait for the match to finish and then try to piece it all back together and see who are the good guys, you know? It's hard to say, really. Could be anything. It could be that having had all this turmoil, they just want to, the opposite. Suddenly they just want to calm down and just reach the tiebreak, both of them. That could also be a scenario, but of course the more obvious thing to go for is to expect insanity to just continue.
And we are absolutely here for it, folks. What an amazingly combative couple of games we have had. World champion Ding Liren successfully fights back in game number 12 to level the series once more. We are tied up 6-all going into the final 2 classical games of the Fide World Championship. We will be back the day after tomorrow, as tomorrow is a rest day. So we look forward to welcoming you back on stream on Wednesday, the 11th of December. Where game number 13, lucky for some, unlucky for others, will be played live from Singapore. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and thank you for all of your support for both players and everyone here at the chess.com team, behind the camera and in the background as well. It's been a phenomenal match so far, and we're looking forward to the next day. Stay safe wherever you are in the world, and good night.
Needs some aggressive weapon, but also somewhere where he feels comfortable.
1c4 is on the board. Ding Liren looking to strike back.
It's really surprising to me, in a good way for Gukesh, that Gukesh has another weapon ready for this. Because you would think that for 1c4 he would just have one opening ready and he wouldn't switch midway.
This is kind of a very unpleasant. Careful analyze this in depth. All of a sudden, King h2 played by Ding. I believe that Black should be happy. He had to foresee this knight d4 line that we just analyzed with takes, knight b5, rook e5, rook h5, and he had to foresee it in advance. I feel like Ding is playing here brilliantly.
It is a little blow, yeah? You could see it's a boxing match, it's a punch. Gukesh is not knocked out, by no means, but he is receiving a few blows in this game already.
What do you want, my friend? How are you supposed to defend this position?
And there's one stat now, which is insanely random. So apparently whenever Ding is playing round 12 in his last 5 tournaments, all these games were decisive.
And Ding has made a move, knight f4 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
He seemed so broken, no? Completely yesterday, and now he plays an absolutely incredible game. Yeah, and at this point the position is so overwhelming that Ding has got the full confidence that he is going to win it. He's cried.
Knight b8 on the board. Wait a second.
He blundered knight a7 also.
But d5 played. Okay, that was my kind of feeling. I wanted to go d5, but queen d7 blitzed out.
For me too. He realizes, of course, that yes, I could take the rook and win. I'm also just dominating. Why would I take the... Actually, the knight is worth more than this rook, yeah? With this knight on c7, it dominates the entire board there. Hopeless.
And wait a second. Look, take g7, the final move.
Like, are we gonna see the new Ding, the old Ding, the old Ding, the new old Ding, the old new Ding? Which Ding, you know? But all of them are good. Whichever Ding it was today, but this was the best Ding that exists, I think.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email? Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.